Are you going in the Brad thing live? Jesus. Jesus Christ. I really, really think, I don't know. I just don't know if I've ever seen facial hair that's like, I don't know if I'd call it unkempt. I just feel like it ages you so much. I feel like it doesn't look good at all.
I would like to make a formal video since I did change my channel name from Brad Tasting Music to DJ BTIM, as it does have the original name. The reason I did this is because I wanted to basically clear a lot of the junk from the search engine. That was the primary reason, but also at the same time, there was an artistic reason to it, that it felt like I'd gone through a lot and I wanted a different image. So I think it's only right that if I'm going to go with a different image, that I do what's fair and just say, you know, on camera, face right here, I was Brad Tasting Music and I really screwed my life up, man.
Your pal Jay Shapiro is all over his comment section saying he wished he debated someone better on the topic, but no one better will talk to him because he's the coat master. Wait, what?
And yeah, I did irreparable damage and I'm dealing with stuff still privately, and it's nothing that you guys should be worried about. You know, just worry about the music, and if you're not feeling the music, just unsubscribe, and I get it. All right, peace. That's it.
Has he been, like, trying to produce content in the meantime? Ever since his, You've killed me incident? Did I end up covering the cat sky last night? No, not yet. I'll get there, maybe.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out!
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day!
So last time we talked, last time I saw you, we were at a cage fight at the White House.
That's right.
Real talk, what are the chances Trump actually announces the senator's illegitimate in Georgia? And will anyone even care? I don't know. Unironically, this is one of those moments where I think you legitimately can say the fact that we even think that's possible kind of shows us where we're at. Jesus Christ, bruh.
That's
one of
That's
the craziest
crazy,
experiences
Chad.
of my life. It must have been one of the craziest experiences of your life.
oh yeah, it took me like 2 weeks afterwards to recover, just to like go, did that actually happen? It seems so insane.
Okay, the most insane part of it, which I guess was before you got there, to me at least, is like you come into work every day in the White House, right? You know, I have an office in the West Wing. There's the Oval Office in the West Wing, and you look out the window, and as this like 8-story complex was growing up, it was just the most unbelievable thing. It's like the South Lawn of the White House, but you've got the 8th wonder of the world being built up around it. And every day I'd look at it and be like, it would take me a couple.
It feels like Trump may pull something off because people won't expect it to be so blatant. In some sense, similar to J6, There's a lot of power in just acting, which Trump seems to get. The thing is that like, I don't even know what, Trump doesn't even use Congress, so it doesn't even matter. And then if he says the senators are illegitimate, I don't know. Also, what, it's hard to communicate how much I hate talking about politics right now. Okay, every day is a slog. It's forcing me to do it. I'm sorry. Is it normal that the governor appoints the dead husband's fucking wife to serve the remainder of a term instead of calling a special election? Is that a normal thing? Like what? I didn't even want to look up the president for this. I'm worried I'm just gonna get fucking triggered. Is that what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh, sister, not wife. Sorry, my bad. This is Lindsey Graham we're talking about. I don't know. Maybe. I guess at least he didn't try to sell the seat like the for Obama. Didn't that happen? Maybe it's normal to appoint somebody. Okay, all right. Then it's not that bad. Then fine.
Seconds they'd be like, "What the hell is going on?" And I were like, "Oh yeah, it's UFC. It's UFC coming in a couple weeks."
The whole thing was surreal.
Yeah.
First of all, it was crazy that the weather just went around us. Like
This kind of inconsistency in legislative procedural stuff on a state-by-state basis is fucking cancer and needs to be reformed. Yeah, I guess some rules need to change. It reminds me of, but there's a scene that lives in my brain, and I swear I had the concept before I saw the scene. Is this the scene I'm thinking of?
Please. Is that a copy of our Constitution?
Yes. You know this document?
Yes, I do.
I have many questions.
Well, that's a good thing. Hopefully, over the course of the week, we can...
For example, it says here, President shall be commander of Army, Navy, etc.
Yes.
Here, it says Congress shall have power to declare war.
Yes.
Commander does not declare war?
Theoretically, Congress needs to...
Theoretically. So, your habit is to ignore document.
No. Well, occasionally.
Good morning. How you doing?
Excuse me.
Good morning.
Toby, good to see you. Grab a sandwich and listen in. I think I'm managing to pick up a few phrases. It's not all that different from Polish, actually.
Still on a lunch break.
They love the roast beef.
You're giving them a 2-hour lunch after wasting the morning on a system of government that's never going to work for these people?
I wouldn't call it a waste.
These guys have to walk out of this building on Friday with a set of laws to take back home to Minsk.
Not a set of laws, a sense of the rule of law.
You're not planning on writing a constitution this week?
Are you familiar with Mayor versus State of Nebraska?
Nebraska passed a law making it illegal to teach anything other than English during World War I. Meyer wanted to teach German. Supreme Court said the law was unconstitutional.
Good. Now, where in the Constitution does it say you've got a right to teach German in school?
You're saying the document is irrelevant?
No. I'm saying the document is just the beginning. A constitutional...
Wait, what's on?
No. Where in the Constitution does it say you've got a right to teach German in school?
Oh.
You're saying the document is irrelevant?
No. I'm saying the document is just the beginning. A constitutional democracy succeeds only if the Constitution reflects democratic values already alive in the citizenry.
Yes, but these Belarusians don't have those values.
Which is why our most important job is to instill those values in their leaders through discussion and debate.
You're talking about 8 guys on a sightseeing trip to Washington. You think you teach democratic values to these 8 guys, you're going to reverse 50 years of brutal dictatorship?
Mr. Helicorn was known as the only honest legislator in the government. Mr. Lepecki is the most respected judge in the country, and Mr. Zubikov, well, Mr. Zubikov is the editor-in-chief of Sovetskaya Belarusia. His articles helped bring down the last dictator. How many guys do you think it takes?
It was that concept of like, it's not for the law, it's for the rule of law or something. Like, maybe there is probably some stuff that we can change legally speaking, but like, the Conservative Party right now is just fucking out of it. It's just insane, bro. What do you want me to, Kafka? What do you want me to say, Brady? What do you want me to say? It's just crazy. Locomotive nearly engulfed in flames and Ontario fires.
This
is what the libs want you to be trapped on, by the way.
This is getting a little scary.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Okay. Yeah, this is...
Okay, y'all need to hurry up here. Like, seriously, we're encased in flames now.
You guys gotta go backwards. Go.
Hello, Jody, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you there. I'm telling them you were notching up.
This could...
The libs want to tell you to keep your AC at 78 in weather like that, by the way. True. Me, when my AC is set to Mamdani approved levels. I like how these same fuckers will be like, you need to be ready to give the ultimate sacrifice for your country. That might even mean your life. We have to get drafted to fight wars. But then it's like AC at 78. Kill me, fam. I'd rather kill myself. Vaccines? Kill me. Never. Oh, and then I'm getting trolled in my DMs with retarded shit to watch because I already know what this is going to fucking be.
Mr. Clayton, welcome.
Oh, wait, never mind. Sorry. I say that sarcastically. I appreciate you. Thank you, Jen.
Congratulations on your nomination. You have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee, correct?
Okay, I'm going to be honest. All right, I heard this Ossoff guy talking a while ago, and I was like, okay, I guess. I'm majorly simping. I'm feeling that the simp dream. This guy is pretty crazy.
Mr. Clayton, welcome. Congratulations on your nomination. You have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee, correct?
Yes.
And is it...
By the way, the only reason Ossoff is in office, don't forget this, is because we went and canvassed for him for a month or whatever. I don't know how many events we did, but it was only because of us, right?
The case in the Juan Orlando Hernandez case that the President of the United States pardoned...
Destiny, it's like a husband who says, I'll do anything for you, babe, anything, but then shits himself when the wife asks to film him giving a blowjob to her boss so she gets a promotion. True.
Man who had worked with the Sinaloa cartel to facilitate massive narco trafficking into the United States.
I don't remember the specifics of that case.
He was convicted in your district.
He was convicted.
Yeah.
We convict a lot of people for a lot of drugs.
Convicted of narco trafficking, yes.
There's a crackling in the background noise of this video. Please do not watch this or fix it. I cannot fix it. I don't know why Congress fucked their audio up. I'm sorry.
But I believe so.
No, so at massive scale, yes.
Well, you're telling me what I know. That's kind of he was I believe. Look, I'll take your word for it. He was a convicted narco trafficker.
Did the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, pardon a convicted narco trafficker?
I believe we just discussed that. The President provided a pardon, yes.
Yes or no? Did the President of the United States pardon a convicted narco trafficker?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
I'm not going to do that.
Hi, what's up?
How you doing, buddy?
Okay.
Cool. Are you live?
Yeah.
Perfect. Folks, the shirts, the first batch of shirts are shipping this week. So if you filled out the form, if you've been a good egg, your shirt will be shipping out this week. And if you still have not heard anything, if you're still unsure what's going on with your shirt, please email merchandise@digitalgroundgame.org. There's no cutoff, okay? If you donated $100 and you didn't see the email, it went to your spam, or you just forgot, that's okay. We're committed to still getting everyone their shirt, so just help us help you. If you don't know what's going on with your shirt, if you haven't filled out the form, please email merchandise@digitalgroundgame.org. When the first batch does ship, we will email everyone whose shirt did ship. So, but if you've already been in contact with us, please don't email me right now. But later this week, an email will go out to everyone whose shirt is being shipped.
Based.
Thank
Sounds
you.
good. Have fun. Be careful.
Awesome. Love you, boys. GG. And girls and everyone.
Be careful.
With you.
This is a job interview. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee. Yes, you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee?
Yes.
Who won the 2020 election?
Like I said, I'm not going to get into that with you.
But you do have an obligation to be honest and forthright with the committee.
Is anything that I just said not honest or forthright?
Yes, you're not being honest or forthright. Who won the 2020
I think I've answered
election?
the question. We can keep doing this.
Well, we're going to keep doing it because you're not being honest and forthright.
No, I'm not going to engage in the theater.
It's a simple
As
question,
he engages in theater.
Mr. Clayton.
And I've answered
Who
it.
won the 2020 presidential election?
I've answered it.
You're here asking for the support of senators to lead America's intelligence community. We've established that you have an obligation to be honest and forthright with this committee and with the American public, but you refuse to answer a simple matter of fact about the 2020 election. Is that right?
No, that's not right.
Then answer the question. Who won the
I have
2020
answered-
election?
I have answered the question.
Answer it. What is your answer?
I've given you my answer.
What is your answer? You refuse to answer a basic question about who won a presidential election,
No,
but you ask to lead America's intelligence community? Isn't it humiliating to be unable to answer this question, to have to indulge the president's delusions? We know, you know, everybody in this room knows the truthful answer to that question. Why can you not give it?
I think I gave you the answer.
Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid in Georgia earlier this year?
You discussed that with me yesterday in your office.
Are you aware?
Answer the fucking question.
In Georgia earlier this year?
You discussed that with me yesterday in your office.
Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid earlier this year?
You brought it to me. My
What is
attention
going
yesterday.
on here? You've said at the beginning of this you have an obligation.
Is he? I forget. What is Ossoff's background? Is he? Was he a lawyer ever, or? Investigative journal in Britain. Oh no. Sorry, hold on. Because this is politics in real life. This is a real life oh my God. I read that and I was like, wait, is this fucker British? Am I going to find an interview where he's like, oi, mate, my limey, oi, parliament. One day I'm going to learn a British accent offline just so I can make fun of these people, okay? Okay, just curious. You can't. You're supposed to answer a question, not do this tricky dicky bullshit. We spoke about that yesterday. Answer the fucking question so that you can go to the next one. Piece of shit.
To be honest and forthright with the committee. I'm asking a very simple question. Are you aware that Director Gabbard was present at the Fulton County raid earlier this year? Yes or no? Are you aware?
I was.
You won't answer that question either.
I just said I was made aware of it by you yesterday.
The first time you learned that Director Gabbard was present at that raid was in my office yesterday?
It was the first time that, in my recollection, I've thought about it recently.
Pixie at her deposition.
Now, was I aware of it before?
What?
You brought it to my attention yesterday.
Okay.
I had not.
So you had not known.
I had not thought.
You see, that was a good. He's doing a good balance too of fucking like just showcasing like that question. What?
You brought it to my attention yesterday.
Okay.
I had not.
So you had not known.
I had not thought about it until you brought it to my attention yesterday.
Your answers lack credibility. Your testimony lacks credibility. You're being evasive and you're not being candid or forthright. And everybody across the country is going to watch this and know that. Are you aware?
Well, no, because nobody knows what any of these committees are. Nobody gives a fuck on any of this shit, and everybody's fucking retarded. So.
Former Director Gabbard testified that her presence at the raid was, quote, requested by the president.
Always been curious about ADHD meds. After a while, do you get used to the effects rendering them useless? My personal opinion, and the opinion of a few things I've read, although be careful on this, is I think that if you have ADHD, I think they will always be helpful to you. I think half the people have to up their dose a little bit until they find a good one. But the people that say that they stop working after a month or two, in my opinion, are looking for that euphoric effect that you just get from an amphetamine high. Don't fall into that trap. Be careful. Don't chase the dragon on that. And the amphetamine high effect does fade, which is fine because ideally you're not looking to get high on your prescription medication.
Candid or forthright, and everybody across the country is going to watch this and know that. Are you aware that former Director Gabbard testified that her presence at the raid was, quote, requested by the president?
I'm not aware of that until now.
Okay, you are now aware of that.
Yeah.
Are you aware that members of this committee are already probing Director Gabbard's potential misconduct in this matter?
No, I don't
know anything.
You're probing it.
Are you aware that the General Counsel and Deputy General Counsel of your office have already...
Is this on my side, or is there a weird electrical clicking on this video Destiny is watching? No, I think it's just your computer.
provided testimony to this committee regarding this matter?
No.
If the White House Chief of Staff or the President asks you to travel somewhere across the United States and oversee the execution of a domestic search warrant on a sensitive election facility, will you do it? Is that appropriate? Is that appropriate for the Director of National Intelligence?
That's a hypothetical.
We all know it's not appropriate.
Senator
for the
Ossoff,
Director
your
of
time
National
expired.
Intelligence. Will you answer the question?
Your time has expired.
Will you give him the opportunity to answer the question? He asks you to travel somewhere across the United States and oversee the execution of a domestic search warrant on a sensitive election facility. Will you do it? Is that appropriate? Is that appropriate for the Director of National Intelligence?
That's a hypothetical.
We all know it's not appropriate.
Senator Ossoff, your time.
It's hypothetical.
National Intelligence. Will you answer the question?
Your time has expired.
Will you give him the opportunity to answer the question? Is this not material right now, sir? Is it appropriate for the Director of National Intelligence to oversee the execution of domestic search warrants at sensitive election facilities? Yes or no?
I think you're asking me, as you just said in your first comment to me.
Yes or no? Is it appropriate?
No.
No.
You are asking me to comment on a matter that you just said was under investigation.
No, I'm asking you.
Okay, Senator Ossoff, your time is expired.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS.
What is this stupid fucking shit? Kill me. Every video is another stupid fucking thing. What is this? This is going to be retarded, isn't it?
Department of War, at the Department of War, we have the most elite warriors on the face of the earth. Every single day, you are pushed to your absolute physical and mental limits.
Every single day. What is our military doing? That every single day they're pushed to their absolute mental physical limits. Every day? Really? All of them?
To master the profession of arms. We demand your all, and you give it. But while we invest heavily in our weapon systems, platforms, and gear, our most decisive tactical advantage will always be the individual warfighter. We have a sacred duty to maintain that advantage, which is why we must constantly look for new ways to optimize your performance, your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best. Because it's well-established science that as we age, your performance,
Hold on, sorry.
your resilience, and your long-term health. And to meet that commitment today, I'm authorizing a new screening program for testosterone deficiency for our service members, ensuring you have the right testosterone levels to operate at your absolute best. Because it's well-established science that as we age, testosterone levels often naturally drop. Under the supervision of our world-class medical professionals, warfighters age 30 and older are going to be tested annually as part of their periodic health assessment. It's a health assessment that happens every year. We're just adding as part of their warfighters age 30 and older are going to be tested annually as part of their periodic health assessment. It's a health assessment that happens every year. We're just adding this test. Those under 30 can voluntarily choose to get the test as well. If treatment is recommended, it's entirely your choice to receive testosterone replacement therapy.
We're building the super soldiers, the Antifa super soldiers. TRT for everyone. Hell yeah.
This initiative, it's not about artificial enhancement. It's about restoring and optimizing your natural capabilities, protecting your longevity, and ensuring you have the biological foundation required to sustain the fight. We owe our warriors the absolute best medical care in the world, and this program delivers on that obligation. Taking care of your long-term health means ensuring you remain strong, resilient, and capable, not just for your next deployment, but for the rest of your life, so you can thrive long after you take off the uniform. As we know, the modern battlefield is brutal and unrelenting. It requires and demands maximum psychological and mental readiness. And by addressing these health markers early, we're keeping you on the leading edge of lethality and giving you the same level of support that you give this nation, the absolute best. Godspeed, keep going, and God bless.
Good one. I debated last night, but not seriously because it's too late and I'm too lazy, driving to DC. How do I I don't know what my suits are made out of, but I feel like the material doesn't wrinkle. Or it's a very weird material. But I don't know about the shirts, but I'm paranoid about putting them in my suitcase. They're not going to wrinkle in my suitcase, right? I've never traveled with with suits before. Hang them off a handle in your car. Well, so I'm in an airplane, so... How do you feel about this take? Wait, this is a troll picture, right? You need to roll, not fold them when you pack. They look like a wrinkle. Also, you should have an iron plus ironing boards at your hotel room. I feel like the material isn't ironable or something. Or I guess you probably have to put the iron on very, very low. It feels like, I don't know. I don't know what the material is. Like, I have no idea. This is a troll thing, right? Oh, no, wait. I'm sorry. Never mind. IMAX is like this. Regular screen is like this. Okay. The Odyssey is a movie where poor people literally see less. I'm pretty sure every single thing you see on TV, you see less of. That's what it means when it says, like, this has been formatted to fit your TV from the original theater version, if you remember that on TV 30 years ago. Well, actually, maybe not anymore, because the TV aspect ratios are different than they were, because TVs now are 16:9 or whatever, and it used to be they're 4:3, and then movies are some weird thing. Oh, true. My doctor friend says the mass TRT is actually going to be a good thing because I think when you get artificial testosterone injections, one of the things that can happen as a symptom is you produce more red blood cells than you actually need. This is why I was able to figure out that boogie thing. So now we're going to have all of our soldiers donating more blood, which is good. We need more blood. Fuck, I didn't do my emails or messages. Why is the testosterone thing bad? It's for things I've talked about before. Hormones for hormones for people are very complicated. No, they're not complicated. Your natural hormone level, you don't really know what it is unless you've like been doing labs your whole life or you've got like some baseline. The problem is that like the reference range, so when you test people and you're looking for a normal report back, is very, very large for testosterone. So basically any single person can measure their T and say, my T is low, give me more, and then you get more of it. And at the very least in the short term, it's like going to be, it's like taking drugs. It's going to feel better. It's like it's essentially anabolic steroids, but like a very light version of what like a lifter would do. So you're probably going to be a bit leaner. You're probably going to get a mood boost. You might have a libido increase, but you're also probably going to feel a little bit more aggressive. There could be medium to long-term negative impacts depending on how much you're getting boosted by. It's just unnecessary. It would be the equivalent of like giving like every single person in the military should have like Adderall because we think that just giving Adderall to everybody is a good thing. And I'm sure if you like do Adderall, like in the short term, like for a week or two, maybe it helps, but then in the long term, you just become jittery. Your heart rate increases. It's not, you know. But for the military, it's just going to be like 90% of people just going to be like, hell yeah, fucking TRT me up. Jesus. I can't believe the AutoPen wrote a whole book. Huh, freaking epic. I don't even know what the fuck the point of this fucking tweet earlier was. At first I thought it was trying to be racist, but then it wasn't even racist. I don't even understand. Hold on. Why the fuck does this account tweet so much? Holy shit. What? Patriot guidelines. What the fuck is the last... Okay, I understand this. So stepping on the flag makes you not American. Okay, sombrero equals not American. Well, I don't understand what this means at the bottom. Oh, it's a trans thing. Oh, okay. Jesus, my bad. What was I thinking? Holy shit, guys. My hearing is on the 29th. So that, you know what that means? We're going to know about my court case in 2 weeks. For real, for real.
A lot of trouble in a primary school when an 8-year-old encouraged me to do the 6-7 thing. A lot of trouble in a primary school.
Good one.
None of this was fake. I'm tired of hearing that.
I hate Nick.
It was not fake that day. President Trump got shot. Unfortunately, he got killed. And I don't want anybody to forget that. And I was looking right in his eyes when it happened. So I don't want people to forget that. And that we struggle.
Sorry, I have a racist montage that I play every day before I go live to remind me of how much I hate.
Niggers.
It's a black guy said that, so that doesn't even count as a bad thing.
I hate Jews. Spicks and mix. Dagos and chinks. But my mouth to God's ears, I really hate those.
This is a meme that says reason to support Argentinians. I'm guessing in football. I also realize you guys don't get credit for knowing flags and shit. I see now the only reason you know them is because they show up in these stupid fucking soccer games. And it's not like you're watching the shit that's going on the screen. So all you do is stare at the stupid fucking flags all day. Fuck you guys.
Every day. Still. Because we don't have answers.
Looking back on that day in Butler, what do you think the Secret Service got most wrong?
Everything. They didn't pick up the radios. They had no communication. They had no communication with the outside. None.
I read in that report that there were 102 calls, radio transmissions that were missed.
Yep.
It says, instead, we found that Secret Service received only 5 phone calls and 3 text messages about crooks. So they're admitting they got 5 calls and texts and they didn't do anything. But what's your reaction?
My reaction is why? Why? Why wouldn't you have reacted from one? I mean, if they would have held him back off that stage and not let him go, I wouldn't be sitting here with you today.
Crooks himself remains shrouded in mystery. Authorities still haven't publicly identified a motive for his attempted assassination of President Trump. You've expressed belief that the gunman, Thomas Crooks, didn't act alone.
I don't believe there was enough.
I feel like I'm losing my mind over my job right now. I don't know. Maybe I just have unrealistic expectations. Well, what's wrong, Pa Hard 47? Fill us in, bud.
Another shooter there, but I believe that he was working with somebody. I believe it was inside. It was an inside job inside the government somewhere.
And this was political?
Oh, yeah.
Political hit.
Absolutely. Yep. Yep.
Have you seen evidence to that?
Oh, I've been told things, but I've had something that happened with me that just afterwards, and you're starting to put the pieces together, it just made total sense.
What will help give you closure?
When the people who put this all together that day are caught and it comes out.
So if you had a message for President Trump, what would it be?
Just to don't forget us and remember what we went through that day. You know, we're still here and we need answers.
Helen Comparator says it was a year before the Secret Service actually reached out to her. The questions that she did ask, she says they didn't answer them fully, and she's now pleading, reaching out to President Trump, hoping that he will intervene, apply pressure, so she can get answers as to what happened here and why.
Wow. Everything is a conspiracy, by the way. Hold on, sorry. I'm finishing my messages, emails. You guys are okay.
After the project is complete, only 5 permanent jobs remain. 2 Indians, 2 Chinese, and 1 somebody from Nigeria. I'm sorry, I'm nervous.
She saw the thing on the paper and wow.
Nervous. After the project is complete, only 5 permanent jobs remain. 2 Indians, 2 Chinese, and 1
Oh, wait, is that the whole thing? Destiny.
This is what you could end up looking like if you eat some of the raw, frozen shrimp being sent to the United States by other countries.
Jesus Christ. Who lies more? We fact-checked. Liberals versus conservatives. Jubilee. Teen kills stepdad for uncovering his sick secret. Top laner. First look at Charlie Kirk Monument, said to be unveiled in Times Square on September 10th. This piece was handcrafted by renowned Italian sculptor Sergio Fernari. This is a troll, right? This is not real. I don't believe it.
maybe Jank was right.
Oh my God. 11-minute Hasan slapper. Let's go.
He was telling me earlier he wanted to go after me instead of before me because he actually had a speech prepared. What a passionate one that was. Thank you for having me. And more importantly, thank you, as Jank also aptly put, defending free expression, which is supposed to be a fundamental pillar of Western liberal democracy. And unfortunately, it brings me no pleasure to report to you that Western liberalism is failing. And that is precisely because Western liberal capitalist democracy is failing. Now, many of you have probably heard me deliver this speech tenfold in a million different directions. And maybe some of you actually heard me deliver this speech inside of the hall that you're currently sitting on only a year and a half ago. Because under Tory governments and even under the Keir Starmer government, I was able to enter the country of the United Kingdom without any sort of impediment, without any sort of transgressions, with ease. But when I initially was allowed into the country, the attitude against Israel had not shifted so dramatically. The conversation that I had last time I was at Oxford Union centered around the dangers of the conflation between anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, the dangers of the false conflation between Israel and Judaism. This conflation is not only used by the likes of the ADL president, Jonathan Greenblatt. ADL is the Anti-Defamation League. I call it the Apartheid Defense League. But also a conflation utilized by the likes of neo-Nazis such as Nicolas Fuentes.
Does Hasan drink before stuff? He sounds retarded. I think he has this new, I don't know who taught him this or where he learned this, but I guess in stepping up his propaganda game, there's like, I don't know how I would describe this, like Markov chaining together like these blocks of concepts. There's like a way to speak like this where you just have like points and sentences that you want to kind of like hit over and over again, and then you kind of just like change the subjects around every time. I don't know, watching him speak lately is driving me crazy compared to how it used to be. Ugh.
Now, the only difference there is Nick Fuentes is anti-Israel, and he uses that conflation to foment Jew hatred. And Jonathan Greenblatt, on the other hand, is pro-Israel, and he uses that conflation as a weapon and sometimes as a shield. Now, this conflation has been...
Search up the meaning of inculcation. Refers to the process of instilling knowledge, attitudes, or values into someone through persistent and frequent repetition. Oh, this is what I said he was doing when he kept using certain phrases or words or whatever. True.
Has been used in service of defending the apartheid state, the Zionist entity, for almost 80 years, and quite successfully. And the only reason why it was successful is because most people did not understand the concept of Zionism, and most people were utterly oblivious to the ways in which Israel has dominated the lives of almost 15 million Palestinian people, 10 million under occupation, and another 5 all around the world. But things are changing. Times are changing. Now people are aware of the violence that Israel has brought about the Palestinian population, the ethnic cleansing of the Nakba from 1947 that transcended all the way into 2026. But the final stage and the final solution of this ethnic cleansing operation unfolding in real time in broad daylight on our social media screens, on our phones, on our TVs, in the rare moments that CNN or other mainstream media outlets ever even offered any coverage to it, as the genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. This genocide is ongoing, and it has caused a seismic shift in the attitude amongst the Western world's youngest. Those who previously did not know what Israel even was now have a very negative opinion. As I like to always note, today is the most popular Israel will ever be going forward. Yesterday, Israel was more popular than it is today. And tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it is today. And unfortunately for us, there are some consequences. Because while Israel has been able to justify its existence as an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region and a reliable Cold War ally against pan-Arabic nationalism and potential Arab states aligning with the Soviets at the time during the Cold War.
These, like, he didn't know any of this in the past, so somebody is writing these scripts for him as well. This is true, though. They never bring this up. That's how I know he doesn't know this, because he would have brought these up in past arguments, or he would, like this, I don't think I've ever heard anybody besides me bring this up in debates, that in the past, pre-70s, the Soviets were big supporters of the surrounding Arab states of Israel. It's one of the reasons why the United States, especially in 73, was so willing to support Israel. I've never heard him bring this point up before.
Extended all the way into 2026. But the final stage and the final solution of this ethnic cleansing operation, unfolding in real time in broad daylight on our social media screens, on our phones, on our TVs, in the rare moments that CNN or other mainstream media outlets ever even offered any coverage to it, as the genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. This genocide is ongoing, and it has caused a seismic shift in the attitude amongst the Western world's youngest. Those who previously did not know what Israel even was now have a very negative opinion. As I like to always note, today is the most popular Israel will ever be going forward. Yesterday, Israel was more popular than it is today. And tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it is today. And unfortunately for us, there are some consequences. Because while Israel has been able to justify its existence as an unsinkable aircraft carrier in a resource-rich region and a reliable Cold War ally against pan-Arabic nationalism and potential Arab states aligning with the Soviets at the time during the Cold War, Israel has far outlived its usefulness. But in that same exact time frame, over the course of 80 years, Israel has been able to get unlimited and unprecedented amounts of access into Western institutions. Because without unlimited loyalty, fealty, and unlimited tax dollars being spent, weapons being shipped overseas to Israel, Israel would not be able to exist as the violent entity that it is. Because Israel is an apartheid state. And that's just not my assessment of the issue. That's not just your assessment on the matter. That is the assessment of the United Nations, the international.
Do you think he has someone else write these scripts for him because of all the heat he's catching around how stupid he is? No, I think that, I don't know, something changed over the last year where his, like, the subversive propaganda stuff became way more over the top. I don't know if it's just a coincidence that it coincided with his trips to China and Cuba and Qatar or whatever, or what. I have no idea. Did he hire a research team? No. This isn't research. This is not like intellectual stuff. This is like agitprop stuff. This is like written in a highly politically. I'm trying to think of what is even comparable. Rush Limbaugh and Michael. I used to listen to talk radio guys. They didn't really do this thing. I'm trying to think of like. No! Wait. I don't even know what this is. I don't care. I'm not signed into a Microsoft account, am I? Well, hold on. What? Why won't this message go away? Okay. Good luck. Okay, I'm trying to think of like this. I'm saying this, and actually, I don't know if what I'm saying is like immediately understandable or not. There's this like way that he speaks now. This has been over the last several months, or what was, I want to say since he came back from China, but maybe it was a bit before that or a bit after. I don't remember exactly, but there's this way of speaking where I'm trying to think of like socialism has failed through all of human history. Liberalism has succeeded in every place it's been tried. Socialist leaders always engage in agitprop. Socialist leaders want to make the government rich and you by making you poor. The government wants mansions for their employees and shacks for the working class. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. You have like some set of like things like this. And then there's like these statements that you have, and then every time there's like a news story or anything that pops up, like everything is weaved around these kind of, I wouldn't even call them tenets. This, what did that one guy say? Inculcation of like repeating this always. So like, let's say that there's like a story that comes out, and the story is like, you know, the Mamdani tries grocery store experiment in New York. Bodega owners push back. Grocery stores are like massive failures. So like with that as the story, and then I start speaking, you know, it's like, so you have like chunks of the story, and then you push in like your talking points. This like way of, like a very particular way of speaking. So Mamdani has tried and failed, to no one's surprise, to do the socially funded grocery stores in New York City. We all knew it was going to fail because socialism has failed through all of human history. Go figure, the bodegas and all of the other smaller stores in New York City were able to come together once the socialist-funded projects failed because, again, as we know, liberalism, as I like to say, has succeeded in every place it's been tried. New York City is no exception. Mamdani has attacked these bodega owners, as we would expect him to, as they always have done, because socialist leaders can do nothing more than engage in agitprop. Remember, the only way that store was going to work in New York City, where you had to give all of your money to the socialist store owner, the only way that was going to work was by you sending your money to the government to make them rich while you live in your expensive housing and become poor. Because, as we know, socialist-style governments have failed and all of it. It's like this, like it, and it's once you like hear it and you know like the chunks of phrases and the talk, it just, it makes my skin crawl listening to this. I feel like I'm listening to like a 1984 prompter. It's so fucking weird. And oh God, it's so like empty and like the problem is that it's like so blatantly like you're watching somebody try to rape your mind with propaganda. It's so over the top, blatant, and obvious. And I hate it. Oh God, I hate it. It's so fucking annoying. And he does it, and it's all like the phrases about Israel and the West and the final solution and the neo-Nazis and the
Criminal Court, the International Court of Justice, and virtually every single humanitarian organization, including Israeli humanitarian like organizations such as B'Tselem.
Good job.
But it seemingly doesn't matter. The reason why it doesn't matter.
Legit feels like reading talking points off a prompter. He has them written somewhere for sure. I don't know how much he needs to refer to them, though. If you've spoken like this for a while, I imagine it becomes second nature, just work them in constantly.
But it seemingly doesn't matter. The reason why it doesn't matter is because the issue around Israel has reached such a boiling point that it's no longer just a matter of foreign entanglements that our governments find ourselves involved in. It's not simply a matter of domestic policy changing on a moment's notice, but this has now become a crisis of democracy because Israel is a fascist state. And I believe that both the United Kingdom, the United States of America, and many other Western liberal democracies are slowly but surely also turning into fascist authoritarian states.
Every single talking point, every single thing this guy does, And it's the same with fucking MAGA, which is even sadder. At least Hasan is like an actual subversive person, and MAGA actually thinks they're doing something better. All of it, from the Russian propaganda to the Qataris to the Chinese, all of it is designed to undermine the Western world order. That's what all of it is for. The lib left do not understand this. It is fucking Rokana. Fuck, I cannot believe nobody understands. But I mean, I get it, because if you don't spend all day here, you just don't see it. But like, if you were to try to think out, what do you need to do to weaken the West? Every single thing that people like him suggest goes towards that. How do you weaken the West? Brexit. How do you weaken the West? Destroy Israel. Get out of there. How do you weaken the West? No more Saudi Arabia. U.S. needs to be involved in nothing. Get them out of everything's evil. Everything's horrible. Everything's terrible. Get rid of all the corporations, all the big companies, like every single thing aligns with a pro-Chinese or pro-Russia thing.
Liberal democracies are slowly but surely also turning into fascist authoritarian states as well. So while some people in this room might find it funny or might find it amusing that your least favorite content creator or a rabble-rouser such as myself or my Uncle Jank were not allowed into the country, the reality of the matter...
One thing I wonder, too, I don't watch him enough to check this. When he's speaking like this, I wonder if he's ever bringing up me or Asmongold, or I wonder if these are like totally separate things. That would be interesting if that was correlated. If like when he's on these kinds of like little tirades, because they're pre-written or whatever, that it's only about whatever agit propaganda he wants to do, or whatever current events thing, and then you don't see any of the personal grievances come up in these. But maybe they do, I'm not sure.
That your least favorite content creator or a rabble-rouser such as myself or my Uncle Jank were not allowed into the country. The reality of the matter is this precedent is dangerous. The opaque structure in which our travel was stopped.
What you mentioned about trying to push this at LibCon, you think you'll find like-minded support or have to debate people, convince people? I think liberals are very far behind on understanding the media environment. I haven't felt any differently about that. I don't think... The biggest thing that I think liberals are missing, that from my understanding is, or at least for older establishment types, is they don't understand how intentional and inorganic the MAGA and tanky messaging is. Maybe there are other people that I haven't spoken to yet that do, but legitimately, I don't think they understand the intentional crafting of everything. Yeah.
Structure in which our travel was stopped is scary, not just because our rights were removed, but it's scary because if they can do that to us, they can do that to anyone. And they have been doing it to both yourselves and many others as well. Palestine action in a laughable, albeit still scary way.
It's really weird to me because he must be aware that if what he's advocating comes to pass, it's going to destroy basically his entire lifestyle career. I don't know. I mean, he would be part of the elite, right? Like none of the socialist oligarchs in Russia or the Soviet Union or whatever. It's not like these people become poor or anything, right? They would be part of whatever elite class. I don't even know if they think that far ahead. I have no idea what drives them internally. He seems too shallow for it to be genuinely ideological. I really have no idea. I don't know.
Palestine action in a laughable, albeit still scary way, was prescribed as a terrorist organization.
Have you ever tried explaining? I do. And I feel like when I start to explain, in the last couple of meetings I have had, people, like I've said, people have discrete concepts. And I think when I start to explain, I feel like the lights start to come on a little bit where there's some recognition. But then the next part of the conversation is hard because then it's like, okay, well, what do you think is the solution? And then when I get prescriptions there, it's very rough. And it's like, well, I mean, you have to be able to have conversations with media people to make them aware of what's going on. And then they have to be on board with some kind of messaging apparatus because the conservatives are, right? And then I've had it where the conversation from there will go a couple ways. But usually I'll hear things like, well, we're a big tent party. So people have like a lot of disagreement. And it's like, it doesn't matter. It's not this, you're past, that's not really the point, right? The Republicans are a big tent party right now. Arguably, it's destroying them. But their messaging is like just all on point, yeah. But I don't know.
Albeit still scary way, was prescribed as a terrorist organization a year and a half ago. And since then, hundreds of pensioners, the elderly and the youth alike, have been arrested for simply protesting against the government's prescription by holding up signs that say they support Palestine action. A government.
Like he doesn't know anything about British politics, but he gets some of the because whoever's writing for him or giving these talking points, he's getting like some of the buzzwords as well, right? When you hear like pensioners and everything, these are lefty or Labour, I guess, whatever, left-leaning signaling buzzwords for British politics as he's speaking about his UK ban and everything too. I hate that we have no insight into any of this.
That is willing and able to take such a stringent approach to engage in such unfathomable acts of repression will not stop at Palestine action. And the only reason why they're doing this is because...
Can you specify what you mean by intentional? The word has a lot of history. What? What I mean is that Republicans at the very top of like Fox News know that they're lying, but they lie on behalf of the party to push the party's lies. And they will coordinate with this from the top down. That's what I mean.
They can't have a real conversation on this issue. They're not doing this because they simply want to offer unlimited support and fealty to the nation state of Israel. They're doing this...
Fealty is important, right? We bow to Israel. There are gods and rulers.
Because they are terrified of democracy. They're terrified of your...
Trying to rebrand and relabel the peoples. I feel like that's like always like a key... Well, maybe I'm too negatively loaded. When it was like, we're the people's republic, the people's government, the people's...
Because they are terrified of democracy. They're terrified of your voices being heard. They're terrified of addressing the masses.
I've noticed so much anti-EU/UK bots in Reddit lately giving these talking points. Is it Russia or China? I mean, it's some combination of both. I don't know. I don't read much about China's ops or whatever. I'm sure a lot of it is Russian. At this point, there might be a decent amount that's there might be a decent amount that's organic as well, because people now have this feeling. But like, if you think about it, when you read about anything in America, the only thing that's ever presented in a good light anymore is the people, and everything else is horrible trash. Like, remember like 20 years ago, sometimes on the internet, there'd be like a video of like, oh, this is how cement is made, or this is how whatever, this is this, or like just like random things. Now every single thing is bad. This is how billionaires borrow against their assets to scam the American people. This is how McDonald's rapes cows to make the beef tastier. This is how corporations buy homes to destroy the foundations to sell them to trans black families. Like, every single thing is bad and horrible. The cops are murdering and raping everybody. The corporations are stealing from your 401ks and taking everything. All of the government is in bed with lobbyists and trying to destroy everything. Like if you had somebody describe to you the U.S. government now, who's like under the age of maybe any age actually at this point. I don't know where the average person is, because they're not always online as much. But for any of the online people, you ask them to describe the U.S. government, and then you were to say, from their description of how things are in the U.S., can you tell me what this society is like? It would envision you're living in like a hellhole, like an actual like despot, authoritarian, like police are murdering randoms on the street, and corporations are literally coming to your house to kill grandma to make room for new illegal immigrants that they're bringing into sex traffic to Epstein Island government. Like, it's just like so much negativity on everything. Yeah, Jesus. I don't know. What are you going to do?
And they're terrified of having to change their foreign policy or even their domestic policy on the whims of the masses. Now, Cenk and I probably differ a little bit in our solutions. He says you have to go out and protest and say free, free Palestine, which I agree with. That's a good thing. But I also believe that given that we have the numbers, that we have the people, that the majority is on our side.
The people. It's just like, it's like the most obvious, like every bad guy in every movie and TV show, every movement I feel in history like this, the people. I don't know.
That we have the moral position. We also have an obligation to make ourselves unbowed and undeniable, an undeniable force. And the only way to do that is through organizing, is through labor militancy. And this is why I always urge people to not only organize in their communities, and I have personally experienced the successes.
I've had conversations with people in influential positions, but I have a hard time formalizing these issues without sounding schizo. How do you approach it? I mean, I like to give my little conversation style thing to people and then have them look for it. Like, here, this is how I think these are the 4 styles of conversations you can have in media. You should look at these when people talk in the future for doing interviews and see if you think anything lines up. Being able to predict stuff is a hugely like eye-opening moment for some people. It's like, here, look at how these go, and then this guy's gonna have an interview here. Let's see what it looks like, because I would predict it would look like this, and let's see what happens, right? That predictive stuff like that. But I mean, it's like this is like a process over time, and the person has to really want to even engage at this level, and most people don't. And
of even decentralized movements like in Minneapolis, Minnesota, where the Democratic leadership in the state and in the city completely left behind the population that had voted for them prior when the Donald Trump administration decided to occupy the city, to punish its inhabitants, to a degree where they ended up killing not only, where they ended up deposing of and kidnapping not only hundreds, if not thousands of non-citizen neighbors, and sometimes even detaining American citizens in the process. They ended up killing 2 American citizens. But at the end of the day, the people engaged in direct action, and they were able to become ungovernable, and they were able to stop the administration. This should give you hope. And there's a lot more that we have. There's a lot more tools that we have at our disposal. Work stoppages.
This is one of his best speeches of all time. Oh my God, kill me.
General strikes and labor militancy overall is the last bastion of defense to make sure that we can defend work stoppages administration. This should give you hope. And there's a lot more that we have. There's a lot more tools that we have at our disposal. Work stoppages, general strikes, and labor militancy overall.
Work stoppages, general strikes, and labor militancy. All of these are heavily Marxist-loaded terms. None of these had anything to do with why Minnesota was able to expel all the ICE officers, but it was like mass protests and demonstrations and stuff in the street, and it was pushed back from the politicians of the state. But okay, buddy.
Is the last bastion of defense to make sure that we can defend the fundamentals of democracy. And I hope that you guys will feel dissuaded. I know that boycott, divestment, and sanctions initiatives have been implemented in many schools, including in Oxford, and have failed. And there has been an undemocratic process in many of these institutions of higher learning where student governments will sometimes make a decision to deny funds to Hillel on campus that's directly contributing funds to the Israeli occupation forces, units that are responsible for war crimes. They're offering material support to an entity that is doing terrorism to a civilian population. And when the student government body votes to stop this, the government of the school, the administration, steps in and starts punishing the student government instead. This is an undemocratic process, but it should not discourage you. It should only cause you to push further. Because at the end of the day, these are some of the worst people, okay? You don't want to give them a W. You don't want to give them a win. So if you cannot find hope and revolutionary optimism in the face of such inhumane cruelty that you see, that seemingly your peers turn a blind eye to, let spite be your motivator.
Revolutionary.
Thank you.
Oh, that was a prepared speech for this too. Jesus. Ugh. It's so crazy, bruv. It's just crazy how like overt it is. But Hutch just new ultra wise. What's this? Ultra wide stream layout to trigger you. Holy Giga Chad. Wait, does he crush the screen down here? Like, does he actually crush it? Or is he just cutting stuff off? Or do you think now he has foreign help? I have no idea. I don't know. I do know he's collaborating with somebody, but I don't know who or what. Illuminator, thank you for the 5 subs, buddy. How do higher learning institutions just not even realize what's happening with that messaging? Well, for the union stuff, these aren't like the schools themselves. They're like student bodies in the school. It's not like the school was making a decision on anything. It's just the student bodies in the school, who can theoretically invite anybody. So, We're covering more scouts today? Yeah, we might later. Okay, hold on. We'll get to this Joe Rogan thing in a sec.
Detroit News, 15 minutes ago. Detroit News, sample 500, U.S. Senate Michigan Democratic primary 2026. Haley Stevens at 48%.
Wait, we watched this last night, didn't we?
Abdul El Sayed at 41%, undecided, and other at 10%. We'll flip that.
Oh, I think we did.
It's expected. Good results for Stevens, although it's worth noting that Glenn Garriff has been consistently strong poll for her this primary. They've had her ahead in every survey they've conducted so far. I don't know that.
The issue is the university/academy is the pretty significant leftist takeover of certain political science departments and social sciences more generally. Maybe, I don't know.
Their methodology, but I would expect this poll to probably underestimate youth turnout.
You're about to see the most racist shit in the universe if El Sayed loses in Michigan. Oh, man. Low information voters fucking up a winnable election for Dems because they get brainwashed by APAC TV ads. More news at 11. Jews and blacks, the closest allies. Oh. 55 earlier, but I'm not insecure, so I don't care if you thank me at all or not. Well, thank you, Xalo.
Continue doing trade-in. Would like to continue doing trade-in. This just took place, July 14th, 2026. It seems to me like Singapore is a nation of laws, is a law-abiding nation, is a nation of laws and order. Singapore law firms are extremely expensive and their law system don't play around. Pegasus would be cooked really fast and lose badly and get at least 2 years in prison. That was, of course, a cigarette, which I will be throwing out in a bin. I would never discard of trash.
What is it? The Pegasus guy just makes videos on Hasan? He hates him so much. What am I missing there?
In the beautiful nation state of Singapore, by throwing it to the ground, I would never do that. Because I respect the laws.
We're just joking, guys. We're just joking. Get him caned. Get him executed. Of course, perhaps even more canings. That's my new name now, apparently. And the funniest part about all of this, on the 0.0001% chance that this deranged psycho is even allowed into Singapore, you would be the one more likely to be caned in this scenario, I'd say.
What? Singapore! The beautiful nation state of Singapore, do you see this? He is issuing a direct threat, saying that I would not be welcome, that my money is no good. Look at the suit. I am an international shipping magnate.
I don't think people get executed for making YouTube videos. That's more likely for drugs, you fucking moron.
He must be on drugs if he's saying such things. I don't even understand it. Through libel suits is necessary because public confidence in a corruption-free government underpins Singapore's success. Very, very interesting. I mean, he's a criminal, and he's obviously put me in a great state of emotional distress over his many, many years of cyber stalking, mass harassment campaigns, and defamation. There's just a litany of defamatory statements.
Where are all these mass harassment campaigns against Hasan? What is he referring to there?
That he has made, and of course, the beautiful nation state of Singapore will probably put an end to this criminal behavior, and racism. I forgot. I can't believe I forgot. We forgot that he's also racist. That's such an important part. Isn't there a racism statute? Lee Kuan Yew would be so disappointed.
Moving on to Diet Hasan, aka Noah Samson, the Ethan lawsuit has actually been dismissed.
I think there's something really funny about the fact that he just sounds like such a goddamn nerd. I can't get over it. Like, I don't know if this is, partially because we've just expected worse and worse content in our endless bottom of the barrel slop quest. But like, I can't find myself sincerely tuning into a guy that sounds like this. No disrespect. Like, he is audibly, how people say you got a face for the radio? He's got a voice for being quiet, I guess. I don't know what he would be on. He's got a voice for print media.
They are insane. Look at your chat. We got Mount.
Get Pegasus executed, Lamau. Yeah, this is real. Yeah, Mountain Griddle actually wants to kill you, man. He's not that fat Lamau. That fat Lamau right there. Also, Smoke Zazabert. Is Hezbollah not a part? ISIL, obviously, understandably. Wow. So Hamas and Hezbollah are not considered terrorist organizations in the beautiful nation of Singapore. Huh.
That's a Hasan stuff going.
So that definitely would open him up for slander He's slandering you as a terrorist supporter in a nation that does not designate Hamas a terrorist organization. Frankly, you might be able to return to business.
Why do you think he actively attacks his dude on stream, but you're still Voldemort? I don't know. There's something that exists here that I just don't know because I haven't watched enough. I'm not sure what their beef is. Maybe he feels like he has some kind of, does he have connections in Singapore or something, or thinks that Singapore can get him in trouble more than anything
With the good
else?
nation of Singapore soon, provided the lashings are recorded and disseminated publicly. Yes. His audience collectively have the IQ of a sea cucumber, like all together. Have you seen his comments, dude? I mean, first of all, they think he's funny. They think he's intelligent. They're unsalvageable.
Idea that some.
No, the answer is clear. Okay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cane to ass. In Long, senior minister in the Prime Minister's office and member of Parliament for Ang Mo Kio, who happens to sign his own post with his initials LHL. I will be asking him that question. I'll say, hey, sir, you're a wonderful guy. Wow. Mutuals, by the way. Mutuals with Ben Rhodes.
He's very small, so he can crush him. He's not that small, no.
My friend, Ben Rhodes, also known as Ben Hamas Rhodes. More Pegaslop. More Pegaslop.
I didn't even bother responding. I'm not getting baited by this fucking retard. Sean. Neo-Nazis when you cover a story of a 43-year-old American leftist who got with a 28-year-old asylum fraudster who was clearly scamming her, and how she posted about nonstop about him until killed her, then fled back to the country he was pretending to be a refugee from. What? How is he a scammer if he murdered her? Isn't that the worst scammer ever? Like, I've got this sick idea. I'm going to scam this white woman. Okay, what's the scam? Well, after I get her to fall in love with you, I'm going to bring her to this country and then first-degree murder her. What? Epic. That's an epic scam, bruh. Oh, watch this a bit. I don't know if I can make it through this or I'm going to get triggered, though. Then we'll see this Joe Rogan episode. Oh, boy.
So I'm a podcast, Jay Shapiro here. I'm going to play another section from my debate with Destiny, Stephen Bennell, hosted by Paul P.F. Chang. And this one is about when Paul asked me to lay out sort of my general argumentation that Zionism ought to be seen as a colonial project, and therefore the resistance to it is an anti-colonial and sort of morally sympathetic anti-colonial resistance movement for all that we could say about how that's being done, et cetera. And so he asked me to do that. But stick around at the end, because this is the passage, and I'm going to let it play for a bit, that Destiny's crowd certainly had the most problem with my emphasis on. And so I'll be back at the end to give you a little bit more context in response to some of the criticism I got for this.
I know that the kind of the underlying issue of colonization is relevant. Maybe also we can touch on, and I don't know if this is part of what you want to go after, Jay, but because there was dispute, I think, at the beginning of whether or not, the fact that Israel is the Jewish state, that's what's philosophically charging it here, or that's what's charging it emotionally, versus some other factor of, so we can talk about those issues. But yeah, Jay, if you want to, what is your kind of assessment on the, underlying philosophy here? And I will be right back, but go ahead, Jay.
Yeah, so I made this argument recently in an essay that and actually I used the exact photo you're talking about, the hostage on the back of the pickup truck or whatever, that everyone just kind of knows immediately, and she looks so horrified or whatever. And I did the sort of forbidden framing of being like, well,
he's just replaying the whole
Islamic
debate?
people, but yeah, it's to their moral benefit anywhere to go home. So how are we going to
coming of age, coming again caliphate, or this unified, like pan-Arab idea?
But ushered in, and again, not to their liking, this isn't to say they were fighting, murdered by the Zionist when he's is a path where Muslims and Jews lived together fine for thousands of years. I think that's always an exaggerated story of the Jews, in these countries.
Sure.
And that's the path. And I don't think I'm just bullshitting it because I, like you, also want a solution. I think there's historical, philosophical, and moral truth to what I just laid out. So I just want to speak a little bit more about the colonialism thing here, because I got a whole bunch of comments from Destiny's crowd thinking that I somehow am like erasing or downplaying or diminishing or non-European horrors or colonialism or history of, slavery or domination or exploitation in other forms. And I think it's a very strange claim and a very strange charge coming my way. But first I want to notice something there. I don't think anybody's disputing that Zionism is or was a colonial project, or at least underwritten and implemented in the world by overtly racist colonialists. And everybody
was racist back then, number one. Number two, I don't think you could call it a colonial project. It just doesn't. In too many ways, it just doesn't map on cleanly. I don't think. Like who colonizing for
What does
who?
this guy mean when he says he's an anarchist?
When he says what?
He's an anarchist. What does he mean by that?
It's an. In my mind, I just interpret it as hates the West. That's what I don't know. I don't know what anybody technically means by that.
As I kept saying, the mentality and the actions and policies that go with that, from Balfour to Churchill and the quote that I read onward, Zionism, for better or worse, was signed by those people. And so I think that shouldn't be ignored. I don't think anybody has ignored that. So if you accept, again, I'll get to this charge that I'm getting here that I think is about me, but if you accept that Zionism is colonial, or is worked hand in hand with racist colonial projects, racist colonizers, well, then it ought to face resistance, which it did and continues to do. So that's about all you need to do to accept the claim, at least the starting claim. And again, it's more complicated than that, but the starting claim that Palestinian resistance in all forms is a resistance to this form of colonialization.
In all forms?
But what's strange to me is people thinking that I'm like obsessed with European or white colonialism or something and nothing else. Like I said nothing about, Chinese or South American or other forms of domination or whatever, but I do think this is very strange, this claim. Because what else am I supposed to talk about?
It's not strange at all because, I thought that was one of the weirder moments of the debate. He, in a very weird way, he explicitly said, I want to define colonialism in a way that basically only encompasses Israel. And what did he give the year? Did he say 1897? He's like, I want to freeze the world just at 1897. And it's like, what? Okay, why? What, I don't know. That's okay. What?
In a debate and a conversation about Zionism other than European colonization as a specific, not like unique evil in the world, but as a specific historical epoch, which we are clearly still living through. I think we're on the other side of the map breaking apart, right? So when I say something, we are clearly as a specific, in a debate and a conversation about Zionism other than European colonization as a specific, not like unique evil in the world, but as a specific historical epoch, which we are clearly still living through. I think we're on the other side of the map breaking apart, right? So when I say something like, go back to the year 1800 or something and take a look at the political arrangement of humans and nations and whatever on earth and the way economies are looking, that is an overtly European-led colonized world, right? I think that's hard to dispute. It doesn't mean it was the only evil happening in the world, but certainly was a dominant force worth talking about. And Zionism, not being birthed in South America or wherever, being birthed in Europe, in concert, going to meetings with these people, trying to win favor with these people. What am I not supposed to be talking about European colonialization here? Am I not supposed to be looking at that as a major dominant historical epoch? And yes, tied to, I think, the industrialization and capitalism that was really taking hold in Europe, kind of supercharging this world for worse, I would say, not for better. Of course, there's arguments about the civilizing mission of colonization, et cetera, that you still hear from time to time. But am I not supposed to be talking about this when I talk about Zionism? I really don't quite understand the charge there. And so assessing the world of overt, unapologetic colonization, which is, again, European-led, those were the metropoles, and that world breaking apart into the whatever we're going to see next, hopefully liberation from that, I would argue, unliberated and unfree world. What that looks like, if we actually get there, if that involves nation states, and which it seems to be the phase that we're in now, in World War I and World War II, and hopefully not many, many more. I think it's not a stretch to say that we're living through the historical epoch of that world breaking apart into what comes next, which I hope is a form of deeper liberation, which is not defined through states and nations. Always it could be personal liberation, whatever it looks like, and it's very messy and it's very violent. And, I don't think there's anything. I'm not saying anything strange there or putting too much emphasis on the racist, evil, exploitative system of European-led colonization there. That again, Zionism indisputably was a project of. Maybe.
Okay, what? This is holy yap. Okay, I don't care. Never mind. Josiah said, did you see Jack Posobiec versus Brian Tyler Cohen on Piers Morgan, which Jack straight up says, or he straight up lied and said Pizzagate, he wasn't a Pizzagate conspiracy theorist? Oh. I have not. Wait. I do want to see this. We didn't watch this. This was a while ago. Didn't, is it this one? The Bulwark. No, I just want to see his whole... Link me the episode on Piers.
Put the Joe Rogan in the bag.
No. Oh my god. I clicked an Imager link on accident and now my whole fucking shit is frozen over here. Okay. Where are my linkers? Where's the one-on-one? I just want the one-on-one interview from Piers' channel, not from Tim Miller's perspective, the one that got posted on Piers.
The people are yearning for a cops ads.
No, fuck that. It was on the Bulwark. Like, Piers went onto the Bulwark? It wasn't a Piers Morgan show, it was a...
MAGA is now turning on MAGA. This is the movement that you have created.
Oh. Piers Morgan, Tim Miller.
Okay, what do you want me to do? Be a liar?
Let me get a Red Bull, hold on.
Shine his turds, pretend like he's something that he's not. I mean, look, if the honest truth is, everybody who goes in to work for Trump and then has a falling out with him and leaves sounds like me. Hey, everybody. We got a doubleheader for you today, and it's going to be a doozy. I've been trying to get Piers Morgan to have the tables turned on him for a while now, and so he booked this date. You know, not planning that the Graham Plattner campaign was going to blow up the night before. And so I didn't kind of want to waste time with him on that. So if you want Plattner takes, we've got plenty of options for you. Me and Sarah over on the Bulwark Takes feed did almost an hour on Plattner alone. The Next Level, which comes out on Tuesday nights. Sam is in for JVL. We're all still sending our love to JVL and his family, but we'll be discussing Plattner more there. We'll also be discussing Mitch McConnell, who...
Wait, is JVL gay? Did somebody say this at one point? Is it like a me? Wait, is Sarah a lesbian? Wait, is everybody at the Bulwark gay? Or am I making this up? No, I'm mixing her up with the one Kara, I think, is a lesbian, right? No, JVL has like 6 kids. Oh, so what? We don't believe in beards anymore? Kara is the lesbian, not Sarah. Wait, Sarah is also gay. Oh. Wait, what the fuck? What's going on over there? These spaces have got some...
Is MIA.
Something in the water.
So there'll be some discussion of that as well. So if you're looking for Plattner and McConnell takes, TNL, or head over to the Bulwark Takes feed. On this show, it's a double header. We get into serious business about military affairs in the world with Mark Hertling in segment 2. So make sure to stick around for that. But up first, it's Piers Morgan. All right, he is the host of Piers Morgan Uncensored on YouTube. It's Piers Morgan himself. The tables are turned. Welcome to the show.
I'm a bit apprehensive about this because I suddenly realised you've never interviewed me. And I've had you on my show many times, thank you. But this is like the real poacher turned gamekeeper, as we would say in England.
I love that you're apprehensive. Well, I'm going to start with a compliment. We're going to start, we're going to butter you up at the beginning because we may have some disagreements to get to. I've been trying to have you on since your interview with Russell Brand. It was a real...
You want to hear... Listen, I try not to do the whatever bullshit. Never mind. I heard El Sayed's taxes dropped. I saw that this morning. Apparently he had like 680K last year or something. People were mad.
Moment of professional jealousy for me for this reason. For people who didn't watch it, you were asking him about what Bible verse he was referencing, and let's play what happened.
Thank you for asking me.
Thank you. I didn't hurt, did it?
A little bit.
This was so
it was
humiliating.
This
Oh my
from
god.
Isaiah. You're right. Bear did say, be chilled. Sometimes I lose the chill, man. It's pretty.
Wait, people are saying 260K in capital gains? Ooh, I wonder what the ordinary exchange is. Like when you have investments. Did that even, the fuck I just said, did that even make sense? Wait. He had 300,000 in taxable gains income, or he paid 300,000 in capital gains tax? Hold on, fuck it. Let's, god damn it. Um, 7A, capital gain or loss. Okay. He had a capital gain of 262K. This means that, so he sold, well, this could mean anything. We don't really know anything about that, right? We don't really have any information, I guess, about total assets. Yeah, the weirdest thing I heard was apparently half his income is like 300K comes from an other box, and nobody knows where that money's from, but...
He said on Twitter, I think, that he sold like one of his houses or something.
One of his houses? Based? Does that not count as a capital gain or whatever? Would that go somewhere different, or...?
I think that was, he was saying that that was the capital gain.
Oh, okay. Landlord.
Is this? They don't like that, do they, in the old gallery? But remember, you just said it's a hired spot. This is from Isaiah.
Oh, wait, bruv. From Katy Perry, right?
Excuse me. Man, I'm not in a market before.
How did he only pay 111K on 600K of income? I'd have to read his whole tax return to tell you, but capital gains at that bracket isn't it only 15%? And then does it go to 30% past like 600K or something? Federal U.S. taxes. Did he drop any of his schedules, or did he just post the front page of the 1040 or the 2 pages or whatever?
He posted 1 page
of the 1040. Nice. That basically tells you nothing. A capital gains rate of 20% applies to the extent that your taxable income exceeds the... Wait, what the fuck? Was it always like this? Wait, your capital gains rate is impacted by your ordinary income? Or is this, if your taxable income, is that only applied to your capital gains income? Overall taxable income. Oh no, this must be just your capital gains income, right? For short term, we're not talking short term, we're always talking long term. When you say capital gains, you're always talking long term. This is the weird thing about the... You can make arguments for why it's fair or why it's not fair, but I feel like this is the weird thing about how capital gains works. Is that if I'm chilling and I just kind of sit back and I make $500,000 last year for my investments, and let's say I sell all 500,000 and I realize all of that as a gain, then from that 500K, I pay 15% flat tax against that $500,000. If you earn $500K on like earnings like W-2, your effective tax rate is way higher federally. Without also, does FICA apply to your capital gains either? I don't think it does it? Do you pay FICA? That's another 15%, 15.6 or 7.8 if you're employed. I don't think you do, right? Damn. Whoo! I don't even know why the fuck I work. Bro, holy shit. Owning capital is actually kind of based. Yeah, that shit's crazy. You could bump these you could bump these posted rates up like 5 or 10 points, I think. I don't think anybody would. Maybe 10 is too high, but I think you could definitely, there are some percentage points that you could work with here where you could increase this, probably increase your government revenue by a significant amount. And I don't think anybody would be hurting that much, but damn. God damn.
Did you watch the most critical video on data centers?
Oh no. Is it good or is it slop?
He's slop.
No, it's gonna be that's gonna be the new populist shit. The new fixation is gonna be fucking AI data centers. Everything is bad, bro. Every single thing is bad now. Every big corporate thing, government thing, health thing, everything is just bad. It's just all shitting on everything. It's so fucking annoying. Whatever.
It says here, the verse that I was
like, it's just so fucking, dude. China and Russia are just China, really. Russia's like a crab at the bottom of the bucket trying to pull us under, while China just watches us from above. Hochul enacts nation's first statewide Hochul. Is it Hochul? Katie Hochul? Hochul? Nation's first statewide data center moratorium. Ugh. Like, hooray. Whatever.
Looking at that.
Is everything not bad? No! All considered, most things are pretty fucking good. But we have real problems that we should work on. People have issues in life that they feel like aren't being addressed. We should address them. But to pretend that like everything is just completely fucked is retarded. And it's not going to help you fix any of the issues. Because everything is not completely fucked. So if you don't even have the right diagnosis, how the fuck are you going to get the right treatment?
The verse that I was looking at that day was...
Your mom.
Not this. I can't actually...
Banging your mom.
I can't actually find the verse that I had that day.
Oh no.
But this is good enough.
Yeah? Tell us.
This is from Isaiah 12.
That goes on for over 100 seconds, Piers. How did you do that? What was going through your head? How did you summon the will to just sit there?
You must have personally slighted him.
For almost 2
for
minutes.
Piers to actually hold somebody accountable.
Like in our game,
why is a 1-year pause bad on data centers? Because it should be a 10-year pause. I don't know why we would ever build anything having to do with any kind of... Here's what I think. Okay, seriously. I think that all corporations should be banned from everything. And then I think that like this country should be so much better. We should just ban every private thing ever. And all of it. And the CEO should be executed. I just think it would be so based, and it would just make this country so much better and stronger and more powerful. By the way, did you know that we used to have a 90% tax rate when civil rights got passed and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X fought alongside Nelson Mandela for the 90% tax rate when the country was doing its best? That's when the socialists also fought forward to give us the 5-day, 40-hour work week and then overtime and socialism.
Violence is normally the enemy, right?
Hasan now.
I mean, everyone talks about...
Can you react to the video, the most critical one?
What? Can you? I'm watching this! At Destiny, regard, if you're going to talk about New York and data centers, get the facts. The reason there's a pause in data centers is because of a diminishing energy supply, which is a direct result of Trump rolling back the clean electricity credits and stalling the energy supply additions for the last 2 years. If there's not enough energy for it, then just ban it on that. Why would you need a moratorium? Then you say, oh, we don't approve these projects. We don't have the electricity bill for it. Why are you pretending like this is anything other than people obsessing over AI data, AI data, AI. Like every other data center is okay. Like, hey, I'm installing a data center. You're kill it. No. It's hosting. It's just server hosting. Oh, okay. That data center is okay. That data center over there, though, kills the water.
And it can be just a few seconds. When I was at CNN, if you had 3-4 seconds of silence, it was something that they would launch an investigation into. So obviously my team were in my ear saying, you may want to get in now. Let's get in now, because it was as it went on. But I could just sense there was something quite magical unfurling, which was that this grifter, and I think we can safely say he's a grifter, who had become a born-again Christian 7 months after all these allegations flew against him, had gone into court in England clutching this Bible, which had all these little notes attached to it and passages underlined and so on. And so I asked him the obvious question, which was, well...
It was a pause on data centers based on their megawatt consumption. Then the state is fundamentally broken if you need to pass legislation to ban the construction of things that will drain the energy out of your state. You're telling me that there's no check... That there's no check in New York for whether or not your grid can support a project before a project goes online? You can just open infinite things that destroys all of your electricity? There's no check for that at all?
Which of the passages brought you most succor at your difficult moment? And he said, well, there's one in particular. Now, if you were a genuine born-again Christian, and you were really, as he claims to be, completely immersed now in daily life with your new relationship with God and the Bible and Christianity and so on, you would probably remember the verse that you're talking about, which was the one that was most important to you in your hour of darkness. But not only could he not remember it, he couldn't remember where the hell it was in the Bible. So as he continued to rustle, pun intended, I realized this was very illuminating, because I think what it really showed, and this was the view of most people who watched it, was that it's probably all a bit of a grift, and that he's not really reading the Bible every day, and he's not really into this quite the way he would like us to think. Now, maybe I'm wrong, but that was certainly my feeling.
Think so.
And I
think
learned
you
this,
got that one right.
And you know what, Tim? After 4 decades of being in the media, it was very unnerving to discover that actually the most powerful weapon I have in my toolbox was silence, and that maybe I should just shut up more.
Yeah. It's also human nature to try to bail people out, even if you realize it's a quasi adversarial interview. Like sometimes you just can't overcome. So I was impressed. You also did the Office look straight into the camera at one point. It was a 10 out of 10. Not all your episodes are 10 out of 10, so we got to hand that out. I got before. I had somebody come up to me. Or a crawfish boil. You probably don't know about those. It's a Louisiana thing. You take these little bugs. You do know about the crawfish boil. Okay. So I'm at a boil. Some guy comes up to me. He's like, "Are you the guy on Piers Morgan?" And I was like, "Yeah." That's only happened to me one time. And no offense to this, Piers, but I was like, "Why do you watch the show? Like, what do you watch? What do you get out of it?" And he says, "It's kind of like for me, Jerry Springer, but politics. I just kind of like watching the food fight." And on the one hand, I understand that. On the other hand, I wonder if that gives you any, I don't know, self-doubt about the seriousness or the value of what's happening.
Well, I think, look, people like Joe Rogan and others have used that analogy of Jerry Springer and politics. First of all, I knew Jerry Springer very, very well. I loved Jerry Springer. I was on America's Got Talent with Jerry Springer. I was a judge and he was the host. We lived in the same hotel, the Beverly Wilshire in LA, for years, and we used to meet 3 times a week for dinner. So same hotel on America's Got Talent with Jerry Springer. I was a judge and he was the host. We lived in the same hotel, the Beverly.
Did they really live in the hotel? Or do you think he means that as a figure of speech because he traveled so much, maybe?
Wilshire in LA for years, and we used to meet 3 times a week for dinner. So when I get compared to Jerry, I take that as an enormous compliment. Jerry Springer was a former mayor of Cincinnati. He was a news anchor for 10 years, very serious news anchor, and was one of the smartest people I've met in my life.
AI should have been capped when they solved the protein folding problem. It literally has no need to go more powerful or bigger than that, in my opinion. Did we solve protein folding? All the proteins have been folded all the ways. Really?
And made hundreds of millions of dollars. Now, his show wasn't for everyone. And I don't think my show is like the old Springer show, except in one sense, which is most people, I think at the moment, get fed a diet through their algorithm or their choice.
Really?
Which is of either people on the left or people on the right, and they're banging a drum which will continually hit the same beat of Trump's the biggest disaster in the history of mankind, or Trump can do no wrong, extrapolated out to all the other issues. And I think that's a problem, actually. And I think it's become an increasing...
AlphaFold folded every possible... That's a troll, right? That's not actually... What's so special about protein folding? As soon as you get into anything in biology where you start talking about proteins, everything goes from being fun and interesting to just fucking cringe and not fun. I think for basic proteins, this is what you learn, okay? You have the little R factory, the ribosome. What this guy does is he prints out proteins, okay? Is it 3 amino acids make a codon? Or is it 3 things make an amino acid? I don't even fucking remember. AAC, AAG, whatever these things are. These are amino acids, right? And nucleotides are like the thing below, right? I don't fucking remember any of my COVID research. So, these things come out. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. And we're like, oh, cool. That's a protein. Okay. But it's like, this is what a protein looks like in your biology textbook. The problem is that the actual proteins that exist in real life are like, can be hundreds or thousands or whatever of these things long. And they do weird things like when you're printing some proteins, like some nucleotides take a little bit longer to process. So as it's being created, also there's like weird polar forces that cause it to like bend and fold and do other things. So like as the protein is coming out, it'll start to fold. And then once it folds, you have to account for every single interaction with every single amino acid that might touch any other amino acid. And there's like it's an insanely AIDS fucking process that is like, I don't know if it's considered NP incomplete or whatever bullshit, but the actual like process of trying to figure out and predict all the interactions is insanely computationally expensive. That was why protein folding was always a thing that was talked about so much in the past. Is it proximal origin of SARS-CoV-2? What was the name of that one paper? It was the first one that we got so fucking ass-pained about. Did they show the... I don't think they actually showed any of the... These proteins, they're just insanely complicated. That's why folding them is computationally expensive. But I don't know if... when somebody says that all the proteins were folded, there's no way that's true. I don't know why I'm asking. I don't know why I'm asking this. Fuck you. But I'm sure there's probably some base level of like doing a whole bunch of folds and ever to figure out what works, whatever that maybe is done now. But
problem in fermenting tribalism, quite toxic tribalism. In a way, we've gone back. We regressed 2,000 years when tribes used to, exist on their own, all shared the same views, all dressed the same, spoke the same, and so on. And then they slowly went out and encountered other tribes, and the only solution they found was to kill each other. And it's a little bit like that, I think, on social media. So I think I actually have a valuable place in the public space in this, which is I sit in the middle. I'm a genuine centrist. I voted in the past for conservative and left-wing candidates in the UK, for example, from Margaret Thatcher on the right to Tony Blair on the left. I always tend to gravitate towards a leader more than a party, because I think a great leader can make a huge difference, and a terrible leader can have the opposite effect. So I see myself as a centrist. I do love a good debate. I used to get thrown out of my local pub when I was a teenager for arguing with people too obnoxiously on a Friday night after 10 pints of scrumpy. So I do like a good noisy debate. Okay. Let me finish my point. So my point being, it's not just about noisy debates. Anyone who watches the show regularly will know we regularly do big one-on-one interviews with, I went to Kyiv and interviewed Zelensky. I've done Trump for several times. I've done Kanye West several times. I do lots of one-on-one interviews with people. Russell Brand was a good example, 2 hours of Russell Brand. So it's not all about the noisy debates, but I do think the debates do one thing, which is really important, which is I bring people normally with big, loud followings on big platforms with lots of followers, and they rarely go at each other. And I think for the viewer, trying to work out where they sit who's not parked into a tribe necessarily, they at least get to weigh up both sides of an argument. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I guess it's not exactly like firing line with William F. Buckley, though. I mean, some of the people you're having on are like full of shit. You know,
well, they are full of shit, but they might be, but they also have very big followings. So I'll give an example.
Sure.
Like someone like Andrew Tate, right, has millions and millions of followers and was clearly for a long time having a big influence over young men around the world. And he's facing very serious charges now. But, if you go back 2 or 3 years, he was probably the most famous person on the planet after Trump. And I took a decision to interview him repeatedly. And 2 things have happened.
Wait, who was?
Influence over young men. Millions and millions of followers. And was
quick, high-level explanation of proteins. Proteins need to fold into specific 3D shapes to function. We want proteins that have a specific shape to interact with targets involved in diseases. So we can predict shapes from its sequence. We rapidly speed up drug discovery. Oh, yeah, that too. That's another weird, annoying fucking thing, is that it's not just the protein. Like, you can get a chain of proteins that's, like, read off. Like, when you sequence... Well, no, you're sequencing DNA and RNA, I guess. But like, even if you have like a protein sequence, like how it folds can impact the way that it actually, interacts with things as well. One of the weird things, I don't remember this because it's so long ago, but with that, one of the weird things with the spike protein for the SARS-CoV-2 virus is that there was this. The spike protein, I think, was broken into this S1 and S2, these subunits, and because of the geometric folding and the way that the proteins came out, sometimes it would have these 3 arms where sometimes they would be deployed, which would make them like really easily grab onto cells, and other times they would be hidden, which would make it harder to grab onto cells, but it would make it harder for your immune system to see it, and they could like vary depending on whatever fucking things. But being able to predict, well, when a protein folds, like what's the final, like the geometric shape matters for the final configuration. Because like if you fold a protein in such a way that there's something that's on the end but is like hidden inside the middle of it, then no cell can ever access it, right? And then when we did that thing with like the furin cleavage site, like all of that, there's just like so much shit that can make proteins complicated, and that's like the basic level shit that I know. And I'm even this is like basic stuff. Like the protein shit can get insanely complicated. It's really cool. I think it's super fascinating, but oh my god.
clearly for a long time having a big influence over young men around the world. And he's facing very serious charges now. But, if you go back 2 or 3 years, he was probably the most famous person on the planet after Trump.
Fuck, I keep missing this. Wait, who are we talking about?
Influence over young men around millions and millions, very big following. So I'll give an example. Like someone like Andrew Tate, right, has millions and millions of followers and was clearly for a long time having a big influence over young men around the world. And he's facing very serious charges now. But if you go back 2 or 3 years, he was probably the most famous person on the planet after Trump. And I took a decision to interview him repeatedly. And 2 things have happened in the process of those interviews. One, I went after him like nobody else has, particularly about his brazen misogyny. 2, the number of people who watched the interviews came down from 10 million down to under 1 million, showing his deteriorating popularity. And 3, the number of young men who come up to me in the street asking about Tate has massively dropped as well. I think I've played a genuinely significant part in demolishing the bullshit around someone like Andrew Tate by platforming him, but going after him. So my position about platforming people is not that you shouldn't, I think you should be able to platform anyone you like. But if you just give them a free run, you're just giving more fuel and oxygen to whatever bullshit theories they have. I take a view, if you challenge them properly, you're providing a good public service.
I agree with you on the platforming argument. We 100% agree on that. I think it's worth challenging people. Sometimes monitoring your show, my critique is, particularly during this Trump era, I think it was a little bit different when Biden was in because there's plenty of legitimate things to criticize Biden about. But during the Trump era,
I feel like I hear Piers give different explanations when we ask about his Trump stuff, where he's like, well, I'm not defending Trump. I'm not here to attack Trump. I just like host debates and I don't know. But now he's like, I had to take out Andrew Tate, but okay, whatever.
Because there's plenty of legitimate things.
Destiny, there's a meaningful difference between large AI versus server data centers and how they impact the grid. Yeah, the difference is called D's nuts.
To criticize Biden about. But during the Trump era, I'll come on and it'll be like, well, the ICE killed 2 people in the streets. That's segment 1. And then it's like segment 2, we have to find balance. So like, let's talk about some crazy liberal school district in San Francisco where they, tried to take Abraham Lincoln's name off the school or something. And
why can't you do?
like
but how interesting that you would cite that as an example of something that's wrong. Whereas I would say, Tim, and I love you dearly, and you're great when you come on my show, and I love what you do here. But right there's the problem. You would only want that show to be all about Trump bashing, and that's fine. That's what you
he's
do.
The president, though. I'm just saying you're crazy.
But the other story can be just as interesting to a large constituent of my viewers. Why would I be so? I mean, should I park myself into the Bulwark camp? Should I become a little mini Tim Miller?
Obviously, it's interesting because you're feeding them sucker, to use your words. You're giving them something that's like, hey, you're right. The liberals are crazy. Let's talk about this random person.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. A lot of liberals are crazy.
Well, sure, but a lot of conservatives are crazy.
Yes.
A lot of people are crazy. Humans
are crazy.
Was that intentional? Did anybody else see it?
Random person.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
Just,
a lot of liberals are crazy.
Why do you do the 6'7" meme? I saw it.
Sure.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. A lot of liberals are crazy.
Well, sure, but a lot of conservatives are crazy.
Yes.
A lot of people are crazy. Humans are crazy.
Yes.
I'm talking about trying to make a judgment call on like what is important and what is not. And I feel like a lot of times like this idea that these woke excesses, there's some movie, The Odyssey has a black person in it. Like a lot of this stuff is stupid in the grand scheme of things compared to like life or death.
Yeah, but I do think, if you don't mind me saying, again, say this respectfully, there's a little bit of pomposity to that statement. In other words, you have decided you know better than me what you think is important. And I would say that is not necessarily true. A lot of the woke issues actually are things of legitimate mass concern. I'll give you an example. Am
I retarded? Whiteboard erasers now have magnets in them, so you can just have them hold against the whiteboard instead of needing a special tray. Why hadn't they invented these when we were in high? What is he talking about? Like it erases with a magnet? Or you mean like a magnet sticks to the board? It's probably just a little bit more expensive, no?
Ongoing furore around trans athletes in women's sport, for example.
I knew you were going to say
not
this.
Not the trans athletes.
How many segments have you had on the show about trans people in women's sports?
Many.
Versus how important that is to people in society. I just think that there's like this is out of whack. It's out of balance. I'm not saying don't talk about it, but it's also like who cares?
Yeah, but this is the classic error that my liberal friends make. And by the way, I'm a recovering liberal, so I sit in the kind of Bill Maher place.
I'm a liberal immigrant, so we're going cross.
Car meme.
But I would say that if you actually go out on the street and asked 1,000 people what they think about that, A, they would care, and B, they think it's complete nonsense. And what my liberal friends do, the terrible mistake you make, I'm afraid, when you try to say nobody cares, is you're missing the fact that they do care.
Yeah.
And it was people like Joe Biden when he hitched his mast to saying that it was fine for trans women to compete in women's sport. Actually, Americans went, this is nonsense, which is why he lost.
My point is not that nobody cares. My point is that, like, in the grand scheme of things, you're covering a news show, having so many segments about, like, the fifth place performer in a women's high school swim match. It's like, there are plenty of stupid things happening.
Again, respectfully, who are you to tell me what my running orders should be? What?
It's not about, it's about, why am I even explaining this? Never mind. It's the magnitude of the problem.
I mean, why should you dictate what
I'm
mine
not
is?
telling you what your running order should be. I'm just saying it speaks to the idea that I think that it's creating a fake balance.
Yeah.
It's like, okay,
I'm
well,
not trying to create balance.
on the one hand,
I'm not
Trump
trying
got
to
us into a stupid war.
No.
On the other hand, oh my goodness, there was a lacrosse match that had a girl in it in West Virginia.
I used to be at CNN for 4 years. I was on Good Morning Britain for 5 years. And I can tell you it's exactly the same at those places, right? CNN has a mix of light and shade, serious and silly. Good Morning Britain more so because it was a morning show. The idea that you should only feed people with a diet of what you have deemed is serious and important is one of the reasons mainstream media in particular have been collapsing in popularity, because most people out there don't spend all day obsessing.
We agree on this. You're kind of walking
Trump
past my criticism. You're walking past my criticism because we agree on this. I don't be silly. It's fine.
Yeah.
The thing is an excessive focus on random crazy liberal shit. There's plenty of random crazy, because I live in Louisiana. Let me tell you, there's plenty of crazy random conservative shit happening in middle schools. But anyway, let's. This is my show.
So I can tell you.
We should talk about Trump.
Of course, but I can tell you, I've done a lot more. For example, a lot more on the Iran war than anything woke related in the last 3-4 months, and I've been incredibly critical.
I bet that's not
of
even
Trump
true.
From the start
I bet
of it.
that's not even true.
You know, I know we'll come to Trump and about balance and so on, but no, very few people have been out there as critical as I have been about Trump, who perhaps people presume would normally slightly slant my way towards him because I know it.
I totally agree. And for the same, and I had Sager and Genty on the show maybe about a month ago, and I said the same thing to him. And it's one thing that's hard for me to do is I don't have Trump bullshitters on my show, and so I'm looking for people who are sympathetic to Trump but are also honest about him, and critiquing about him. And I appreciate that about your show. To that point, let's go back to some Trump thoughts that you've had. But around Thanksgiving, after he was elected, you wrote in the New York Post that he called you, and you think he's ready to be one of America's great presidents. You said that you've been struck by the realization that he's a changed man.
Yeah.
I'm wondering how that's looking now.
Not great, because he unfortunately has reverted to type.
And struck by, and you think after he was elected, you wrote that, but around Thanksgiving, let's go back to some Trump thoughts that you've had. But around Thanksgiving, after he was elected, you wrote in the New York Post that he called you, and you think he's ready to be one of America's great presidents. You said that you've been struck by the realization that he's a changed man.
Wait. Was this from the last election or from like in 2016?
Yeah.
I'm wondering how that's looking now.
Not great, because he unfortunately has reverted to type. But more.
How? This is what I mean when I say I can't take any of these people seriously. When they complain about anything that the liberals do, and people are like, well, you got to take a complaint seriously. And it's like, how do you get so much charity for the conservatives to make so many fucking mistakes, but then to still get so much unconditional support for them? It doesn't make any sense. Please make it make sense to me. Because Fauci, I don't even know if Fauci fucked up on the mask thing, to be honest, because I feel like I went to look it up once, and I feel like the claim about him lying about masks actually wasn't even true. But I'd have to go back and look it up again. But like, assuming that is true, Fauci made one mistake ever and about masks, and that was enough to discredit like a lifetime of work in public health, epidemiology, and everything else. Meanwhile, the conservatives fuck up so many times, and people like Piers are like, well, I'm ready to give him another chance. Why? Where does all this charity come from?
More worryingly, I think, for his legacy, he has begun to do things which he specifically campaigned on the opposite.
Wow.
You know, not going
the guy
into
who
war
did that the first
in
time?
the Middle East, for example.
Bro.
You know, focusing on America first and getting inflation down and so on. Well, why would you launch a global trade war, and why would you go to war with Iran if actually those campaign aims were your priority? It's the opposite. It's going to have the opposite effect, as we've seen. So I think it's unfortunate. You know, I did think that Trump Mark II, particularly after he survived several assassination attempts, I felt, talking to him, he was a bit of a changed character.
Oh,
but, you know, there's also the reality check. He's just turned 80.
I also are people just not equipped to deal with scam artists? Because this is the thing it was said about Trump, it said about Andrew Tate. People will say things like, well, I talked to him, and after talking to him, he actually seemed like really genuine. Like, he's a scam artist. Of course. That's how a scam artist works, is if they can talk to you, they'll be able to convince you of anything. This is why you look at things like their track record or what they've said to other people.
Not many people who turn 80 who suddenly become different people. I do think that he has, you know, he's had, I'm sure we'll talk about this, he's had some things which have been great successes, and he's had other things that have been big failures. He's still not even quite halfway. Well, how long's he got till the next election? Like 2.5 years. So he's still, you know, he's not even halfway through his second term. He's got time to pivot and change course. The concern I would have if I was advising Trump is that I think it's looking more likely than not he might lose control of the House and the Senate in the midterms. And if that happens, he'll become a lame duck, which will be, for him, about as bad as life gets.
What does that even mean? Trump has made himself a lame duck, and that he doesn't even use his Congress anyway. He does everything through the White House. What does that even mean? What does he need Congress for? They won't pass anything he wants anyway. He can't, like...
With the World Cup happening this month, I keep coming back to one thing. Every athlete out there has a whole team tracking everything regarding their health. Biomarkers, recovery sleep, whether or not you kick the ball or the grass, if you're the goaltender, the USA, when the ball heads your way. You don't have to play for a national team, though, to deserve that kind of care. I'm not playing in the World Cup. I'm just going to ladies' weights class, but I still want health insights to keep my body working right. Elite athletes don't guess about their health. They measure it, and life demands you at your peak, too. Whether that's your little HIIT class, basketball with the kids, dancing at music festivals, going for long walks in the New Orleans heat. Same attention pros give their body is finally something the rest of us can have too.
Finally.
So I'm using Function, 160 lab tests a year, the kind of full body picture pro athletes pay a fortune for, not guessing, just knowing where you stand so you can show up at your best, check your health the way I do. Function provides 160 plus lab tests for just $1 a day. And member pricing on advanced imaging. Join at functionhealth.com/thebulwark and use code thebulwark25 for a $25 credit. This is a frustrating thing, though, for some of us. You know, they'll get accused of having TDS, saying that we only want to talk about Trump. It's like, you've known Trump for so long. And you've known Trump for longer than I have.
Oh, thank you. How are you surprised?
I had his number the first second I saw him talk about politics. He is the most obvious person in history.
Yep.
Like, he is not at all subtle.
Nope.
He's not changed at all, actually.
Correct.
Since the 1980s, he's been the same exact. Maybe he's a little bit less of a woman hound now. I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe it's not working as well or whatever. He has different interests. But like, besides that, like, he hasn't changed at all. Like, he's the same.
Hot take. I don't even think Trump was a woman hound. He comes across, actually, I guess, like Hasan. I think that when Trump was like having affairs and fucking porn stars or whatever, I think he just liked the idea of it because he's like, oh, everybody wants this woman. Oh, I'm having an affair with this woman because she's hot. I bet he wasn't even fucking these women. I bet those kids aren't even his.
And so how did he run for president 3 times and have smart people like you get tricked by him again?
Over and over and over and over and over again.
He's Trump. He's Trump.
Well, because actually he can be quite mercurial in that sense. And I do think, I mean, certainly the conversation I had with him a week after he got shot, he was definitely sounding so unlike the Donald Trump I knew. He actually sounded quite vulnerable in that conversation. I was quite startled. And I really did believe that he was second time round. He would do things differently, but would be more...
This is the question that you need to ask next, okay? If Tim asks this, I will donate my whole life savings and everything I have and will ever make to the Bulwark if he asks this next. When somebody gives you an answer like this, you go, okay, fine, I accept all of that. What are you changing in your worldview going forward so that you don't make the same mistake again? Because clearly, you missed something huge that a bunch of other people that you claimed were delusional we're actually seeing. You missed this thing that everybody else was saying, and you called all those other people delusional. And you were the delusional one, right? By your own admission, you were delusional. So what are you going to change going forward so you don't fall into the same con man trap again? That's what I would want to hear.
Mindful of his legacy, having been given a second chance. I mean, the interesting question I'd throw back at you, Tim, is do you think that the way that you guys on the left went after Trump in that first term and during his 4 years in the wilderness, a lot of it legitimate, a lot of it bullshit.
Really?
But do you think the intensity of the rage against Trump, the TDS, if you like, actually contributed to him being re-elected? Because I do. So I felt at the time it was self-defeating. I felt the fact that so many on the left thought it was quite normal to call Trump the new Hitler and call
including JD Vance
was utterly
JD
self-defeating.
Vance, Vice President, by the way.
I know JD Vance called him a Nazi. Oh. Yes. That was wrong too. But the point I would make is if actually all you had done as a collective body on the left to pick Trump off about stuff that he got wrong and focused on policy rather than rhetoric, I think you would have been more successful. And I don't think you would have won second time round.
So here's the problem with that, Piers. Fair. I mean, obviously, it's irrefutable point because he got back in. So obviously, whatever we did was not successful.
Right.
Sure.
But my counterpoint to that is, okay, what do you want me to do? Be a liar?
Yeah.
Shine his turds? Pretend like he's something that he's not? I mean, look, if the honest truth is, everybody who goes in to work for Trump and then has a falling out with him and leaves sounds like me. in the end. I mean, John Kelly, thought he's a fascist. Mattis, Scaramucci. We could go down the list. They all sound like me because I'm saying the truth about it.
Yeah.
And so, like, what else am I supposed to do? Like this idea that I'm supposed to like hand it to him from time to time. It's like, he did a good job.
Let me do a test. Tell me one good thing Trump has done.
Warp speed.
I love that you're trying to take the host seat back from me again. That's good. It's a skilled move.
Cringe.
Go on.
It is it's fruit from a rotted tree is the answer to the question.
Well, give me one.
Let me. So here are the two things that people say.
Like, this is the this analysis is brain dead. Like, it's like asking, like, not to be dramatic, but I am dramatic. Like, okay, fine, you were raped, but like, what's one nice thing that you felt when the guy was raping? He must have done, I doubt every single touch, every single thing couldn't have been bad. There must have been some possible part of that felt good, right? Like, that's the issue, is that Trump dispositionally is an anti-democratic authoritarian. I hate giving those like terms to him because he's so fucking retarded ideologically. I don't even know if he has the capacity for these thoughts. But like, why are you asking me to pick out one good thing from a guy who seems so oppositional to American democratic values at his core? Like, you're missing the point so much to find one good thing. Like, you're missing the point so much to look for one good thing. It's so stupid.
Would say.
What would you say? Not people. What would you say?
The Abraham Accords is something that people say.
No.
That's turned out to be a shit sandwich.
Oh, true.
No, I think everything has turned out to be a shit sandwich.
Yeah.
So what do you think he's done that's been good?
Nothing.
Yes.
Well, there we go. So there we go. So right there, I'm afraid, is a classic example of a clear symptom of Trump derangement syndrome.
Okay, well, what do you think he's done that's good? Let's go back.
You should flip it back. Or you could do this with any bad thing. What was one good thing about slavery? Was it really everything about slavery was bad? What was one good thing? Like, you could do this with literally anything ever.
Let's
obviously shutting the southern border to stop millions of people.
Let's debate that. But I think that's totally wrong. America is a free country. You're an immigrant. Honestly, I'm not sure if you're so happy about his border policies, why you think that your show should be allowed to be played on YouTube in this country.
Because I I applied at like legal people do.
Okay, we're sending people away.
I applied to be a legal worker in the United States.
So did the Haitians.
I applied for a visa. Right?
So did the Haitians. The Haitians that have TPS. They did the same thing.
Why would you
We're sending them back. Why don't we should send you back too.
Why would you? I'm here legally when I work in America.
So were the Haitians. So were the Haitians that got temporary protected status. Now we're sending them all back.
Why do you think I disagree with you?
Well, because you just said that his immigration policy was the thing that you think that he's done well.
I said stopping millions of people coming over the southern border illegally without going through any process was wrong. It happened under Biden to catastrophic levels. I think Trump closing down the southern border to that extraordinary tidal wave of illegal
immigrants. It was already
immigrants
solved before he came in.
It wasn't already solved. But why can't you just give him credit for doing that?
Because I'll tell you why. It's a fair critique of Biden. I agree with your critique of Biden. The Biden policy got out of hand. Much too late. This is a political criticism of him. Biden went to the Congress and tried to come up with a solution. Trump scuttled that solution, and then he did it via executive order. And the border crossings at the end of 2024, around election time, were nothing problematic. We are a free country. The idea that right now it's preferable to have negative immigration in this country, which is what we have right now. More people are leaving than are coming in. That is horrible for our economy. It's outside of the American tradition. The only people we're letting in are white South Africans. It's fucking crazy. It's un-American and it's wrong.
I think it's also un-American, especially for those who have come into the country legally and done it properly. It's also un-American to just allow millions of people to come in illegally over an open border.
He's brought this up over and over again.
As Ronald Reagan said so clearly,
the TPS stuff
without
was on the
border,
books,
you're not a country. And
Great.
You should
Let's
agree.
do the Reagan and Obama policies. I liked the Reagan and Obama border policies, not the Trump border policy. So no, do you have any other ones you think he's done well?
Well, okay.
Anything else?
You mentioned Obama as a glimmering, shining light of
deporter
immigration
in chief.
policies. Okay, let me do my favorite question to my liberal friends. How many people did Obama deport in 8 years?
Obama deported a lot.
How many? How many?
He knows.
I don't. I'm not doing the Tucker Carlson Ted Cruz thing. It was millions. It was millions. It was a lot. Yeah, it was millions. It was a lot.
It was 3 million.
Wow.
Okay. Now, the significance of that is that made him pro rata to this day by far the biggest deporter of people in
Here's why,
American
though. Here's
presidential history.
why.
No, but you cited him as an immigration, shining light.
Because it's not about the policy; it's about the attitudinal disposition. There's no way attitudinal is a real word. Donald Trump. I don't even know what I want to say. Like, has had racist rhetoric. We've got Stephen Miller, who comes across as a literal fucking Gestapo Nazi with his rhetoric. We've got this desire to ban every brown, Muslim, whatever immigrant from every place, but we're taking white South Africans because we believe Elon Musk's narrative that there's like a white genocide of South Africa. Like, every single thing about this guy's immigration policy is fucking crazy. Why would you just compare his results by the numbers to Obama? It's not the same thing. But I don't know if Piers just doesn't understand that, or he does, because I bet if you were to ask him broader questions and test this, he would, any question about, let's say that you send a guy on the street who says he wants to kill all black people, and he kills 10 people, and one of those people was a murderer. Would you give him credit for the one guy that he killed? Like, it's such a stupid fucking question.
No, but you cited him as an immigration, shining
Here's why.
light.
He did the thing you said you want, Piers.
Without being
the
evil.
numbers are so great because at the border they came in and got turned around, and that counts as one. What Trump is doing is not only shutting down the border, but also menacing people in cities in the interior of the country
and killing.
And so
I don't agree with that. But I don't agree with that. So
but that's what he's doing.
It sounds
That's
to me,
the difference.
It sounds to me, unless I misheard you, you just praised Obama for turning people around at the border, but you criticized Trump and said you should
shutting down the border completely.
because we're a country of free people. We should let everyone in. So which one is it?
Yeah.
Or
No, we shouldn't let everybody.
Does it depend who the president is?
Piers.
Who said
I didn't say we should let everybody in.
Who said that?
I said
No
that
one has said that
If you
ever.
just look at it in whole, you're talking about the number of people Obama deported. Sure. We also were letting people into the country, as we should during the Reagan. This was bipartisan during Reagan.
I don't disagree.
Bush, Obama, and that's great. And we should have an immigration process. And by the way, Obama tried to go to the Republicans back then and tried to cut a deal where we let dreamers stay in the country. And the Republican hardliners that turned into Trump were the ones that stopped comprehensive immigration reform. It was my people, the moderate Republicans, that tried to work with the Democrats to have a reasonable immigration policy. That got scuttled time and again by these nativists that don't want anybody in the country. And so my question back to you is, if you look at this from the biggest picture, right? Like, this movement towards nativism that you had in your country and we had in ours, that started with Brexit and then resulted in Trump. We are now 10 plus years into that, over 10 years, over a decade in. If you look back on that and you said, hey, we could go back to 2013 and do this over again and not do that, would you take that deal?
Well, it's more complicated because right in the middle of that, you have a 4-year tenure by Biden, which particularly in relation to immigration was a complete disaster.
Yo, I've got a busy schedule. We're churning out content. We're also parenting. We're trying to have a life. We're trying to, grow a little media company here. So I'm always looking for ways to multitask and save time. I'll listen to another pod to prep for a guest while I'm on the way to get coffee or cooking dinner. We're doing subscription and delivery services so we don't have to go shopping. I don't iron, that kind of thing. We all have our own time-saving hacks for everyday life, but if you're a business owner, you can save time hiring with ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter has a new feature that quickly lets you see the most interested qualified candidates first, so you save time by meeting the right people faster. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Bulwark. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds qualified candidates quickly, and candidates can tell you in their own words why they're interested in your job. Save time and meet great candidates sooner with ZipRecruiter. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Bulwark. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Bulwark. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Okay, no, I'm not talking about just immigration. I just mean as a project, as a political project. Brexit and Trump are related. We agree on that, right? Like, it's this kind of nativist sovereignty, idea on the right, like this nativist right.
Well, I have no problem. I'm not right wing.
Brexit has been a disaster, and Trump's been a disaster, right? They both have failed. Both projects have failed, right?
Well, the Trump project is ongoing. Let's judge it at the end of the second term.
Oh my
is what I would say.
Well, how's the trajectory?
Well, I think it's better to judge presidents at the end of a term. Right? Let's see what he does in the last 2.5 years. I suspect he'll be polarized by what happens.
What about
what he doesn't like? Look at how much time he has to redeem himself. Are we serious? Could you imagine this level of charity given to a Democrat?
term. Right? Let's see what he does in the last 2.5 years. I suspect he'll be poleaxed by what happens
What about
in the
Brexit?
midterms.
What about Brexit?
Brexit, my position on that is I voted to remain in the European Union. I didn't think Brexit was a good idea. I didn't trust the people selling it, Boris Johnson, Nigel Farage. I thought they were snake oil salesmen. And 10 years later, since that referendum took place, there's been no sign to me of it being anything other than a failure. So my argument to the new incoming Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, the new Labour Prime Minister who would take his position in a couple of weeks, is if you were to have another referendum, there's nothing stopping you. I reckon you would have a 70% landslide vote by the British people to go back into the European Union.
So why can't you see the same clarity with our failed experiment?
Because even if because I'm not American, so it's your business, not mine. Secondly, if I did think that, it makes zero difference to the fact Trump will remain president as long as he stays alive in the next 2.5 years. So you can't, but the referendum, if you had a referendum aspect to your presidential system, fine. You don't. You elect a president for 4 years, and I think presidents should be judged at the end of 4 years.
Here's my issue, though. You said that you voted for some conservative president or some prime ministers for some liberal in the UK. I used to be a conservative. Part of what attracted me to conservatism was this like kind of small c conservative notion that came from you guys. Was Burkean. This notion that like you don't know exactly when you make a big change, you don't know what the unintended consequences should be. You should make gradual change. You should be prudent. That is in the spirit of Thatcher and the spirit of Blair. What happened with Brexit and Trump wasn't conservative. Like it was arsony. It was an arson. It was like, we're going to blow up this system and try to build a new system in our image. And like, it's just obviously not working in either case.
But I would say in relation to Thatcher and Blair, they both had moments where they blew up too. I mean, Thatcher notoriously over the poll tax, which was one of the most divisive and hated taxation systems that ever came into the country.
That's incremental change.
Hang on. And then Tony Blair illegally invaded Iraq, which was his legacy and was one of the biggest foreign policy disasters of my lifetime. And I opposed that very loudly as editor of the Daily Mirror at the time. So, even the people I voted for had moments where they blew up. Leaders blow up. They do dumb things, right? The question becomes,
but that's all Trump is blow up, blow up, blow up, blow up.
Yeah,
it's not incremental change.
Where are
it's
all these
tear
wins?
things down. It's Doge.
Yeah, what are the W's?
USAID. It's all impulsive. It's not conservative. It's not a way to run.
It's not conservative. I agree with
country.
you. I agree. It's not conservative. And a lot of the things that you don't like about stuff he's done, I would agree with. I just think that to avoid the charge of TDS, you have to find it in your soul to find some things he's done which are correct.
I'm serious.
No, some things are just rotten, though. Some things are are just rotten. Like the project is rotten. So it's kind of like, even if like there is something like an element of the project that had a good outcome, it's part of a rotten project.
Yep.
But I blame the left entirely because if you believe that Trump has been a dismal failure,
then why didn't you beat him in the election?
And all the rest of it.
Oh my God!
You had an opportunity
it's so crazy.
Force out your
we get blamed even for Trump's mistakes
before it was too late, when he was obviously completely gaga. No one on the left wanted to say what was happening in front of their eyes, and then when you left it so late,
he literally did get
Kamala
forced
Harris
out.
Got coronated, was clearly totally unsuited to take on Trump, and got the beating that I think she and the party deserved.
My God.
And my question for you guys now,
what did you learn?
It still remains the big theme on the left is Trump bashing and reacting to every single thing he does, most of which, by the way, he does deliberately to wind you all up. I've been there when he's done it. So what you need,
unfortunately, he's the president.
You need to find
of the United States.
New Clinton, a new Obama, a new Bill Clinton, a new Obama, somebody center left who can galvanize a genuine constituent of Americans to say, I prefer that way to what I have with Trump.
Piers, okay, fine, I agree, but it's offering a clear-eyed critique of the Democrats that I agreed with, while polishing Trump's turds.
No, I'm not polishing Trump's turds.
Part of the problem that Trump. I'm sorry. Yes, you do. Yes, you were. You said that he was a changed man, that he could be one of America's great presidents. He obviously was not going to be one of America's great presidents.
You asked me whether that still stood. I said no. But I did
before the election. You're saying it's the Democrats' fault that he's in. I'm saying, well, it's partly the fault of the people like you who are polishing his turds during the campaign and making him seem better than he is.
I didn't polish his turds in the campaign. Go back and read what I said. I just felt he would be different second time round. And unfortunately, to date, I don't think he has been.
To date.
He's played to his
But he
worst
still has a
sensibilities
chance.
rather than his
So you're
best.
telling me
Now,
there's still
he
a chance.
has to-
So I'm right again.
There's
though.
still a
So
chance,
yes,
though.
but I keep
You
being
might
right
be.
about him.
You might be.
How does that work? How do I have derangement syndrome but
Well-
also keep seeing him more clearly than you?
You might be, but your failure to accept he does anything right is a terrible indication of
What
your
was your
chronic
second
TBS.
one? Did you have a second thing that he's done right besides the border?
I would say that his
tax policy.
You can let me finish. I would say the way he got the remaining hostages out of Gaza for
less than Biden, and he definitely didn't do it day one. The war was over. Why does he get any credit? He said he was going to do that on day one, and he didn't. He failed at that. And then it wasn't even as many as Biden got out. It's not even a good thing to.
Israel was a major achievement.
A major
Gaza
achievement.
and the Israel relationship.
really?
Well?
Yeah,
I
that's
think
the.
I think that part of it's going terribly. But if you ask me, was it good that the President of the United States managed to get those hostages out? I'd say yes.
my God.
And you should give him credit for that.
No, you don't.
And if you can't give him credit for that, you have TDS.
No.
Well, sure, it's good that the hostages are out, but that
Not
doesn't mean
because
his
of
Israel
Trump.
policy is good. Again, you can have good outcomes underneath bad policies. That's the whole point. Underneath, a corrupt system.
Yeah, look, I think that Trump deserves credit for getting the hostages out, but I think that the decision to go into war in Iran with Israel after Trump was persuaded by Benjamin Netanyahu it would be a good idea has turned out to be a terrible decision. I said that at the start. I believe it today. I think it's got real potential, unfortunately, for Trump to become
Netanyahu
his legacy.
fooled us again.
And
God
I wish
damn
he'd
it.
never done it.
And across the Middle East,
that
he just has
goofball.
these corrupt relationships. We don't know if it's financial with Bibi. Obviously, Bibi was influencing him, but we have Qatar's plane now. His son-in-law's in business with the Saudis. How can you prosecute a war judiciously when you're getting paid off by everybody in the region?
Kind of weird.
Well, I think the United States has to do business with
do Hunter
countries.
Biden. Do Hunter
states,
Biden now. Please do Hunter
in the
Biden.
Middle East.
The Trump
Doesn't do it for
family
us.
doesn't.
Not the
though.
Trump
The
family.
Trump family
Correct.
doesn't have to do
Correct.
business.
Well, that's right.
Well,
you're right.
let's wait and see whether what they're doing is corrupt or not. There will obviously be investigations into this, as they were into the Biden family, who seem to be up to
This
their
is
neck in
nothing
it.
like the Biden
When nothing
family.
happened, though.
Well, you don't think
Also,
it is.
it
Of
is
course you
nothing.
don't. because-
I know
Oh
this. The
my
scale in the
God.
UAE crypto deal is like $500 billion.
Yeah, but you said it. You said it was. Hang on, Tim.
Was Hunter
You said-
negotiating for the
you
country
said-
like Jared Kushner is?
You said it was corrupt. Let's wait and see if anyone ever establishes it was actual corruption.
What is more needs to be established? Jared Kushner is not a member of our government. He's negotiating as part of this Iran war while taking money from the Saudi government. That's all established.
Well, I would like to see these things properly investigated, which
Oh
I'm sure
my
they will
God.
be, particularly if
The
Trump
Democrats
loses
win.
the midterms. Then you're going to see all sorts of stuff going on in terms of legal actions and possible impeachments and so on. We know that. But I would also stress to you, how much time did you devote? Maybe you did and I missed it. Did you devote a lot of time to going after the Biden family for the obvious corruption?
How many people went after the Biden family and found fucking nothing? How much time did we waste on the Bidens? How much time did we waste on Hillary Clinton and the emails? How much time did we waste on the Benghazi hearings? Nothing. Every single thing was a nothing burger. Why isn't that Clinton gate? Why isn't that email gate? Why isn't that Biden gate? Nothing. Mueller gets one shot at a special counsel prosecution. Not only did Trump stymie this at every turn, not only did he fire fucking Comey and everything else, not only did he beg Jeff Sessions, please kill the investigation, please. Not only failed on all that, Mueller still gave us a ton of credible indictments and gave us convictions that paid for the entire prosecution.
Of Hunter Biden having a job at an energy company in Ukraine without any experience? Or did you just conveniently overlook that?
Okay, hold on, wait. We have a thing I gotta... Hold on. Hi, what's up?
Hello. Hi, my name's Stone. I'm one of the staff writers for the Pragmatic Papers, and I write Digital Ground Games monthly reports. So I'm here to promote our most recent edition.
Okay.
Do you want me to link it to you so you can take a look?
Go for it. Or can I just go to the website?
Yeah. It's just the most recent one, volume XLVII. So let me know once you're
we're there.
Okay, perfect. So I put together kind of a side project in addition to the monthly reports that I write. The concept for it is basically creating a pathway for people who are not experienced in research to be able to go and get like valid information about candidates that are in their area. So the kind of goal for this DIY candidate research article is someone who's never done political research before can follow these steps and in 30 minutes or less get like a pretty good understanding about the politicians that are in their local races and like what they're all about, and have a more informed perspective when they go to vote.
Cool. Okay.
And so I guess I also want to pose this to specifically DGGers viewers. I imagine a lot of people in the audience are thinking, who's this guy? Like, why do I need to know? Like, I don't need his perspective on research. And honestly, I did not write the article for DGGers. I wrote the article for DGGers parents. So if you have parents that are not politically engaged, I would advise, or I would encourage you to read through it and take a look. And if you like it, send it to your parents and have them use it. Or like coworkers or whoever who is like maybe loosely interested in politics, but is like doesn't have the know-how or feels discouraged by like not knowing where to start with research type stuff. This is basically the strategy that I use when I'm writing the candidate review sections for my monthly reports. And so I figured, since there's no way I'm going to be able to cover every election, obviously, before the midterms with our reports, I figured it would be good to have that information and that strategy out there so other people can do it.
Okay.
This is a shorter edition as well, so we have 3 new articles. So the other one is The Death of Humphrey's Executor by Alex W. This is basically recapping the Trump v. Slaughter case that overturned Humphrey's executor. It gives kind of a brief background on the history of like how Humphrey's executor came to be. And like even me, so I feel like I had a pretty good understanding of the case, but even I was presented with new information and insight into it with this. It's a pretty well written report, and it's not a very long read, so if you're interested in that, I definitely encourage you to do that. The third article is the 17th Amendment as a Case Study in Structural Reform by Daniel Gallagher. This is so the 17th Amendment is the one that switched from senators being appointed by state Congress to a popular vote. And it goes into like the history of like what the original purpose behind the Senate and like the founders or the framers' vision for the Senate and why it's important and the reasons why they decided to switch to a popular vote. And then kind of a look at whether or not the downstream effects of that change were helpful or good, the pros and cons of it, and maybe some additional structural changes that could be implemented going forward, basically.
Okay.
And then I love foliage, but when he went over the July report, the last section he got a little bit wrong, so I wanted to give a little bit of a rehash of that. Have you been keeping up with the Nebraska Senate race at all?
No, not at all.
Okay, so the Nebraska Senate race is, well, for my monthly reports, I always do like a secondary story at the end that's like not directly related to the elections that we're highlighting each month. And I covered the Nebraska Senate race stuff because it's super wacky. So the non-MAGA candidate in that race is Dan Osborne, who's an independent, and he is not planning to caucus with either party, supposedly. And so originally, the Nebraska Democratic Party was just like, okay, Dan Osborne has a way better chance of winning this than any candidate we put forward. So they were just like, okay, we're not going to put forward a candidate. Well, the Republican Party there was like, oh, yeah, you're not going to put forward a candidate? Okay, we'll put a Republican in as the Democratic nominee. And so last second, they had to, like, get together someone to fight that, like, Republican stand-in. And then they succeeded. I think that the real Democrat won by, like, 80% in the primary. It was a blowout. And then the I can't remember her name now, but maybe Burbank. Anyway, the Democrat that won the primary, like, immediately just dropped out. So it's just Osborne, the independent, versus the Republican candidate, Ricketts. So yeah, it was kind of fun to research because there's a bunch of funky shit like swapping around candidates and stuff. It's an interesting thing to look into.
Okay. Gotcha.
I think that's about it. One last thing, kind of loosely related. How much have you looked into the El Said stuff in Michigan?
What do you mean by El Said stuff?
Just like his background and the, like, people are like saying like what's the word for it? Like the stuff where he's claiming he was a physician and all that stuff.
I'm pretty aware of all that. Yeah. What about it?
Okay. We're covering Michigan for the August report, and when I was looking into it, it was like legitimately frustrating because Al Said's actual background is genuinely really impressive. Like, he has had a lot of actual successes in his history that could be directly applied to Senate work. And like, I feel like he's just getting caught in this like populisty brain rot where he's like, he literally is like exaggerating every single one of his accomplishments to the point of like effectively just lying.
Sure.
It's pretty insane.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe it's just a rich people thing. I don't think there's any shame in doing, it wouldn't even be an undergrad, in doing med school and then going on to get your master's in epidemiology and doing public health. That's especially for a perspective for being in Congress. I maybe it doesn't sound as impressive, I guess, to the average dipshit American, but like epidemiology is probably more relevant to policy making than just like being a physician. But yeah, he's obsessed with that. Like, I was a doctor talking about it. He's like, no, you weren't, motherfucker. Like, why lie about this? Yeah, it's really weird and cringe to me.
Absolutely. And there's a YouTube short that I'll DM it to you, but it's one of the potential replacements for Graham Plattner, Nareev Sharif, I think is his name. He has a really similar background to Al Said. He did like he ran like a public health department. He was like the second in command at the CDC for a while, and he's making a pitch based off of that, where he's like, look, I was directly responsible for translating like health policy into actual like implementing it on the ground and seeing how it works with Nareev Shah. Yeah, my bad. Or Nirav Shah. Okay, interesting name. Anyway, his pitch on it is like really compelling to me anyway, but it's like a 1-to-1 thing where you can directly see like this is a pathway that Al Said could have taken, presenting his background as like how it applies to Senate work, and he's just like completely missing the opportunity. So I'll send you that YouTube short. I think I have you added on Discord, so I'll DM that to you in a minute. But anyway, I think that should be it. So everyone go and check that out and see what you think about the research thing. I hope you'll share it with your parents or your family members or whatever. I think it could be really helpful.
Cool. All right. Thanks a lot. Have fun. Be careful.
Yep. Have a good one. Bye.
Okay. Hunter Biden.
That's it. for the obvious corruption of Hunter Biden having a job at an energy company in Ukraine without any experience? Or did you just conveniently overlook that, Tim?
You don't have a gotcha with me on that one, Piers. You can get me on some things, but the Burisma thing I think was bullshit. But Hunter kind of hates me now, and on every podcast he goes on, he brings it up. I'm in his head for some reason. Anyway, I've taken too much of your time. But hopefully we can continue this. It's not scary to come on the Bulwark podcast. It's
I
good.
love the Bulwark podcast. I listen to you. I'm a big fan of yours. That's why I love having you on my show.
Thank you, sir. You've got Norway, the colonizer, coming at you again, like 1066. So are you scared of Holland?
Well, I'm actually scared of Haaland. He's a massive Viking, but also their captain is Martin Odegaard, who is also captain of my club side, Arsenal. So I'm worried. He's just won us the Premier League. So, yeah, they're good. But you know what? I've got a feeling that it's going to be serendipity here where England win the World Cup in the United States right after you've all been celebrating 250 years of your independence from my great country. And if that happens, I want two things to happen as a consequence. One, you get compelled by law to rename soccer football. And secondly, you are compelled to bring back the British monarchy. And I'm happy to serve as your first king since George III.
I think the French will probably come to our aid once again and prevent that from happening. That's Piers Morgan. Thank you so much for coming on the show, man. I appreciate it.
Cheers, Tim. All the best.
All right, and we're back. He's a writer on military affairs for the Bulwark. We're so lucky to have him. A retired U.S. Army Lieutenant General. He served as commander during the surge in Iraq. He's also commanding general of the U.S. Army Europe. His latest book is If I Don't Return, A Father's Wartime.
Okay, that's no commentary on this, right? Ah, sheesh.
Hi, this channel is about the risks of advanced AI. And
I don't care about this video. All right, one Charlie video and then the Joe Rogan thing. Oh boy.
I come to you on the day of your daughter's wedding. I march up to you, fee-fi-fo-fum my way over, and I say, give me your house. Well, you can do a few things there. You can give me your house, negotiate to sell me your house. You can poke me in the eyes like Captain Insano, punch me in the face, fucking titty twist me. That's called a choice. You have a choice there. Your local government comes up to you and says, give me your house. Buster, there ain't no choice. Not now. Not with data centers being the most important thing to these fucking zombies in power. I know I've yapped about it a lot, but legitimately, AI data centers are actually the boogeyman. They are just a scourge on this planet and a stain on civilized society. They are these behemoths that require all infrastructure to be changed to suit their gluttony, to satiate their insatiable appetite. And doing so just pillages communities while seeing basically no benefit beyond the temporary jobs they use to build them. Always worth reminding you that the data centers that we have, except for like the biggest ones, usually have like 20, maybe 25 on the high end full-time employees. And sometimes not even that much. Even the biggest ones don't have significantly more full-time employees than that. So it is a complete plague on communities in which AI data centers infest. And it is just a growing problem, much like the explosive diarrhea problem, except on a much larger scale. And your local government prioritizes these data centers over you, the human beings, the civilians in which they were elected to represent and try and support. They have sold you out and are actively just selling you for parts, your land, your water, your electricity. All of it is being diverted to these AI data center demons. And I just watched a story that covered one family's lengthy battle that unfortunately ended in defeat against Georgia Power, who swooped in and told them that they would need to sell them their house, a house they had owned for multiple decades, because they were upping their power grid and needed to run lines through their property to supply to the AI data center there. And they couldn't refuse because if they didn't sell their house, they made it clear that they would just seize it under eminent domain.
What? What even is that?
Some homeowners in Georgia are being
data
given
centers
an
invent that to
ultimatum
steal
to
things
sell
from
their
American
homes,
citizens?
or the state will get this, take it to make way for AI data centers. CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry has more.
I'm a single mom. I worked hard for
Single
everything.
mom?
How do you put a price on a home you never intended to sell?
Well, I'd say horseradish. Hoo-wee with that. You can't put a price tag on fun. And what's more fun than an AI data center? Especially if you're at the top of the food chain. Dropping the sarcasm. Obviously, no normal person actually sees a benefit when an AI data center comes through. All of the evidence from all of the operational data centers across this country
Big
confirm that from everything
capitalism.
I've seen.
Yep.
All of the data does not seem to indicate that the communities, the local communities, actually get any benefits from these data centers that get put in. It is just a burden. And now, as I've said, all of these local governments are scrambling to do what they can to ensure they get built come hell or high water, and are actively shutting out the voices of the communities that they are supposed to represent and protect. It is sickening.
Disgusting.
One filled with more than 2 decades of memories.
I think I was 5 or 6 when this was built.
The yard where you buried your pets. The greenhouse that fed your family.
When you talk about what being on this property means to you,
Yeah.
right? It's y'all's.
It's ours. It's our family. We belong here.
But Ansley Brown's
Forever.
childhood home
Endeavor.
likely won't
Endeavor.
be here much
Endeavor.
longer.
Endeavor.
That's because
Forever.
the state's largest utility, Georgia Power, says it needs the area to make way for a 35-mile-long transmission line.
Now, if you're an AI data center cock gobbler, you might be going with the very obvious low-hanging fruit argument of, well, this is important because this is public infrastructure that will serve the community by adding these lines here to up the power grid. This is going to be in service to everyone there. Thus,
AI.
if they are not willing to sell, eminent domain does make sense. And this is an open and shut case. But here's the thing. They openly talk about these new lines and this upgrade. Almost all of it is solely for AI data center, not for the community. That is not serving the public. Again, all of the data that is readily accessible right there at your fingertips can show you that AI data centers are not actually serving the community in a helpful way. The only people it serves, the only people it benefits, are the putrid ghouls at the top of the food chain that are behind these projects, that make tons and tons of money off of it. And the local governments, well, maybe they get some doubloons tossed their way as well, a little bit of the scraps there to incentivize greenlighting these projects.
Georgia Power has been here for as long as Ansley's mother has owned this property. It's just beyond the tree line. Now, with the expansion of this latest project, they're looking to take the 2.5 acres the house sits on.
Georgia Power says increasing demand has outpaced the capacity of its existing grid, and building a new transmission line requires acquiring more than 300 parcels of land, including residential properties.
What did your mom tell you she wanted for this property to be?
Generational wealth, true generational wealth was the idea.
True.
And now it's being stripped from us.
Georgia Power estimates 70 to 80% of the power on this new line is expected to help serve data centers. It says the remaining 20 to 30% of power will serve the state's growing residential and commercial demand.
70 to 80% of this upgrade is solely for AI data centers, huh? Interesting. And this is what they're publicly sharing, which is oftentimes very charitable, a very generous numbers that they like to work with there. They put on a full face of makeup here to really make it seem like, no, this is like good for you, actually. And even with that in mind, they still say 70 to 80% is used solely for data centers, and then the civilians, the plebeians, get the remaining 20 to 30% of this upgrade. So, I think just looking at these raw numbers, I feel you can make a very strong argument that this is not in service of the community. That's an afterthought. It's in service to the AI data centers that are placing more of a demand here that you are appeasing and upgrading, and now taking over 300 parcels of land from the community and residents, including this family's cherished, beloved home. And I just don't think it's in service of the community. I think it's blatantly obvious it's not. Thus, I don't think eminent domain should even be an option on the table. Now, according to the daughter here, the price they wanted for their home to be taken by Georgia Power was astronomical, generational wealth, which they didn't want to play ball with. Instead, I imagine they went with some lowball offers, as is standard procedure when this kind of shit unfolds here, where they try and take advantage of the situation here because there's not a choice, really. As you're about to hear more in the story, this has been like a year-long battle where they were trying to purchase the house from them. They weren't wanting to sell, unless, of course, generational wealth was an offer on the table, which, of course, they're never going to do. Thus, they were looking to potentially employ eminent domain to just strip it from them regardless, thus forcing them to accept the offer and sell the home to them because they don't have a choice. What? Basically, you are going to lose your house in this case right here. It is fucking checkmate on the board. And it's just suffocating. It's just fucking awful. And I don't think it's unreasonable to say, like, we don't want to sell it. If you really want it that bad, generational wealth is what you're going to need to offer. Otherwise, fucking take a hike, pussy. Like, I feel...
I want to hear a number. When you say generational wealth, I'm just curious. What are we referring to there? I want to know what that number is.
I don't blame them for that.
Georgia Power told us that they feel as if they've done this process responsibly. What would you say to that?
I disagree. You can't tear down 35 miles of rural Georgia and it not hurt something or somebody. And to say that you're doing it in the name of data centers is a slap in the face to us, our community, our animals.
Brown's mother recently came to an agreement with Georgia Power to sell. Brown says if she didn't, the utility could have sought to acquire her property through eminent domain, a legal process that allows private property to be taken with compensation for projects determined to serve a public purpose.
Which in my eyes, this case does not exemplify. There is no good argument, no like real argument you can make.
3 minutes behind. I don't understand why Destiny is so pro data center. No, I'm not. I think that we should probably stop most technological advancements. I think that like generally, like there's a ton of time in human history where there are people that are trying to jump to, I don't know, electricity or atomic power or the microprocessor or whatever. And then there's a whole group of people who are like, we should just not. Let's just like pretend that the rest of the world isn't going to move forward technologically and let's just stay here technologically. And then those people usually win out in history and their countries do really, really, really well, I think.
That an AI data center leeching off your community is actually serving the public in a meaningful way. Thus, I really don't think eminent domain should have even been an option on the table. I feel like that's you just wipe your ass with that here. But, of course, then the local government will always make the argument, no, this is actually so good for all of us. We all benefit from it. But, again, none of the data supports that. It doesn't. But, yeah, eminent domain, the idea behind it is, like, highways and shit. And typically the way it's employed is, like, instead of taking entire properties, entire homes, they take like bits and pieces of them, like of their parcel, to like extend things or build things through it. It's not overly common to take entire houses like this through eminent domain, but it has happened in the past, and in this case it was something they were fearful of. I'm guessing it was something that was at least tossed around as a potential option, a last resort, according to Georgia Power. And I just don't think that's right. Again, for data centers, this is not in the interest of the community. It's for their own selfish interest and their own selfish financial gain that exploits the community and actively takes people's homes. Now, in eminent domain, they do have to give compensation to the families at fair market price. But there's also a little bit of wiggle room there as well, arguing what is fair market price. So, like, I don't know what they ended up selling the house for, but it wasn't generational wealth, obviously.
All power generation starts somewhere.
Holly Lovett is a Georgia Power spokesperson.
Eminent domain is always, a last resort for us, and it's something we never want to do.
To us, it's theft. It's literally a billion-dollar company stealing land from smaller people who can't fight back. We don't have the money to fight Georgia Power.
So that's why a few months ago, Ansley took her story to TikTok.
My childhood home is being taken by Georgia Power.
She began sharing stories of others in similar situations.
The Georgia Power spokesperson, I'm pretty sure, is powered by Claude. She is giving like the most boilerplate PR shit you're ever going to hear in your life and can't even begin to teeter on the realm of even sounding human anymore. So anyway, she blew this story up on TikTok about how her childhood home was being taken, and I agree with what she says. It feels like theft to me as well. These are billion-dollar corporations, in this case here, billion-dollar corporation coming through, and they're taking so much land in order to fulfill the power demands of the AI data center that I know for sure normal civilians weren't championing for. I know they weren't pumping their fists celebrating, because no normal people with functioning frontal lobes want data centers in their community. It is bad for them. So this was already something that they didn't want, and now they're being even further impacted negatively by it. It is a slap in the face. They're taking their home. It's a forced sale. And the spokesperson even says, yeah, we don't like eminent domain. That's nasty stuff. We know that's the nuclear option. It's always a last resort for us. We don't like to do it. But, I mean, you know, someone's got to get the dirty work done down in the piggy pen. Like, it is something, and we got to do it. So they know that families like this can't fight back, as they said. It's too expensive to go up against Georgia Power, and they know that they will lose this house one way or the other, either through eminent domain and getting whatever wacky compensation they pull out of their ass deemed fair market price, or they just take the offer of the purchase, or the sale. Like, whatever they're offering, they just have to accept because they don't have a choice. They can't fight it, and it's just a losing battle. It sucks. True. Like, this is a home that clearly this family has had for a long time now. It has a lot of meaning, a lot of memories.
Could you explain what benefits all these data centers could bring in the future? Genuinely trying to understand specifically why we need so many of them. Well, because the more data centers you have, the more actual physical asset you represent, and then the greater the wealth divide can be between the capital owners and then the poor working class. Working class also includes like actors that make millions of dollars a year, by the way. But so like the more data centers they build, it just helps to further entrench their power so that APAC and lobbyists can buy the whole government and eat children.
Wasn't one they wanted to sell, and it's one they fought to keep for an extended period of time, but going up against the local government, billion-dollar corporations, these vampires, it's just a losing battle. And it just shouldn't be that way. Like, again, it is very clearly not in the interest of serving the public. This is serving the AI overlords. That's it. The people that make money off these data centers, not the community. They don't see this. It's not a boon. It's a fucking curse. I don't know if I've ever talked about this, but I've been getting pretty conspiratorial on AI data centers recently, so I want to share a bit of the crack pipe I've been hitting in that regard. So get your tinfoil condoms ready.
Are you going to engage seriously with this topic at any point, or are you just going to be top to bottom sarcasm? Why would I engage seriously when these people aren't engaging seriously? If you want to have a serious conversation about data centers, I think we should. I think it would be a really good conversation to have it. I've already given some things that I don't like about how states can do bottom of the barrel competition when it comes to competing for projects. None of these things, I know for a lot of you people, it's like Babby's first political issue because you know nothing about anything about the world if it doesn't directly intersect with your Twitter timeline. But every single issue that's being talked about with data centers have been issues that we've always had with new construction in rural areas. Eminent domain is an incredibly controversial thing. He said it was just for public power, that's not true. Plenty of people have used eminent domain. We had to do it for border-related stuff, like large corporations have done it for running power lines and other highways and shit in the past, right? And not stuff that would benefit the town, but for just corporations and shit. Like, these have been topics that have been debated for fucking ever, okay? For how does construction affect communities? What does urban sprawl look like? How does it affect the character and nature of certain areas? And are some areas eliminated? When I lived in Omaha, we fucking annexed one of the neighboring cities. That was a huge fucking deal because Omaha was expanding too much. And then we renamed their fucking streets because fuck you, Elkhorn. All of these are issues that have to do with, and have always had to do with, you know, how do you expand cities and infrastructure and everything into rural areas that maybe, you know, want to live in the 1970s forever. If you want to engage with the topic seriously, then the question is, well, what should our expansion look like when it comes to data centers? If we do feel like there's a disproportionate amount of money being earned by some of these larger corporations, which I think there is, then find a way to collect some money from them. Find either some kind of novel tax to apply, and not a retard billionaire tax, billionaire. Find a tax that's going to be easy to implement and a tax that can make a lot of fucking money. And it doesn't just sound like some fucking college kid thought about it because his Marxist fucking professor who is supposed to be teaching sociology but somehow ended up as the professor of economics of this school, okay, gave him this stupid fucking idea during lunch, okay? Find a way to do it. If you utilize some kind of fucking LLM model or whatever, then you pay some 5% tax based on your energy usage or something like that. And now you have directly incentivizing taxation based on the amount of energy consumption, which is the thing that people have a problem with. So now you're finding a way to collect a tax based on the thing itself. I don't know. Have a serious policy proposal, but tucking your head underwater and screaming, no data center, no data center, no, is not a serious engagement. It doesn't deserve serious engagement. Although I say that, but chances are it's going to be the mainstream fucking Democratic Party platform in the next 2 or 3 years anyway, because this is like the new hot button fucking topic, and all these conversations are going to be retarded, so why even bother engaging with it seriously?
I was reading something that someone was sharing about like when an AI data center came through and the impact it had on their water, because that's a very common thing. And I've just really been toying around with this idea, and I've seen other people kind of talk about it occasionally as well. And I'm not fully bought into it hook, line, and sinker, but it's an interesting theory, a little game theory. What if the reason there's been seemingly so much more sickness, like it feels like people are getting sick more frequently now, and a wide variety of illnesses just seem more common now. What if AI data centers are hoarding all of the clean water, because obviously they are...
This is a troll. This can't be real. This is a troll. He's trolling here. He must be trolling here.
Seemingly so much more sickness. Like, it feels like people are getting sick more frequently now, and a wide variety of illnesses just seem more common now. What if AI data centers are hoarding all of the clean water, because obviously they are gluttonous, like they are so thirsty with an unquenchable thirst? What if all of the clean water is being diverted to the AI data centers, and the normal civilians are just getting the sludge, runoff, polluted, contaminated garbage water in their tap?
We should build a large hadron collider in every single town in the USA because technological advancement. What is the country, if I did have to leave, is there a country where you don't have this obsession with appeasing our low IQ, worst genetic stock, fucks cows for fun, people that want to just fucking live on farms all day and roll around with fucking hay bales and drive their retarded fucking tractors around and fuck their kids? What country would I go to not have any of these people? Is it Singapore? I need a city-state. Let me leave. I just want to play on my computer all day and not have these people as a fucking anchor tied to my country.
And everything. I don't think it's unrealistic. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility here. Like, again, there are plenty of examples of, even recently when I talked about where an AI data center was like, oh, whoops-a-daisy, it looks like we were taking all of the residents' water, like significantly more than we told you guys we were. Whoops, it was like a rounding error. We took like so much more water than we thought because they got caught red-handed doing so. So they're like, oh yeah, we looked into it. We took way too much water. Sorry, here, we'll give you guys some more back, trickling it down. So like, what if they are using all of the clean water and you're just getting trash poopy water, just absolute shit water? Like, I feel like maybe.
Data centers produce infrasound, which is unironically a torture technique used by the CIA. Data centers are okay. There are real issues, though. Look up. Then address them. Then talk about them. Then talk about if you want to build an AI data center, you need to have some level of, not even some level of fucking construction, that at some distance from the center, somebody should be able to stand with a fucking device and measure the decibels. And if it's too loud, then their family gets to run a train on your CEO or something like that. Make a thing, okay? Then pass. I would be okay with shit like that. I don't want to live near loud fucking noises all day. I already got to do my own sounds. I think it's perfectly reasonable, perfectly fine. But the whole like, dismiss me with that shit, fam.
Of course, I have no evidence to back that up other than just my own observation.
Could it not also be the massive push against the belief in public health and safety, the getting rid of fluoride in water supplies, getting rid of people who believe in vaccines, the general mistrust and distrust of doctors, the pushing of alternative health? Not that. It's actually the AI data centers sucking up all the clean water. Okay.
Of course, I have no evidence to back that up other than just my own observations and my own little wacky ideas. But I don't know. They are evil enough to do that. No doubt in my mind. So who knows? Just something fun to play with as a little thought to kick around.
Why do we need legislation? It impedes the progress. How retarded are you? Is your mind only binary? It's either nothing or everything?
I think. Just wanted to share that because I fucking hate data centers. I am a D1 AI data center hater, so maybe I'm a bit blindness by my madness on the whole thing. But genuinely, everything evil about companies is epitomized with AI data centers in particular.
What do you say to someone who will push back on any sort of offer that's out there and say, well, the price tag can't replace memories?
Oh gosh, it almost makes me emotional because I have those memories in like my house, and I get how deeply personal people's homes are. I would just say that
fuck them.
We see you and we hear you, and
hell yeah,
we want this process to be respectful and transparent, and that is going to ultimately benefit you.
Barbecue chicken alert. Barbecue chicken alert. Nope. I also love how she's like, oh.
People who live near data centers have a higher rate of cancer. What is the timeline on these that's even been measured? Dude, what? Okay.
Oh, yeah, hearing that. Wow. It almost makes me emotional. I almost feel something, but then I remember all the clams. I remember all the money. Like, I can't feel anything. Are you kidding me? No. Yeah, we see you and we hear you, by the way. We're not going to change anything. We're still going to take your shit, but, like, we like, see you and hear you, I guess. Like, go away. It's going to benefit you. Don't you know? Like, this is for you, by the way. We know best. It's for you, so yeah, we're going to take your land. But, like, we, like, see you and hear you. It's a really powerful statement. Thank you so much, Georgia Power spokesperson. I almost can't help but be impressed by the gobbledygook here. Like, they openly say 70 to 80% of the power from these new lines is solely for data centers. Like, they openly say that. And I imagine it's probably going to be more. Again, those numbers are the ones they report.
Why is that even surprising? If you don't have the energy right now to support a new project, so you're running new power lines to support that project, wouldn't the majority of the power lines that you're running be to support? I don't understand what is even the surprise on that. Like,
to the public, thus they want to make it look as good as possible, and that's the best they could do. Like, I bet it's going to be north of that. But even with that, only a measly, like, up to 30% is for you, the actual civilian.
If the total power consumption of your city is measured in, like, fucking centawatts, however much it takes to keep the 3 light bulbs on, so you guys can see the cow that you're taking turns with, okay? Then what? I know I'm being mean to rural people, but, like, if you're running, like, gigawatt or whatever, multiple gigawatt fucking lines, the 20 or 30% utilization of those lines for your city is going to be, like, 100 times more power than you even had available to you in the prior event. Like, what is this? It's okay.
In the community. And I imagine the argument she's trying to make is that the data center is for you, the civilians in the community. How? It's not. Like, you could just look at the evidence of all of the other communities that have been ass blasted by data centers. It's just wrong. And I think, I at least think most people see through the deception.
True.
I don't think many people fall for this garbage anymore.
True.
But the problem is,
we've learned.
The people they elect to lead in the local governments there are just already fully corrupt, and they don't care. There have been so many people protesting vocally against it, going to all the meetings, voicing their concerns, and it just doesn't listen. They don't listen. It falls on deaf ears, and they still push all this shit through anyway, against the wishes of the community that they are elected to lead. That's just the state of it right now, unfortunately, in so many places in this country.
Brown doesn't buy that, and while she knows it's too late to save her home, she says she doesn't want to see this happen to anyone else.
My mom wants an apology. She wants an apology from Georgia Power. That's it.
I wonder how much they paid for the property. I want to know that. What was the payout for it?
Treated.
Yeah. I mean, for an entire year, they have bullied her. And there is no sorry. So that's what we want. We want an apology from Georgia Power.
Such important reporting there from our Skylar Henry. Thank you.
I agree. That is important reporting there. I think it is extremely valuable to showcase the impact data centers have on the locals when they swoop in here and what it does to communities. So I always appreciate reporters that are willing to highlight this, because it is a very negative thing that is being normalized now. Is just like a suck it up and deal with it type of thing. And these fucking monsters are so emboldened that they will just out loud say that if you are against data centers, that you're the problem. I already covered this, but the BlackRock CEO, that fucking goober, man.
What BlackRock?
Was really loosey-goosey with domestic terrorism in regards to people against AI data centers, by the way. Expecting, like, fucking drone strikes and stuff from civilians against data centers. So they were coming up with, like, counter-terrorism ideas to protect data centers from the menace of normal people being outraged that data centers came in and butt-fucked them. It's just... like, they're just being so brazen with it. It sucks. I know I've yapped about it a lot. I'm going to keep yapping about it because it is out of control. It is a terrible thing. I feel terrible for this family. I doubt they get an apology from Georgia Power or the AI data center top brass or anything. At best, maybe they get like a really hollow, sorry, bub. And that's it. Or maybe they even get like a little gift basket, a little goodie bag, maybe a Jelly of the Month Club subscription or something. Who really knows? but it won't be anything meaningful at all. Nothing's gonna, have this come to Jesus moment for Georgia Power or anything. It's just fucked. It's just so degenerate. And I hate it, so yeah, I want to yap about it. That's really about it. So yeah.
You didn't think you were getting off that easily, did you now? We here at Warfronts had almost...
No, I am off. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. What was this?
Got a full...
Well, am I being unfair? Am I being unfair in saying that, to my mind, and I'm not talking about the guys who, like you say, that stormed the Capitol and got arrested and were given sentences and were held to account. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the ringleaders and the people that pardoned those same people and were never held to account for anything either through our political means. Our only political means is impeachment.
Attempting to be serious about this, let's assume you get like an AOC or Gavin to care about this. Do we really think we can get an anti-data center taxation bill /act in this current Congress/administration? Or are you better off fighting at the community level? Like, they're just going to give a flat dono or a fat dono to Trump admin and keep it pushing. I mean, I think you fight for the legislation. But the reality is, as much as nobody wants to hear it, and Americans won't realize this until it comes to pass, and hopefully we never have to realize it, is... it's probably better to be ruled by corrupt capitalist overlords than to literally shithole our entire fucking country because of some vague notion of fighting the man. The problem is that, like, Americans are spoiled enough that we get to always, quote unquote, fight the man while enjoying the fact that we are, like, the capitalist overlords of the fucking world. But if we ever get to a state where you've actually managed to erase that competitive edge over the rest of the world, and now we're just like another country, but we're also separated from Europe, and we're like, all of our advantages will become disadvantages. Now shipping is more expensive on everything. We've got to import stuff, to export stuff. There's all sorts of bad shit that's going to happen as a result of us being so far from everybody. And now our biggest strength is now our biggest weakness. There is going to be no going back to that world before, because the rest of the world is going to look at what America did to itself and be like, okay, well, yeah, you guys are fucked. You're not trustworthy. Like, we've moved on. But because America enjoys so many different strengths and advantages, and because we have so many big companies and advancements in tech and huge investment and all this shit, like, we can be retarded for a little bit and be okay with it. But like, if you end up saying like no data centers, fuck all this, or whatever, and you manage to like stop some technological or impede some technological advancement because either you're fighting some noble battle, at some point some other country is going to get an edge on this competitive thing, and then when the actual material conditions of the United States not to suffer, not like, holy shit, I can't have a mortgage and DoorDash food every single night, my life is destroyed. Like, when we actually have to suffer like material disadvantages, America's not even gonna know where to fucking start. Like, where to even start for repairing the massive fucked up issues in our country, because we thought that before every bad thing that could ever come must come from like a fucking billionaire or something. Or an immigrant if you're a conservative.
Our only legal means is through the DOJ. So am I being unfair to say that those systems were unable...
What's wrong with being just another country? Would it really be such a terrible thing to give up some of your complete supremacy? No, bro. We need to do whatever, dude. I don't care. Whatever.
Am I being unfair to say that those systems were unable to operate, and at this point have been through, whether it's the Supreme Court or whether it's through the ability of Donald Trump and his allies to delay, have we failed?
John, I would say first, on the political part, you're probably talking to the wrong guys for that. We're criminal investigators who work on criminal cases.
I just want your opinions. I know that.
Damn it.
Yeah. So on the other part, in terms of the cases against Trump, I can speak most directly to ours. And when I took that job, I would have been perfectly happy if the facts and law didn't justify it to not bring those cases. And I'm sure if the facts were different, John, I'm sure a lot of the people who think I'm great would not think I'm so great. And some of the people who think I'm bad would think I'm really nice. The truth is...
Very good point.
Yeah, when you're a prosecutor, right? All of that sort of things in terms of perceptions and people feeling this way in this election, that is noise. That is things that I didn't consider when I'm doing my job. And, I brought those cases and I moved them forward because I thought I could prove them in court. And I thought I'd win on appeal. That's the same. We don't change the metric once it's someone who's a high-profile case.
Okay.
And again, I would just like to juxtapose what weaponization is, right? I've been doing this for 3 decades. I'm not a political operative who was brought in from outside because they couldn't get a line prosecutor to do it. People didn't resign because I demanded that they do things that run so counter to the traditions of the department. I mean, just think about today, John. If you had an allegation of corruption, can you imagine this administration bringing in someone like me who's got no political allegiance? Can you imagine that happening?
No.
And that's why, we come back to this issue of process.
I can't imagine, by the way, them even prosecuting it. I mean, he literally was bragging yesterday that he was making sure they weren't going to investigate cryptocurrency corruption. I mean, they're bragging about no longer investigating white-collar crime.
Yeah, and again, that's why I go back to this issue of like how we talk about it, because when you talk about, John, like the fact that, people don't believe this and people don't trust that, it's not in a vacuum, right? There are people with very powerful megaphones using repetitive messages over and over again that have no factual basis, but they get out there and they become part of the public discussion. The history before these last couple of years is prosecutors just sat on their hands and let that be said, and we didn't worry about that. I think the credibility issues you're talking about are because one side was telling a story divorced from the facts and the other side wasn't telling a story. I think if you lean into the facts, in the cases we do, I could justify them in court and I could justify them publicly. I think going forward, that is the recipe. That and having the people who are telling the stories be from the rank and file and be people who've lived the values that they're asking the teams to follow.
No, and Brian, I'm assuming you feel the same way about within the FBI, because what it feels like is you now have an organization that is generally built apolitically, built through merit, built through whatever methodologies they think gives them the best chance to get the best agents and the most selfless people.
Asians
being utilized and weaponized by partisans and with very little recourse, I would assume.
Yeah, and I am 100%, no surprise here, aligned with what Jack just said. Like, it's going to take...
You make a formidable team, the two of you.
Appreciate that. Jack's on the top, and so...
Robin, Batman.
All right, fair enough.
How dare you, sir? I don't look that great in tights. Again, like what Jack said, it's going to take people from the rank and file who cannot speak for themselves publicly. Right. They're not allowed to. But people like Jack and I don't want to put words in Jack's mouth or speak for him, but I can speak for myself when I say that I have been and continue to seek purpose, to fill the purpose that was taken from me. Part of how I'm fulfilling that purpose is trying to be that responsible voice. I'm not anointed by the men and women of the FBI to speak on their behalf. However, I can offer a perspective that most don't hear. And like I said before, like demystifying some of the thought processes, some of the experiences we've been through, and some of the ways things get done. It's a responsibility. And I think all of that noise, all of the dynamic opinions regarding, like, Jack and I talked about this the other day, like, we're like Joe Fridays. It's just the facts. That was our career. It was not about credit. It was not about getting the awards. It's about the facts, doing the job, because it's what we signed up for. And now we can represent, hopefully. But it's a no-fail task. When Jack and I speak, we cannot fail. We cannot allow our words to be twisted because we speak and stand for something bigger than just ourselves, because that's the part of the organization we crave to be a part of, and we're proud to be a part of, something larger than us. It makes me deeply uncomfortable to do this kind of stuff. No offense. Thank you so much for having us.
I'm deeply uncomfortable as well doing this. I have been for years, 30 years.
Yeah, I told this to my teammates when I was in that period of time where I was the acting director. There is nothing I wanted more when that period was over than to just disappear into anonymity and continue putting points on the board on behalf of the organization, on behalf of the American people.
What was I listening to this for again?
I understand that I can be and put myself under a level of pressure to do things like this. But to me, pressure is a privilege because it means something is expected of me, even if I'm the only one that might expect it of myself.
Right. It's finding purpose even after you've been sort of let go from the place where you found that grounding and you found that relevance.
And because I believe in them.
Right.
I believe in the organizations. I believe in the American people. I had an experience last week that reinforced it in a very real way. I told Jack, I ride my motorcycle to work. Save money on the easy pass lane.
How much cooler than me can you be? God, this is really, now you're just taunting me.
No, I promise I am not cool.
Well, I ride my electric bike sometimes to get the mail, so don't think you and I aren't the same, because we're the same.
You're exponentially better in every way. So I was riding to work, and I was going the speed limit, I promise. It was 50 miles an hour, two-way street, hit a deer. I had no time, nowhere to go. And so at 50 miles an hour, I took a short flight, then a longer slide and tumble.
Wow.
Bike is fine, importantly, for me and my mindset. But I'm fine too.
All right. Deer is okay, important to me.
I don't, it surprisingly ran off.
Right.
I never saw it again. I will find it.
All right.
But what happened next after I realized that I was okay? I stood up and traffic stopped on both sides of the street.
Oh.
and everybody emptied those cars. It was rush hour in the morning. The first person to me was an African-American female in her 50s, let's say. Second person, young blonde woman in scrubs. The third, fourth, fifth people were in the car that would have killed me if I went into oncoming traffic, filled with Hispanic laborers. None of them asked who I voted for, like what my sexual orientation, my religion. They didn't even ask my name. All they saw was a dude in America who needed...
Don't go.
The movement you are a part of killed Charlie.
Charlie Kirk said that the Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake. He said that Martin Luther King Jr. was awful and not a good person.
I agree with him. This is an entire political movement in real time that is eating itself. I've been called a 24-karat gold fuckwit before. If you don't like my show, then don't watch. Right? If you don't like the interview, then don't watch.
Charlie Kirk played a massive role in returning Trump to the presidency, not least by energizing young people. With pyrotechnics, star-studded lineups, and swashbuckling debates, he helped to create the idea that Republicans were cool again. They were the movement on the rise. The Democrats were tired, corporate, and wedded to woke causes, which even they were sick of. As we'll debate shortly, it's not yet obvious that the Democrats have anything like that kind of momentum or any standout leaders that people of all persuasions can rally behind. What's also now clear is that Charlie Kirk did a lot of heavy lifting in holding the Trump coalition together. He famously invited all factions to his turning point events, where they usually managed to find some common ground. Whether that common ground was survived the disastrous Iran war and the president calling his own supporters stupid, weak, and gullible over Epstein, we will sadly never know. Even Charlie Kirk's own death is proving stubbornly divisive. Last week, Tyler Robinson, his alleged killer, appeared in court as the case against him was laid out in detail for the first time across 5 days of hearings. The courtroom was expected to be open throughout the case as a rebuttal to the many conspiracy theories about his murder. But for some people, that won't be enough. We seem to be in an era of permanent mistrust. If you get your news exclusively from social media, as many do now, you probably think Senator Lindsey Graham was killed by either the Russians, the Iranians, or the Israelis. In Britain this week, the appalling murder of legendary Conservative MP Anne Widdecombe has been turned into a true crime mystery by some of the politicians in her own party. All of this amounts to a sorry state of suspicion and division, which is crying out the same common sense leadership. And whichever direction I turn right now, it seems to be, frankly, in very short supply. Well, joining us now is Jack Purcell.
We just get some goddamn common sense.
Actually, in London. First time we've ever met in person.
Thank
Jack,
you so much,
welcome
Piers.
to my great city.
I came here to see you.
The capital of the world and the greatest country in the world. It's great to welcome you.
I'm not so sure if I agree with all of that, Piers, but happy to be here.
It's good to see you. And Brandon Tatum, a.k.a. the Officer Tatum, Wajaha Ali, the co-host of Democracy-ish, and Brian Tyler Cohen, author of a new book, The Day After, How to Wield Power in a Post-Trump World. Well, welcome to all of you. A stellar panel, as always. Let me start with you, Jack, as you're here with me in London. This whole Charlie Kirk
thing.
It's a tragedy about what happened. Let's start with what happened to him. An absolutely tragic, appalling murder of a guy who went out of his way to try and bring people together to have free and open debate in a democracy. And it's despicable what happened to him. But what's also despicable to me, I'll be completely honest about this, is the raging, often ludicrous conspiracy theories that erupted almost from the moment he was killed and have continued to be fermented across the airwaves by people who, frankly, I think...
Wait, when it says reach level 30 with a character, that means you just have to have them with you, right? Not that it has to be like the main one, right? Or does it have to be the main one?
Know better, but
like
do know
your
better.
first
They
pick.
see a financial incentive in whipping all this stuff up. And all these conspiracy theories in the last week, and you were there in court, look to me like they've been comprehensively dismantled. This was exactly what it looked like. This guy killed Charlie Kirk because he wanted to kill him. And we know that because his flatmate has confirmed all that. And we know that from all the other evidence that came out. Am I missing anything? Is there any great grand conspiracy of the kind that have been spewed out by, I'll say, the leading protagonist, Candace Owens, who has gone after Erica Kirk in a way that I find really appalling? But I also think whipping up all these ridiculous theories, surely now, when confronted by what we've seen in court, it is a time to reflect on what are we doing as a society? When a young husband and father gets brutally murdered like this, and we turn it into effectively a clickbaiting entertainment empire that can make vast sums of money spewing conspiracies which are obviously bullshit.
Well, Piers, thank you for your kind words about Charlie and even about Turning Point at the top of this. And I agree with you that Charlie was a generational talent. By the way, I should also say that absolutely praying for Anne Widdecombe. This situation seems absolutely horrific. I've been following it since I've been here.
The counter-terrorism police have got involved now.
Apparently there's some breaking news
Yeah,
today.
they found stuff which suggests that this person may have been motivated for political reasons
and to me, it almost
drive
seems
300 miles to go kill a woman nearly 80.
Well, and the same way that we learned in court last week that Tyler Robinson drove 3 hours to get to the campus. They have his cell phone data. They have the data from his car systems. They have obviously videotape and surveillance tape that's gone out. And so I can't help but worry that perhaps it's the same type of political hatred, this idea that we should use violence rather than words, which is what Charlie always stood for, that we saw with Charlie's murder has now come to the UK in this case.
Right. I want to play a clip from Candace Owens, who came back from a break this week and said this.
There is a seemingly infinite number of influencers on social media who watched the Tyler Robinson preliminary hearing last week, and they reported back to us common folk that they came away from it and they were effectively drowning. They were submerged. They were engulfed. They were completely buried by the avalanche of undeniable evidence that Tyler Robinson murdered Charlie Kirk. I mean, they were so consumed that they all just began using that exact same adjective to express themselves. It is overwhelming. In fact, that has really been the key word since last year, right? It is the new wear a mask, save lives, 6 feet social distancing. The evidence against Tyler Robinson is overwhelming.
I mean, the problem with Jaha is the evidence against him is overwhelming. I mean, Jack himself was in court, as he said. He posted yesterday the moment Lance Twiggs, who was the partner
of Tyler Robinson agreed to testify against his boyfriend. The defense was sunk. The Twiggs didn't provide an alibi or say the rifle had been stolen. Instead, he confirmed that Tyler Robinson confessed to killing Charlie Kirk, along with other key details of the plot. And I know, Officer Tatum, you were there too, and I'll come to you about this. But what do we do about this with Jarhat? Because I've watched this play out since Charlie Kirk was murdered, and it's awful. It's awful. It's awful to see a widow, Erica Kirk, whatever people may think of her, to see her targeted in such a heartless, cruel manner. I just think is horrendous. What are we doing here as a society?
What you're witnessing is political cannibalism, and what you're witnessing is the end result of a political movement that is born off of and fueled by anger, rage, conspiracy theory, and lies. It eventually turns on itself. I want to remind everyone, because I have the receipts, that after Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered, before there was any evidence, before there was anyone was arrested, Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and the entire right wing blamed the radical left. This was the time during they unleashed the National Guard and ICE against American people, and were trying to gin up a case to attack anyone who opposes Donald Trump and the MAGA movement. Then what happened? Kash Patel, who is the completely unqualified leader of the FBI, completely messed up, had no leads whatsoever. We actually had the FBI say we have no leads whatsoever. Tyler Robinson turned himself in, according to what we know, because a family member said, turn yourself in. So the only suspect that we actually have is Tyler Robinson. The conspiracy theories that have come out, the ugly conspiracy theories that you've talked about, have only come out from the right wing. In particular, but not exclusively, Candace Owens has profited off it. True. Coming up with these insane conspiracy theories, also anti-Semitic conspiracy theories about, another shooter or perhaps Israel and other individuals, and they don't believe the case itself. And I'm looking at it and say, it looks to me like most likely Tyler Robinson was radicalized. Here's a...
How long until the current fucking soccer match is over? What's the time on it right now? It's over? Thank God.
A white man with a gun. He had his own grievance, and he shot and killed Charlie Kirk. And now, from the evidence that we've seen in the past week, his roommate said that Tyler Robinson broke down crying, admitting that he killed Charlie Kirk. So this is an entire political movement in real time that is eating itself. Candace Owens came from MAGA. MAGA is now turning on MAGA. And now if there's any self-reflection and any decency, which there isn't, they would sit back and say, maybe, just maybe, we shouldn't have spread these insane conspiracy theories. Maybe we should not have talked about, QAnon. Maybe we should not have promoted Stop the Steal movement. Maybe we should not have promoted replacement theory. Maybe we should not have said that all law enforcement are part of the enemy of the state. Jack, you became famous promoting these theories, these conspiracies, these lies.
So do you mean like when, so I noticed you left out that Jimmy Kimmel said that, you forgot to mention that Jimmy Kimmel went on nighttime TV and said that it was
lie. And no one's even going to correct him. Brian, please correct him. One liberal defend Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel's statement was not wrong. Jimmy Kimmel went on TV and he said, MAGA is doing everything they can to make it look like the shooter's not one of them. That is absolutely fucking true. Kimmel did not say who the shooter was. He did not speculate. He just said MAGA was doing everything they could to try to say that it wasn't them, which is absolutely fucking true. People like Nancy Mace, Donald Trump, Kash Patel were making statements about the identity and the ideology of the shooter before fucking Charlie even made it to the fucking hospital, okay? Not exactly, but close enough, before we knew anything about the shooter. That is, please, one of you guys, please defend Kimmel on this. Don't give this stupid fucking talking point to these subhuman fucking losers. Please, God.
MAGA supporter who killed Charlie Kirk. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel is a member of the right. So I noticed you left out that Jimmy Kimmel said that you forgot to mention that Jimmy Kimmel went on nighttime TV and said that it was a MAGA supporter who killed Charlie Kirk. I don't think Jimmy Kimmel is a member of the right.
Close.
I also remember that they were allowed. No, I'll let you talk. Now you let me out. I'm going to respond. I also saw that there were many people saying it was a droid.
Don't talk over each other. Let him reply.
There was people who claimed
Let him reply.
There were people who claimed it was.
Let him reply with Jarhat, then you can reply to him. Support for our sensor comes from Dose for Cholesterol, a simple and reliable way to take control of your own health. Cholesterol.
If you use this detonation switch, do you get less experience than if you go through and you kill them all manually? Does it matter? Or?
Could be an issue for many people, some for lifestyle reasons, and sometimes just bad luck. But you can get ahead of it. Dose for Cholesterol is extremely convenient. Just a small daily shot, which tastes like mango. No pills and no powders. It uses naturally occurring ingredients like turmeric, so you know that you're not putting chemical garbage into your body. This is the way to take more control of your own health, which could help you delay the more intense conventional remedies. They'll send it straight to your door for zero hassle. New customers can save 35% on your first month subscription by going to dosedaily.co/peers, or simply entering Piers at checkout. That's dosedaily.co/peers for 35% off your first month subscription.
There were also people who falsely claimed that it was a groiper, that it was a member of the right. Jimmy Kimmel spread that on nighttime news. This was big news. There was a huge push about it. There were headlines about it. We debated on the show. I don't remember if you're on that exact panel, but I watched every single episode of Piers, so I saw it. I mean, this was huge news. So to say that none of that happened, also notice that you seem to have skipped over the radical left, which we now know absolutely was responsible for this. And we even knew that before we had the identification of Tyler Robinson, because we had the etchings on the bullets. Hey, fascist, catch. Bella Ciao, the Antifa anthem. All of that evidence was out there, but you seem to have missed it.
Yeah, so you're literally doing what I accused you of doing, so thank you for proving
Following the evidence? Thank you, yes.
Jack, listen, be a man, have the courage of your convictions.
The courage of following the evidence?
10 toes down, Jack.
Reading the evidence
is what you have
where
created.
it lies?
Wait, just let me finish. This is the movement that you have created, and this is the movement now that is eating itself.
The movement that you are part of killed Charlie.
Just let me finish, Jack. I let you say what you have to say. I'm almost done.
Listen,
Candace Owens is not a member of the radical left. Candace Owens is a member of MAGA.
The radical
who has
left
broken away,
murdered Charlie
and the
Kirk.
attack against Turning Point and Erica Kirk.
A guy in a
this pager is
trans
happening within MAGA.
relationship with Antifa etchings on the bullets murdered
Jack, all I'm
Charlie
going to say is
Kirk.
this. Let me
That's
finish,
all the
and
evidence
then
in
you
court.
can move on.
That's the
There's
court
a great
evidence.
quote. There's a great quote
That's
from
murder, and you don't seem to care. You don't seem to care that Charlie was
Good
killed.
one, Piers.
That he
Good
was killed in
moderating,
the UK right
Piers.
now.
Good
He's
moderating,
being
Piers. Good
targeted.
job, Piers.
You're not letting me speak.
You're blaming me. You seem more upset about
Jack,
me simply
you're
being here
telling
talking
yourself.
than people who agree with your politics, murdering people, one at a campus, one in your own kitchen.
Jack, just let me finish. I did not interrupt you. You seem like you're
You
telling
literally
yourself
interrupted me so much that Piers had to step in.
All right. There's a great line from Godzilla. Ken Watanabe character says, "Let them fight." And I, for one, am fine with MAGA eating himself over this horrific issue. And I say, Piers,
Then you
I
seem like
believe-
you're fine with your guys killing us.
Let the
You seem like you're
investigation
fine with
play
that.
itself
I don't
out.
hear you have 1 minute of time to say, you know what, both sides should not be violent. Could you at least say that?
I'm perfectly fine condemning violent extremism on all sides. I've been over for 2.5 years.
Has Trump said that?
The number one
Yes,
domestic terror
by the way.
threat in America right now for the past 20 years is, want to take a guess? White supremacist
What was the
terrorism,
motive of Charlie
which I condemn.
Kirk's alleged killer? What's the motive? Just answer the question.
You tell me. What's the motive? You tell me, Jack.
I just did many times.
do we?
Interesting.
All right, let me bring in the others. You've been waiting patiently. Let me bring in Brandon Tatum, a.k.a. the Officer Tatum. You've also been in court. You posted day 4 of Tyler Robinson's preliminary hearing, changed everything. The courtroom saw the text, the note, the rifle, the DNA, and Lance Twiggs' interview. The conspiracy theories didn't survive the evidence. I mean, look, there seems to be a reluctance by many people on the conservative right in America, whether they're fearful of her or I don't know what it is, but it seems to be pretty cowardly, to just outright call out Candace for what she's been doing. Right? What we've seen in the last week in court from the evidence that was produced is that all this conspiracy flying is bullshit. And she's been making a ton of money doing it. It's no different in my eyes to what Alex Jones did with InfoWars about Sandy Hook, right? Peddling deliberate lies for cash. Now, I'm already in a bet with Candace for charity of $300,000 about whether Brigitte Macron is a man. And the Macrons are suing her. And we're going to get to the bottom of that. And guess what they're going to find? She's a woman because she had 3 kids. And I doubt Candace will pay me. She'll go on a rant about endless conspiracy theories involving everyone involved in the court case. And she won't accept it, in other words. She never accepts anything. She just wants to peddle these conspiracy theories and doesn't seem to care to me, Brandon, about whether actual people who are grieving, like Erica Kirk, get deeply wounded in the process of all this. And again, I ask you the same question. I mean, would you condemn Candace Owens for what she's been doing?
Nope.
Yeah, I think that's an easy condemnation. I condemn anything that Candace is saying that is wrong. You know, I know her personally, and me and her are supposed to have a conversation here soon about what's going on because I think that she, and I think it'll be beneficial for her to be educated on what the truth is, how these processes work, how investigations work, how DNA evidence works. And as a person who know her personally, I think it's invaluable for me and others who know her to have a conversation with her. You know, I don't think that it's conducive to get out and scream her name every single day on social media. Erica is not doing it. Turning Point is not doing it. Charlie never did it, even though he disagreed with many things that Candace said. I think it is important that we attack what is being said 100%. It is lies. I think the things that are being said are evil, they're hurtful, they're counterproductive to Charlie Kirk's legacy, who he was as a man and what he stands for. And I condemn anybody that's out here peddling lies when we have evidence that's unequivocal that came out in court in the preliminary hearing. It's going to be even worse if they go to trial. There's going to be even more evidence. There's going to be more witnesses. And so, and the gentleman that's, I guess next to me, I don't know if the audience is seeing it the way I'm seeing it, but what a complete fool to sit and gloat and have your opportunity to say, well, I'm excited that the MAGA is fighting each other on the back of Charlie, who was assassinated for just being a man who spoke the truth. He was a good man. He was a good father. I knew him personally. And it's a shame that we can't sit here and just condemn hatred. We have to go and point that it's MAGA, it's not MAGA. That's foolery. This man lost his life representing what America stands for, and that is the freedom of speech. He voluntarily, people came to debate him on campus. He never was belligerent with people. He didn't get violent with people. He gave people opportunities to speak. And a leftist nut job that followed his anti-Trump hatred towards Christians and conservatives is the one that took his life and calloused with no remorse. Okay. And so don't give me that crap about MAGA. The left is the most violent group of people in this country. They tried to kill president multiple times. They killed Charlie. They tried to kill Congress members. These people are threatening my life, Jack Posobiec's life. I mean, we got letters in the mail from these nut jobs claiming to kill us. You cannot name a single instance in recent history where conservatives are doing the exact same thing, targeting and killing a Democrat. Name one.
Well, I would say that right. It is provable in this century that for the overwhelmingly large part of this century, most of the political violence in America has come from the right. I mean, that's inarguable statistically.
They took that down on the White House.
I think there's been a turnaround in the last 2 years.
They won't even agree with that, by the way.
The last thing I read, and for the first time actually this century, you're seeing it skewing slightly to the left now. So this is the problem on both sides. Why don't we just be intellectually honest about it?
They'll never agree with that.
Brian Tyler Cohen. This is a problem on both sides. Radicalized people to the left and right who think that the answer to disagreeing with people is to kill them, right? And we're seeing the same thing in the UK. Anne Widdecombe is the third politician who's been murdered in the last 12 years in the UK. The third, right? And it's for their political beliefs. They're getting killed. It's like the most appalling form of terrorism you can imagine. Right? These are politicians representing constituents. And whether it's Charlie Kirk in America, a political figure, or actual politicians in the UK, all the presidents you've had who've been shot and assassinated and survived assassinations and so on. This has been going on since I was born. You know, I was born in 1965, and you had JFK murdered just before me, then his brother, then Martin Luther King, and so on. Trump's only been killed several times. So let's not pretend it's just the left or the right. It's not. But let's come back to Charlie Kirk, because what you're seeing immediately, you're seeing with Lindsey Graham, for example, who, from what the accounts I've read, almost certainly has died of a heart-related condition, which came on very suddenly and can kill you very quickly. But I'm also reading endless conspiracy theories being aired that this was Russia, it was Iran, it was Israel. Trump has been asked about it. He said this.
Look, the Russians have a habit of poisoning people they don't like. And Lindsey Graham once called for Putin to be, taken out. You have any suspicions or worries? Do you think we know the whole story about his death?
I don't think, just to answer the conspiracy theory, I don't know. I'd love to say yes, but I think he had some problems and very, very difficult. And his father died just about at the same age from, I'm a believer in the racehorse theory. If you have problems, you have problems. And he had some problems that were a little bit deep-seated and not easy to find.
So Brian, what's your view of all this? Let's have an honest conversation about this.
I mean, in terms of conspiracy theories surrounding Lindsey Graham's death, is that what you're
asking?
asking?
I would say that we've got the Charlie Kirk conspiracy theories being peddled ever since he was murdered. You've now got the same thing happening with Lindsey Graham, where a lot of people don't want to believe officialdom at all. Trust has never been lower, I think, in officialdom. But you've also got, I think, bad actors out there now who deliberately peddle this stuff to make money online. And they do it aggressively and they make millions.
Yeah, and I think conspiracy theories are the currency of the internet right now. And I think Waj brought up a great point, which is that we have a panelist on this very panel who did exactly that. Jack, with the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, is an example of somebody peddling abject.
I would love to talk about all your Russia episodes, right? How many times have you done an episode talking about how Donald Trump is controlled by Russia?
Why can't you stand up for the words that you said?
That you have pushed for absolute years.
Why can't you stand up for the words that you said?
Absolute years.
Do you stand behind Pizzagate?
For absolute years, your conspiracy theory.
Do you stand behind your own words with Pizzagate? Yes or no?
Destroyed the country.
Yes or no? Do you stand behind Pizzagate?
James T. Hodgkinson, who shot up a Republican.
You can't. If you're willing to say these things, why can't you stand behind them?
Field because he's not a man why can't you just stand up for your own words?
You said that. Why can't you stand up for your own words instead of filibuster?
In the interest of fair play, I'd like to call out everybody, but they put a direct.
Is he going to?
You were part of that Pizzagate conspiracy theory era. Do you now regret that?
Well, for one, I never said that it was true ever. People have put words in my mouth, and people have claimed things I never said.
Did you believe it might be true?
No.
Then why'd you promote it?
Again, see, he's saying promote it. He can't actually point to anything I've said.
Did you ever promote it?
No.
Never.
Wow. No, we went there to have dinner and to show people that it was a regular shop. And I've
Fuck. Was it this?
Go for some pizza. And I decided that I wanted to go for some pizza. And so I realized that there was a pizza place that I had heard about very, very nearby my home, Washington, D.C., called Comet Pizza. So let's go take a look, shall we? Comet Pizza. Here we go.
There it is, right across the street there. You see the big sign? Comet, big old Comet. Comet Pizza, boy. See, it's funny, doing these periscopes, and sometimes you think you're going to get arrested, you come across stuff. This isn't something where I think I'm going to need to get bailed out. This is something where if I screw this one up, I don't even know what's going to happen to me. I just watched the Comet Pizza video again and said entire rosary, and that got me ready for this.
Why?
Look, these lights. These are the worst lights. The worst lights I've ever seen. So what I'm going to do, guys, is have the periscope in the pocket of my shirt. See? I'm going to go right here and have the in the pocket of my shirt so you guys will be able to see it, what's going on, and hopefully, it doesn't show that it's live or anything, so hopefully it doesn't pop out. All right, live, going, walking. All right, head it over. We're going to do a quick IPOE. IPOE means intelligence preparation of the battle space. It's essentially something where you try to find out what's going on before you go in. So there it is, guys. There it is. Comet Pizza. Comet Pizza's right there. All right, Roosh has already dialed 9 and 1, and he's ready to dial the last one, so he's all set for me. All right, let's see who's in there. Looks like a regular bar crowd. All right, see what's going on here. Little red fox next door. Little red fox. And then if you come down, then we got Bucks, Big Bucks Fishing Company, and then guys, just right down here, it's Besta Pizza. See Besta Pizza? And the symbol. Guys, see the symbol, right? You can see the symbol. Remember the symbol on the FBI list. The symbol right here.
The symbol.
Besta Pizza.
Ooh, that's the child porn symbol. Careful.
All right, right here. So this is Besta Pizza. Can't tell what's going on in the back. Don't worry, guys. I got some backup on this. I got G-Mac himself coming. George McIntyre is going to be here with me. So this isn't some, oh God, no, guys. It's even worse than I thought. It's a crowd of SJWs. What do I do? What do I do with the horde of them? Entire horde of SJWs. Oh my God, I can't believe Hillary lost. It was like the worst thing ever. My whole life is ruined. Don't worry, I know how to talk like them. I know how to infiltrate. This is good. Guys, you got to speak the lingo. You got to know how to blend. You got to know how to blend in. That's why I'm wearing I'm wearing my saffron shirt right now. It's saffron. Okay, here we go. You see G-Mac is coming up. That's G-Mac across the street. I'm waving to. Don't worry. It's gonna be good. It's not pink. It's saffron. It's salmon. It's not pink. It's salmon. So we're gonna go in. We're gonna infiltrate Comet Pizza. All right.
says hi. Bruce says hi. Bruce says hi. Yeah, Bruce is. We're gonna go and common pizza. Do you think this is a good idea or what?
Are we gonna survive this trip?
Do you think we're gonna? I don't know.
Should we even eat the pizza?
Well, I think if we order pizza and we just sit there not eating it, it's gonna look a little, you know,
A little strange.
a little strange to them.
We got like a super moon like 2 days ago.
Do you think the supermoon affects
Has
what's going on?
something to do with satanic rituals.
Their powers could be at their highest. We also were just at All Hallows Eve a couple of nights ago, so that's also a time when the veil is, you know, permeable between the spirit realms. So they'll have the ability to go and move between one and the other. Oh, yeah, they said we should have got yeah, well, no, you missed it. There was a horde of SJWs that came through, and I had.
How did you know they were SJWs?
Oh, trust me, you can tell. I mean, the yoga pants and the hair. So they were coming by. I had to infiltrate, and they saw me doing the periscope, and I told them I was like, oh my god, we're lost, and worst week ever. And
SJWs.
Yeah, they all gave me their phone numbers. It was crazy. But honestly, so what do you think is the worst thing that could happen to us going in here?
We are not coming out.
Okay, but I mean, do you think is death the worst thing that could happen? Or are we facing even further
spirit cooking, crazy shit.
punishment? So they're gonna spirit cook us.
They're gonna use us for spirit.
We're gonna be because we're not children.
We're not children.
But we could be the next beast.
We could be part of the blood.
We could be the next pizza.
They could use our blood.
Bruce suggests satanic sixes.
All right, didn't believe in any of this.
All right, well, I'm gonna put this in. I hope it doesn't like accidentally turn off or something. But can you guys see? Okay, if it's like this? It's in my pocket right now. All right, here we go. Are you watching?
No, I can't.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to make sure that's still like live, you know. All right, here we go. Time to infiltrate. How do you even get in this place? Oh, okay. There we go. All right, it's good. Hold on, let's check out the menu. What's on the menu?
It's a cover story. Cover story is that
we need a cover story
we
for
work
it.
near here and
that we work in DC and we want pizza. And we want pizza. Just out here for. Hold on. I want to look at some of this stuff. Jungle peanuts. You've been here before. You've been here before. Oh no. Hey, hang on, two please.
I think just.
Well, we went place ping pong. We're very
deep in
friendly.
enemy territory. Careful.
Yeah, we want to check out the back. Definitely. All right, they're taking us into the back now. Is there foosball too? How does it work? Do we have to? They look like the little football guys. Little, you know. Hey guys, how you doing? Foosball. Yeah, football.
I started like 3 days ago, so
So how long are you open tonight? Okay, cool. So we got about an hour. 70 years ago?
No, 10 years.
10 years. Oh, that's pretty good. Do you have to pay for the foosball or you just do it?
I'll find out.
We're gonna find out. Is that bathroom back there?
I have no idea.
Is it on the table? Oh, in the table. Hold on. Look. Pacing and leading. We're normal guys who want to play football. So is this a bathroom here?
It's very, very cheap.
What's back there? There's definitely. Hold on, guys. I'm gonna come back. I think we're going real quick. Well, hold on. Yeah, you could just see the way that the guy was holding his phone, looking directly at me, looking directly at us. He was definitely like trying to look at my phone, trying to see what's going on.
Oh,
you know, I
shit.
think we're burned, but we're gonna hold on. We're gonna keep periscoping because George, what do I always say? Always be scoping. Always be scoping. I mean, I didn't title it anything like horrible. I just said generic common pizza.
Be careful.
Everyone on TV. Hi, Siri. That's actually for me. Oh, but yes, you can. Can I ask you a question? Why do you have a live? No, sorry. How's the steel wheels? So, as far as vegetarian pieces go, it's not like another one. It's popular. Can you go? I'm not. I'm just I like. So it's good. Personally, it's not my favorite use especially. The thing is really good. I mean, the steel was easy super popular pizza. So you might also be interested in more interested in whereas I'm a little more interested in stuff like well, not specifically. So I'm open just fun stuff. I mean, if you have like something that's pretty crazy, you can try it. Seriously, so you like your go-to? What's your go-to? My go-to is like vegan, bacon, spring chicks, like the Smokies raised on and then these new ones up here, awesome dreams, great pumpkin patch. Are you ready or do you need another minute?
I can stand up to any heat. There's no heat that I cannot stand up to. Cheers. Hey, come on. Cheers.
Okay, part 2. Hold on.
I turned it off.
I understand that to you this is maybe like a game, but considering that I myself and my staff receive death threats,
it's not a game. It's not anything.
Are you reading these things that people are writing?
I can't control what somebody posts on the internet. What someone comments.
At this point, he doesn't have to pass it.
Don't you think using eminent domain to benefit private corporations seems kind of scummy? Yes, I think that is pretty shitty. I feel like if you buy land in the United States, you basically should be entitled to own that particular like sectioned off land into perpetuity, like infinitely. Like if it was the year like 20, or like we'll say like the year like 3,500, and they were trying to build like a spaceport or something. But if somebody's like great grandma in the year like 1992 had bought like some parcel of land, I don't think they should ever be able to touch that. We should be able to see infinitely into the outer reaches, to the all the way to the cosmic microwave background radiation into the all of it, like from the ground all the way up, should never be allowed to be touched by any private thing ever.
And you're throwing me now.
Well, you're throwing me out.
I am because you are aiding a dangerous environment.
Right. So at the point that this started, I had turned it off. And so
I'm denying you service.
He's denying you service. He wants you to leave the application.
He asked me to turn it off, and I turned it off.
Okay. But he's denying you service. He wants you to leave the application.
Why specifically?
I've already explained this. Sir, you don't have to explain anything. He wants you to leave the application.
Okay, so we're good. We're good for the
grab your property at the station.
Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna head up. I'm fully compliant. Just trying to find out what's going on. What? Did you want to add something? No. I thought you had something to say to me. Okay. Okay. Hey, have a nice night. Sure. Wow. Wow. Wow.
It almost makes bigger news.
Wow. So, thrown out of Comet Pizza. Thrown out of Comet Pizza for periscoping. Now, guys.
What?
If you guys watch my Periscope, or if you guys have seen, anything that I've done before on my feed, you guys will notice that I've not actually tweeted about Comet Pizza before. That I've not actually done anything about Comet Pizza. I've not tweeted any of the so-called theories. I've not tweeted any of the evidence that people have said they found, anything like that. So I would not hear in a political purpose whatsoever. And all I wrote was that I'm having dinner at Comet Pizza. George, that's all I wrote, right?
You did.
I didn't write that this is part of some kind of conspiracy. I didn't say this was some kind of conspiracy. I talked about how there was some weird stuff, but I sat down.
I saw the cops sitting over there. I kind of knew something might be up, so they've probably been watching them for a while.
Did you see when they pulled in?
No, they've been there since I got.
So those cops have been sitting there?
For who knows how long.
Wow. Wow. So here we go.
The cops.
Thrown out of Comet Pizza for broadcasting on a Periscope. Thrown out of Comet Pizza. Had the police called me at Comet Pizza for being thrown out. What happened when I was dark? Guys, when it was dark, I ordered my food and the garlic knots came and I started to eat it.
We didn't even get to eat our pizza.
No pizza came, didn't get to eat anything. So I told them very specifically, I was like, dude, I'm not live streaming right now. But as soon as he came over and started to throw me out, then yeah, I didn't actually eat anything. I didn't actually eat anything that was going on. And this guy decides to go, and as soon as he sees me live streaming from there, he throws me out.
What the fuck?
Hold on a second. I'm going to start this again, but I want to retitle the Periscope, so hold on.
Okay, let's do it again. Run it back.
You haven't seen any of them from outside.
So, what? Thrown out of Comet Pizza.
Is he a lizard?
If you guys go back and watch my last Periscope, you can see that it's untitled. And it's untitled because I had shut off my Periscope. The owner, or whoever it was, made a comment about this situation and had said, hey, are you live streaming or something? And I said, oh, I'll turn it off. So I turned it off. You guys saw me turn it off. You guys saw me, not activate the live stream anymore. And I said, oh, I'll turn it off. I'll turn it back on later or something. So I completely stopped live streaming. And at that point, the owner was walking by, he was looking at me, he was acting, George, you saw him, he was acting all sorts of weird and like.
Oh, everyone there was acting weird.
Super, everybody, when we walked, as soon as he walked in, everybody was on edge. Everyone was giving us that like super fake happy smile, all that stuff.
And he even asked if we were streaming.
He asked me if I was streaming, so at that point I realized that
they knew they were hiding the kids already.
You can see him, by the way, I told you, by the way, he was walking around with the phone and looking at me. I was like, we got burned. He had a pedal walk, and if you go back and watch my last stream, you can see that this guy was definitely hiding something. He was freaked out. He absolutely had something to hide, so he called the police officers to come, who were sitting across the street. That's the police cars right there that you guys can see. Called them and yeah, completely threw me out of here. Now, guys, I wasn't, and George, you can back me up on this. You go back and watch my last Periscope, you can see me getting thrown out. I said, what am I being thrown out for? And he said, you're feeding an alt-right conspiracy.
What? But he never even promoted that on his socials. He said that, right, guys?
Hey, is this working now? Can you guys actually see me? Can you guys, am I live? Am I alive? I don't even know, because all of a sudden, after I got thrown out of Comet Pizza, I was trying to do a Periscope to talk about what was going on in the situation. And George is here as well still. And
what are the chances?
And the minute I did that, all of a sudden, everything started acting crazy. I've never seen Periscope do something like this, where the Periscope went down, and
isn't that kind of crazy?
It wasn't down. The Periscope was down, and so I couldn't send any video, but the video was still going on. The video was still actually, yeah, it was right after I said alt-right conspiracy.
We're fearing for our lives.
Right after I said alt-right conspiracy, it went down. So if you go back and watch the video, it's the one that's titled Untitled. It's a couple after this. It said that the guy says to me, I said, well, why am I being thrown out just for having a Periscope on? He's like, well, why do you have Periscope on? And I said, because I Periscope everything I do. I do lots of Periscope. I enjoy it. It's an app that I like. It's Periscope. Like, what's the problem with Periscope?
Nothing.
He goes, well, you're filming inside my restaurant. It's like, here's the difference with that too, is you're filming inside my restaurant.
Isn't
now,
that
George, you were
constitutional?
sitting in that restaurant, right?
The police officer said you have a right to refuse him service.
So he has a right to refuse my service, and they did have the right, and I guess. See, my guess is that they must have had someone tipped them off. Someone tipped them off because they were on the phone as soon as possible after we walked in.
And they saw you filming or
so
something.
Someone either, so here's the thing is, they either must have but here's the thing, if they had like a Twitter search up, right, for their name. Some people do that. They have a Twitter search up that's just looking for their name at all times. If their name's mentioned, they're notified immediately. But the difference is, like,
John Podesta put it on.
I got to imagine that Comet Pizza has been getting a lot of mentions lately, right? So there's probably a ton of traffic out there on their name, and it's probably all just junk, like stuff that they don't want to see because it has nothing to do with their business
John
or whatever.
Podesta probably doesn't want anything coming back to him, so he's got this place.
So yeah. This had absolutely the hallmarks. So I'm saying it wasn't just the fact that I had it in my title. This was something where they've got eyes on me. They've got eyes on anybody that's coming into Comet Pizza. They've got eyes on everybody. So
shit.
I am putting out the call right now, guys.
Not conspiracy theory,
James
by the way.
O'Keefe, we need you in here. I'm gonna need your help on this one, man. This is an operation that suddenly just got a little bit bigger than just myself. I've been burned. George has been burned. They know what we look like. We need people in here at a higher level. We need to recruit subsources to go in here with hidden cameras because we saw
there was a back room.
a secret back room.
People were going in and out. There was music. There were kids. There were
little kids going in and out of this back room.
In the back
room? This is a bar.
This is 9 o'clock at night on a
How
Wednesday.
many? Since when are kids allowed to be in a bar?
It's weird.
In the first place,
It's just weird.
So there's kids. You can see them on my earlier scope that are in this bar, and I don't know. In my
What's going on
impressions,
there?
you know, I don't think that kids were allowed to go in bars at all.
9 o'clock at night on a Wednesday.
9 o'clock at night on Wednesday, and there's kids in this bar. So it's just before 9 p.m. actually, just before. So yeah, this place there's so much stuff going on. The Periscope's acting possessed, and there's a back room back there. So I want.
What's going on in the back room?
Yeah, the bathroom doors were these weird hidden doors that like you couldn't see them, and it was funny. So you could see there were like some couches and chairs in the back room, and it was behind this like black curtain, but you could see around it a little bit. It looked like there were candles actually, because you could see like a flickering light almost.
It was like the ping pong and the unused foosball table was just there for show.
Yeah, the ping pong and like the ping pong table was there, and like the foosball table was there, but nobody was actually playing it.
No,
and when I asked him about
I
it,
thought it was weird.
He was like, "Why do you want to ask about that?"
I didn't even know what foosball was.
Yeah, I asked the lady what foosball was, and she's like, "I just started here 3 days ago. What's foosball?" Like really weird answer.
Super weird.
Really weird stuff going on. So we're clearly described with the owner. Guys, go back and look at my Periscope. You can see the owner. You can see me getting thrown out. You can see the police officers. You can see them throwing us out. I specifically said, what was going on? Why are we being thrown out? And he said, well, you are contributing to an alt-right conspiracy theory.
That's what he said.
And I gotta say, like, this is probably the least trolly thing I've done all day.
Yeah.
You do a lot of trolly things.
Yeah, I do a lot of trolly things, but all I did was I put up a Periscope and I said, dinner at Comet Pizza. That's it.
Yep.
So the fact that they picked up on us Periscoping even before we went into the place. By the time it took them, guys, think about this, all right? So guys, I gotta admit, I misjudged this. A good intel officer will have done a better intelligence preparation of the battle space before they go into an event, and I talked about that. But the threat level here is much higher than I thought it would be. The stuff that was going on is much worse than I thought it would be. And we were dealing with some high level stuff here, guys. We were doing some very high level stuff. There are people here that have a lot of interests and a lot of money. So they have a big secret that they are trying to hide, and a big secret that they are trying to keep under wraps, because it could potentially blow the lid on Hillary Clinton, on John Podesta, on Tony Podesta. I mean, I'm sorry, but like, look, and George, I was telling you about this before.
That's all the big Democrats and Hillary who killed people.
I was not sold on the Comet Pizza theory before this.
He said he doesn't believe it.
And even then, I was just like, what is this? I don't know.
So he's not even
I was not sold on Gus Fring from Breaking Bad, right?
Yep.
I was not sold that the Comet Pizza thing was real.
We're good, right?
I thought that this was just like, man, this is way out there. This is so.
It's a normal pizza place.
Yeah, it's a normal pizza place.
And then you start seeing kids. You start seeing back rooms and shit.
The kids and the back rooms, and the fact that this guy was acting real squirrely, and the fact that all of a sudden, they were like, boom, right onto me, right on what was going on. This was crazy. This was really weird.
No, wait.
This was really weird. Yeah, this was.
Does he believe in the conspiracy
next
theory?
level stuff. I've been involved in.
Police were in there. We were in there for 10 minutes.
Yeah, the police. Yeah,
10 minutes.
I've never seen the police respond to something that quickly before. So either they had the police on standby.
Ooh. Oh, they're still looking at him?
And the police are still there. The police are actually still there. So either the police were on standby, or they actually called the police before we got there. The police are probably still
they were waiting in advance.
Why are they worried about us?
I don't know. Who's in charge of the DC police?
Ooh.
I don't know. I don't.
Anyway, so never supported it, never believed in it. By the way.
Never said that it was true, ever. People have put words in my mouth, and people have claimed things I never said.
Did you believe it might be true?
No.
Then why'd you promote it?
Again, see, he's saying promoted. He can't actually point to anything I've said.
Did you ever promote it?
No.
Never.
Wow.
No, we went there to have dinner and to show people that it was a regular shop. And I've said that from the very start.
Oh my God.
You also promoted Stops the Steal.
See, again, here we go. So
they haven't seen the original videos, which I don't even necessarily blame them. I don't know if they would have known this would have come up as a topic. But, like, that's just a fucking lie, right? Like, how much shame must you lack to just so blatantly lie like that? That's wild, bro. I'm unironically, I am jealous. I'm jealous.
Explaining something.
Well, he's given, to be fair to him,
jumps over.
To be fair to him, Wajah and Brian, he's given a very unequivocal response there that he never promoted the Pizzagate thing, which was the QAnon theory, obviously. That he never did that. And so, do you guys have
QAnon?
Well, hang on.
I'm in the HBO documentary calling out QAnon.
Right, but I just wondered, do either of you guys actually have any evidence he did promote the Pizzagate theory as a theory?
Piers, he is lying.
Okay, well, show me the evidence.
What do you mean the evidence is his entire career? What are you talking about?
No, that's not good enough. If you guys are going to accuse him directly of promoting one of the most outrageous conspiracy theories in modern history, at least provide some evidence. I mean, tell me where he has promoted it.
Jack Posobiec's
they're
entire
on ChatGPT right now trying to find something. And why would you make a claim like that?
I'm absolutely fine. I'm relying on you two who made the charge to provide evidence.
For you making a claim like that. You should be right off the top of your head. You shouldn't have to look down and do your research on the show.
I don't mind if they even, to be honest, Brandon, I don't mind if they do want to check it, but I don't know the answer for certain. But you guys are the ones accusing him, so I think it's only fair to ask you, do you have any evidence he promoted the Pizzagate theory?
I will find it right now.
Okay, but you don't have any at the moment.
Jack, wait, Jack, hold on a second, Jack. So what you're saying on live television is you have never, ever in your entire career promoted the Pizzagate conspiracy. You're not in any way, shape, or form responsible for mainstreaming it, promoting it, in any way, shape, or form, making it famous, injecting into the right-wing ecosystem. Is that what you're saying on television?
I am saying the exact same thing that I've said since day number one to anyone who asked. You can go and look up my statement to the Washington Post back, I believe it was December of 2016, and I compared it to Iraq WMDs.
And what does that mean?
Well, what do you think? It means they were fake.
Okay. So, all right, if that's what you're saying, interesting.
With 10 years, almost 10 years. But nobody ever actually looks at what I've said. They just do what you do, and they smear. They just smear.
Wait,
all you guys
I have a quote from Jack.
Okay,
hold on. This is what Jack said with regard to the pizza place, that there was a claim that there was a sex trafficking ring in the basement of. You know why people use walkie-talkies? In the Navy, we used to use walkie-talkies a lot over cell phones. You know why? Because walkie-talkies can go through different levels in the ship. So if he's communicating with somebody, like in a tunnel or in a basement of another place in the area, that would be a perfect way to communicate with each other.
What are you talking about? Like, you're
this
not
is this idea that a pizza place that didn't have a basement. You said the words, and I quote, the pizza itself is legit. What's going on in the back is the issue.
Yeah, that's my point. I said I went there to show people it was a regular restaurant.
In the
front?
What
was going on in the back?
I went on to show people it was a regular restaurant. That's why I went there. I left.
So when you said what's going on in the back is an issue, what did you mean?
There, I never ever went in to promote anything like that. It was an idea that I had to try to reach out to people who were wondering about this on the internet, to just go there, order some food, sit down with a friend, and show them it was a regular
Explain
spot.
your comment. What's going on in the back is the issue.
Was the issue
What's going
that
on in
people
the
were
back?
talking about.
I've been there. I've been to that pizza place.
So have I.
What's going on in the back, Jack? Because I went there. You know what was going on in the back? They were making pizza, and people were playing ping pong. And you know what happened?
Yeah,
based
actually,
on
I actually didn't even go back there.
People don't know what's
Sat
happening at Pizzagate. Based on this conspiracy,
Yeah,
and
again, you guys
radicalized
don't have any
demand,
direct
you come
evidence
with
at
a
all.
gun
You
to that
provided
pizza parlor.
I just read a quote of you saying what's going on in the back is the issue.
No, you guys are saying that that is the same as equating this to some kind of grand trafficking conspiracy. You just don't have it. You don't have it.
That's literally what it is. When you say what's going on in the back is the issue, that is equating it to a grand conspiracy
theory. Rather than actually looking at what I did. And
Jack, you are doing what Candace Owens is doing right now. You did what Candace Owens is doing right now.
I'm also telling you that you can go to the Washington Post and look at my statement on the record from December 2016.
I see it right now. So does Brian. Listen, you did.
You guys comparing
what you're
notes?
accusing Candace Owens of doing right now with Pizzagate. Candace Owens
look, my team have been checking this.
Also compared it to being
they say, Jack, that you on X apparently you tweeted claims such as, and they're quoting directly, Pizzagate may be bigger than we suspected. That was just days before a gunman targeted the restaurant.
Congratulations, Jack.
I'd have to look at that. I don't recall that.
Oh, they don't even recall their own statements.
Candace Owens for starting conspiracy theories. Well, you are guilty of the exact same phenomenon that she is.
For the record, what happened there is regretful. What happened there is terrible. Should never have happened. And in many ways,
what happened where?
Going there, I think, and then seeing what happened afterwards. And I'm being honest. That's why I went there. That's why I went in to show people that it was a regular place. It got spun totally out of control.
I guess the point is...
And here's my response. That's why when QAnon came up, I came at it very forcefully, very, very hard, and even agreed to go on HBO to speak out against it from the right.
What, after they'd already abandoned him, or the movement wasn't popular anymore? Oh my God.
I don't agree that I promoted it. I'm sorry, I just don't agree that I promoted it.
Piers, real quick, for people who don't know what happened at Pizzagate.
Yeah. So remind viewers who know nothing about Pizzagate what it was.
Thanks to Jack and others, specifically conspiracy theorists who profited off of this lie.
This was incredibly viral. And by the way, my tweets and videos were not getting big views back then.
I'll let you respond.
And
let me
this
just
was
respond to
very
Piers.
We'll let Wajah explain what it was.
Let me respond to Piers.
Well, I don't want to
Based off this right-wing lying conspiracy theory, which was a lie, and people made money off this lie, one man who was not crazy, a man drives to this pizza parlor in Washington, D.C. with a gun. He gets out of his car and says, where are the children? I have to save the children.
Yep.
People said, sir,
yeah,
this
but
is a
explain
pizza
what,
parlor.
explain what the original conspiracy theory
The
was.
conspiracy was that Hillary Clinton and Democrats were actually
raping
using
children
the basement of the pizza parlor for their international sex trafficking ring. This man, who was watching right-wing media, who wasn't crazy, sincerely believed that he was going there to save children from the liberals. QAnon then it merged with the deep state, and this is why so many in the right wing said, Donald Trump, you're going to release the Epstein files, and it's going to prove QAnon, is going to prove the deep state. But Donald Trump is all up in the Epstein files, which is why he has not released the Epstein files. And the person who, in part, was not the only one, but helped fan the flames on social media and other places is Jack Posobiec, who now has the audacity to say that Candace Owens.
Let Jack respond.
I'm willing. Look, I had this conversation. Would you? And I've condemned the violence, and I said that what happened is regretful. Are you guys willing to say the same thing about the Russiagate shooter in 2017 at the baseball field in D.C. and about the murder of Charlie Kirk that were done by the violent left?
The Russiagate shooter. I don't even know who that. I'm sure it's a real thing.
There's an investigation happening right now. There's a trial.
Let me say something, Piers. Let me say something, Piers. Hold on, let me say something, Piers. Do you got the two liberals on the show? Do you think that Charlie Kirk was a racist?
Yes, obviously.
Yes, he said that black people were better off during slavery.
No. Do you think that Charlie Kirk spewed hatred?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll say he thought you.
The same thing. The exact same foolery that you're saying right now is what got him killed. The leftist nut jobs pushing.
We can't say that somebody spews hatred. We're not allowed to say that anymore. So hate speech is allowed in the United States, which it is, God bless. But hating hate speech, anti-hate speech is not allowed in the United States. What the fuck?
Same stupidity that you're saying right now is the reason why Tyler Robinson killed Charlie. This is exactly the same thing. You should be condemned.
You can't criticize somebody.
So
you're saying
you can't lie. You cannot lie about
any criticism. If you level any criticism of somebody, then you are responsible for their death.
You can't lie about them. The lies is what caused a person like Tyler Robinson to kill Charlie. Lies. He was not racist.
Lies. Wait. So if he was actually racist, it would be okay to say it, and then they would be killable with.
He did not spew hate. He was a man of courage. And he had integrity, and he was fair. If you disagree with him, he let you go to the front of the line, and you can have your disagreement.
Brandon, Charlie Kirk said black men like you were better off during slavery. Do you agree with him?
Now listen, 100%.
You believe 100%?
After slavery, let me explain this. Maybe you don't know black history. No, you don't understand black history, and you don't understand what Charlie was saying. Listen, after slavery, there was an explosion of success in the black community. We had Black Wall Street. We were married to the women we had children with.
What happened to that? What happened in Tulsa? Who got rid of that?
Had a tremendous amount of success.
And the family was so much more successful. You know what killed the family? Civil rights. Just saying, it did. All the black family stats, and then cracking everything in the 90s after. Damn.
Success was growing faster than white people.
Do the civil rights one.
Tom, now look at us. Now go look at any inner city in this country, and you see people getting murdered every weekend. The leading cause of murders in this country is by black people. Violent crimes, black people. Abortion at disproportionate rates, black people. A lot of things that were going well in our communities is going downhill fast after the 60s. And it's because we've been voting for these sorry Democrats for so many years, and they've done nothing for black people. And you cannot tell me, as somebody who knew Charlie, that he was a racist. He wasn't. I knew him very well. We did a whole bunch of incredible things in the black community. He helped out with Blexit, our black nonprofit that helped the black community. We took 400 black conservatives to the White House for the first time in history. So don't you say nothing about Charlie being a racist unless you have evidence. Outside of that, you're lying and you're pushing conspiracies that got Charlie Kirk killed.
Charlie Kirk said that the Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake. He said that Martin Luther King Jr. was awful and not a good person.
I agree with him. As a black man in America,
that's on you. That's your prerogative to say that, but you don't get to say because you agree with him that somehow that wasn't a racist thing to say. You are not the arbiter of what is or isn't racist just because you agree with something that is objectively racist.
You're not the arbiter of somebody having an opinion about a certain policy that's been put in place where he has evidence. You cannot deny what he's saying is true. Martin Luther King was a whoremonger. Martin Luther King
was an adulterer.
Communism. Martin Luther King was a whoremonger, and those are the things that Charlie Kirk was speaking about. He was doing an orgy the day before he gets assassinated.
You just argued that slavery was like a net positive for black people.
No, well, first of all, if you had any common sense,
he didn't argue that, but he would.
Nobody said slavery was a net positive. I said black people's explosion of success after slavery was a testament to this country, the country's values, and how we were doing well. And now you look at the black community and it's failing. So you tell me how that's wrong.
Brandon,
you condemn violence. We can disagree.
Well, let me ask that question. Let me ask that question of Rajah. Right, Rajah, do you condemn the violence that was perpetrated against Charlie Kirk and killed?
Yes, it was horrific. It was horrific.
Boring.
No, but I disagree with Charlie Kirk. But you know what? I'll give Charlie Kirk one
credit.
Make them
condemn
Charlie Kirk said what he said. He tweeted it. He put it on TikTok. He put it on YouTube. He stood 10 toes down. He goes, I'm saying all these hateful things, racist things like black people were better off during slavery.
Here we go.
I believe this. I have the courage of my convictions. That's what I respect about Charlie Kirk. He said it. He didn't backtrack from it. What happened to him, which was a horrific murder, should be condemned because no one should be killed based upon their First Amendment right to free speech. He was murdered, most likely, allegedly, by Tyler Robinson. He's the only suspect. Tyler Robinson, in part, was allegedly radicalized. He is a white man from a conservative family.
He wasn't a radicalized white nationalist, which
he's not a member of the
never said white nationalist, but he wasn't a white dude who was raised his entire fucking life.
The motive is on the bullets. He etched the motive into the bullets he used to shoot Charlie.
I answered the question. Let me ask this because I want
this for the internet. He was a radicalized white. You didn't answer the question. You danced around.
He was a radicalized white person.
Charlie Kirk, your friend, said you, as a black man, were better off during slavery. Do you agree with that statement?
Troll face?
100%. I understand what he was saying. I just articulated the perspective that he had. Just because you don't understand history and you look at everything in the lens as black people are the ultimate victims in perpetuity, don't mean that Charlie Kirk can have an expression of something I agree with him on. Now you're sitting here trying to tell a black man that I can't agree with Charlie Kirk on the fact that I think that black people were in a better trajectory when we were in the 30s
During
after
slavery.
He said
during slavery.
You're lying. He said
you were better off during slavery.
No, he did not. Show me the proof, and I'll give you $1,000.
All right, let's go.
You don't have it. Ain't no way in the world trying to say we're better in slavery. He said after slavery. It's a whole sentiment around it. And black people understand this. History reflects this. Thomas Sowell expressed this. Black people were in a trajectory on a path doing better than white people. Anybody can fact check that. We had millionaires. We had people who were very successful. Black Wall Street, you name it. We had a lot of production. We were teaching our own schools. We had our own transportation. We owned our own companies, entertainment, you name it, we had it. It wasn't until we began to integrate in a way that Martin Luther King thought was best that we began to see the degradation of the black community.
And by the way, race wasn't part of this conversation until you injected it. Again, Charlie was white, the shooter was white. The ideology did not have to do with race. It had to do with him being a left-wing, pro-trans
no
activist.
Facts, Jack. There's no facts to that.
There's no facts. There's no facts. There's evidence in court. I went to court and watched them unveil the evidence. The hatred against Christians, the hatred against Donald Trump, the hatred against Charlie Kirk, the etchings on the bullets of the Antifa anthem, as well as Hey Fascist Catch. These are facts.
Well, I'm going to check, actually, in real time, whether Charlie Kirk did say that black people were better in the time of slavery. So we're going to find that out as we talk. Which I just want to talk to you about general language.
That evidence
and
unveiled? I
haven't
haven't watched any of the trial stuff.
Because you wrote a Substack this week, the moment Lindsey Graham died, saying he was a terrible man who sold his soul for relevance. Was it worth it? You said he was a duplicitous, spineless, political cretin, willing to sacrifice his soul and convictions to cozy up to power and relevance. The guy had just died. Does no part of you think, when Donald Trump attacked, Rob Reiner, for example, or Robert Mueller when he died, or John McCain, or Colin Powell, I've always criticised it. So I think it's awful to speak ill of the dead the moment they die. Short of people being Adolf Hitler or someone who's killed 12 million people, then obviously they're in a different stratosphere. But when you've got a public servant like Lindsey Graham, who did a lot of stuff across the aisle, people have been talking about that a lot. I interviewed him with John McCain, with Joe Lieberman actually, and they talked about all this. He's had an extraordinary life, privately, of service and stuff to his family and to his country. Can you not compartmentalise the good and bad? And can you not hold off calling this guy a duplicitous, spineless political cretin within hours of him dying? Because isn't that part of the problem here?
When are you supposed to do it? Like 2 months later? Like people are going to be like, why the fuck are you bringing him up? He's dead, bro. Move on.
From the left and right of this kind of language, even when people have just died.
It was natural diseases that took out Lindsey Graham. I don't believe the right in conspiracies, and I believe
What do I? But what's that got to do with what you said?
I believe we treat these political figures in death the way they live their life. The reason why the entire world, literally on the jump, when it was announced that he passed away, I was awake at 2:30. The reason why the entire world brought up his own receipts, his own rhetoric, was because he lived his life as a genocidal warmonger, as a person who literally said that Gaza should be leveled, as a person who promoted phase 4 starvation against Palestinians, as a person who cheerled this illegal, unwinnable war in Iran. You had a fantastic interview with Naftali Bennett. As a person who said we're in a holy war. No one ever brings up those quotes as people, children, are literally dying. Who was the number one cheerleader of that war that's going on right now? Lindsey Graham. Who was the cheerleader of Israel's occupation of Palestinians and the genocide in Gaza? Lindsey Graham. Who literally did a complete 180. He was the man, Lindsey Graham, in 2015, 2016, who said that he was the one who used hateful language. He called Donald Trump a xenophobe. He called Donald Trump a hate monger, a bigot. And then Donald Trump was perfectly fine golfing with this man. Apparently, if Lindsey Graham was a Democrat, he would be calling him a radical leftist. But Lindsey Graham warned accurately what would happen to America and the Republican Party if Donald Trump was elected.
All right, let me bring
Then Lindsey Graham said, wait for a second, why call him a hypocrite? Then Lindsey Graham said, well, hey, Lindsey Graham, you warned about Donald Trump for 10 years. Why are you now literally a remora on his anus? And Lindsey Graham said, well, I want to be relevant. I want to be relevant. So yes, a hypocrite like that.
Do you think Barack Obama was Barack Obama a duplicitous, spineless political cretin, willing to sacrifice his soul and convictions? I'm thinking specifically of campaigning to shut down Guantanamo Bay, then keeping it open, of running one of the biggest illegal drone programs in American history, of deporting 3 million people, more pro rata per year than any president of American history, and so on. In other words,
did somebody say,
is Saint Barack someone who spared the wrath of Mujahid Ali because he's on your side? Or would you write the same thing about him? The moment Obama dies, would you be straight out with a Substack, hammering him, but using the same language you've used?
Everything you just said about Obama, I criticized him during his presidency, and an honest assessment of his legacy upon his death would include everything you just said.
Okay.
Historic president.
Well, I look forward to reading that, because I don't think you'd use the same vicious language, but maybe you will. Maybe you will. Maybe you will. Let me ask Jack. In the meantime, I'm going to come to Jack for a response, but we've checked this. Charlie Kirk did not say that black people were better off in slavery. There was a manipulated video clip circulating on social media that created that false impression. This originated from a September 2024 debate hosted by Jubilee Media. During the debate, he discussed historical periods of subjugation, specifically pointing to black communities under Jim Crow laws in the 1940s. What he actually argued, he said that during the 1940s, black communities had lower crime rates and greater family stability than they do today. He used this rhetorically to argue against the idea that systemic oppression or poverty are the only drivers of crime. He asserted if oppression directly caused high crime rates would have been sky high during eras of severe oppression, which he claimed historical data did not show. So he's not saying that black people were better off in slavery, clearly.
But during segregation.
Well, no, he's not. He's talking about periods in the 1940s.
Segregation. So during segregation. And he was also against the civil rights movement.
Slavery.
So I will.
Why are you changing the goalposts?
Wait. I'll do something real time.
Take the loss for Jaya. You've literally spewed a conspiracy theory that came from a manipulated video which perpetrated a false impression of what Charlie Kirk actually said.
Piers, I'll do it in real time. Something that Jack and Brandon can do. Thank you for fact checking. I saw that video. You fact checked it. I stand corrected.
This shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
That's your explanation, but I guess
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been
that
in the last
affected
80 years.
the generational psyche of an entire group of people?
No, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just
Black people were better off under slavery and subjugation. This line here is not reflective of what's in the video, or the video is not reflective of what's typed there. But
okay,
but the fact shows
do you
that,
apologize?
but the fact shows.
Do you apologize?
That you said black people were better off during segregation.
Don't change
the civil rights movement.
Do you apologize?
Absolutely. You fact checked it. Thank you so much. But he did say black people were better off during segregation.
Pretend like he was a fucking QAnon Pizzagator.
I would have to leave. I'm sorry. I probably saw that same video. This is what happens on the internet.
All right, we're getting somewhere.
Fact checking.
We're getting
Thank
somewhere.
you for fact checking.
Let me ask, Jack. What did you think about what Wajah said about Lindsey Graham?
Oh my.
Well, you know, it's interesting because I as a sort of new right conservative, I personally also did not agree with a lot of the neoconservative views of Lindsey Graham. I certainly thought that he went way too far in his support for a lot of these wars that have been going on. You mentioned a few of them, probably some other ones I would bring up as a matter of fact, but Iraq, for example, or Benghazi, Libya. But at the same time, I do think that put it this way, having sat through a week in the courtroom and being there with Charlie's mother and father and his widow, it's a reminder to all of us, and looking at this in Whitcomb News, which is it's really all over the place here.
It's appalling.
And it's horrific, and it does remind me that maybe there's time. Maybe you should just pump the brakes sometimes. Pump the brakes sometimes and say, you know what? Everybody's a human being.
Do you remember when these weird fuckers were masturbating and coming over the idea of Charlie's family being like in the front row? With some of these tweets, like they watched him. Charlie's family was literally there in the front row watching him getting fucking murdered. These people weren't even at the event. God, it was so fucking weird and cringe and gross and disgusting.
And by the way,
performative.
Tyler Robinson's parents were in the courtroom as well. And for people who obviously have called for all the way up to and including the death penalty for him, it's one thing to say something about someone online, but it's totally different when you see them in person, you see their family, you see that it affects real people.
Okay, I want to, because Brian, we haven't got to your book, The Day After How to Wield Power in a Post-Trump World. You label ICE Trump's secret police. You call MAGA neo-fascists. Trump is repeatedly referred to as a dictator. I guess I would ask the same question to you. Is that, a lot of people on the left have very happily called Trump a Nazi, fascist, and so on and so on. Does that help in the general level
Maybe
of
Trump shouldn't act that way. Maybe Trump should change adjust the way he acts.
I think if you want to derive the benefit of not being called a fascist,
yeah, don't act like one.
And I mean, you can start off with Donald Trump's own vice president, who used harsher language than certainly I've used, which is that Donald Trump is America's Hitler. So again, I think when we're watching Donald Trump move to consolidate power, ignore the courts, ignore other branches of government, seek to entrench his own authority, then you don't get the benefit of not being.
Jack Posobiec's tweet about Mueller's death. Mueller tried to frame me as a Russian agent for Macron leaks. He did far worse to others. President Trump was right to say what he said. Nice. Loser. Fuck.
Able to be called a fascist. I'm not arguing that Donald Trump is akin to Adolf Hitler. I'm not arguing that he is akin to these other figures who've laid waste to entire
civilizations,
populations of people. But I am arguing that he does engage in fascist behavior. And so again, if you don't want that label to be affixed to you, then you have to act in a certain way, and he doesn't get that benefit.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. Thank you for a very spirited panel. I enjoyed that debate a lot, and I think we may all take something away from it. So thank you all very much.
Thanks, Piers.
Thank you, Piers.
Thank you. God bless, Piers.
Congressman Ro Khanna was detained by settlers in the occupied West Bank on a visit to Israel at the weekend. His account was corroborated by journalists and security personnel who joined him for the trip. The detention of a lawmaker visiting from a key ally would normally be a serious matter for the host government and the ambassador. As the congressman told me on last night's show, they've instead attempted to deny it altogether.
I am just stunned that Americans...
There was a real moment where the fights would have been postponed until 10:30 p.m. to start.
Correct.
And last minute, the storm just diverted.
That's right. Well, and this
was that
this
God?
book that I have that I guess we'll talk about a little bit. But the book tour started the next day, so I was flying to New York the next day to talk about it. And all I could think about is every time we got the update from White House weather, it might not start until 10:30. I was thinking to myself, holy shit, that means I'm gonna go to bed at like 4 a.m. I'm gonna look like a total crazy person when I try to go talk about this book. But yeah, it amazingly it did work out. Honestly, it actually helped a little bit because it was hot as hell out there.
Yeah.
And it's super humid, mid-June in DC, and I think the weather actually helped cool it down a little bit because by about 10 o'clock or so, I was not thinking it's hot as hell out here anymore.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but I talked to Justin Gaethje about it, and he said it was a problem when he was fighting. He said the air was very thick.
Okay.
Right after the first round, he was like, boy.
Wait, why did he get dismissed? Something bad happened?
Like, this is rough because that hot, humid air, and you know, it's
No, it's
fine walking around.
I mean, it's okay walking around. It still feels it is a swamp, right? That's why people call it the swamp. So you know, that's obviously June 14th. That's the president's.
That's not why they call it the swamp.
That's one of the reasons why they call it the swamp.
They call it the swamp.
They call it swamp because of my colleagues too.
Because it's filled with mud and water and gunk and shit and swamp monsters.
Oh man! So that's June 14th. So that's the president's birthday. That was my 12th wedding anniversary.
Oh wow!
And my wife. So that's the one thing. Like if somebody runs in here, it's because my wife's going into labor because she's like 39 weeks pregnant. But I remember we go out to dinner like right before the UFC fight, and we're of course checking the weather report to figure out what's going on. And you know, my wife normally likes to come to the cool stuff of being vice president. That was the one where she was like, "It's hot. I'm super pregnant, and I'm not going to sit out there for 6 hours." So
yeah, I couldn't imagine.
Freaking epic.
Also, it was just there was so much chaos, and the potential for real chaos was always there. First of all, you have the ellipse. So the ellipse has what 85,000 people outside,
right. That's
and
right.
for people that are watching at home, like we could hear them.
Yes.
Like when the fights, when something would happen,
in like kind of a delayed way, right? Yeah, yeah.
You hear the cheers from the people that were near. So it was like 3,000 plus people tightly close to the octagon, and then you had 85,000 people in the background. It was very eerie.
Yeah, I actually love that. Like, I love the delay reaction to where, you know, somebody get a good punch in, or, you know, you get a takedown, and then it was almost like the wave, right?
Yeah.
Because there was the initial center of it, and then the people outside of it.
It was pretty sick.
It was pretty sick.
Awesome.
I think Dana said not once in a lifetime, or not once in a generation, once in a lifetime experience.
Yeah, I mean, it's once ever.
Yeah.
I don't see any other president. I mean, if you become president, you're not going to do that, right?
I don't know, man.
I didn't want to do
It's
it.
actually very cool. It's a very cool thing.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Get it over with. Do it once. It was the only time in the history of the sport where there's been 7 stoppages, 7 knockouts. Like every single fight was a knockout.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, every single fight.
Okay.
But the thing is, like, we've had 7 knockouts in a card. I think this last weekend we had 10 stoppages. But that was different.
Yeah.
Because it was like 14 fights.
That's right. Well,
this
okay,
is
so-
all fights. Every single fight was a knockout.
So the last fight, when did you realize that was over?
With Conor?
Yeah.
When he fell down the second time, I was like, oh, this is not good. For the first time, I thought he just slipped. It's hard to tell. It's wild. It's in the moment.
I could
thought
tell
he slipped.
immediately.
And then
I knew
when
exactly
he got up and
what
threw a
was
kick
going
again,
on.
I'm like, oh, I don't like how his leg just gave out. That didn't seem like. And I'm still hoping he's just slipping.
Yeah.
I'm hoping he's just freaking out because he hasn't been in the octagon in 5 years. And then he started moving around and he like grabbed his knee and buckled.
Okay.
And there was some
I didn't
conversation.
notice that.
Yeah, there was some conversation going on between him and Max Holloway, and I was like, you know, Max is saying he can't fight, like something's wrong. And he said, fight me. He's like, get up. And so he lets him up, and then his knee buckles, and then the referee stops the fight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always so the very, I think it was the very last fight where the ref tried to call it at the end of the 3rd round, and then because he was saying that there was a concussion issue. I mean, I couldn't tell what was going on.
This the Ilya Topuria fight, the Justin Gaethje fight at the White House.
The Topuria Justin Gaethje
he couldn't
fight.
see.
Okay,
he was saying he couldn't see well. Something was wrong with his right eye.
Well, I mean, it looks like his whole face was puffed up, so he couldn't see anything. But okay, so I thought it was a concussion thing, but it was because of his vision.
No, they never do that. I mean, the concussion thing would only be if someone had been battered. There's a lot of times where fighters are fighting with concussions.
Yeah,
it happens all the time.
Yeah.
You get dropped in the first round, you probably have a concussion.
Yeah.
You get back up, you keep fighting, you're fighting on instincts. There's been many times where fighters wake up in like the 4th round, and they've fought 3 rounds and they don't remember it at all.
I know. God, that's pretty crazy.
Not the best way to make a living.
Not the best way to make a living, man. Yeah, no, so we saw Gaethje at the White House a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, I saw that.
I asked him, I was like, so are you done fighting? And he kind of hesitated a little bit, and then I think it was his mom was in the Oval Office with him. She's like, yes.
Yeah, but, you know, if they offer him some life-changing money for one more fight after that performance, I have a feeling he'll take it.
Like, what could he fetch for his next fight? Like 50 more?
It's a good question. You know, I don't know what his contract is. I don't know how it works.
What? 50? Not 50,000, right? What is it?
Some life-changing money for one more fight after that performance. I have a feeling he'll take it.
Like, what could he fetch for his next fight? Like 50 more?
It's a good question. You know, I don't know what his contract is. I don't know how it works. I don't know what the most anyone's ever. I try not to pay attention to that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I'm not on the business end of the sport.
It can kind of color your perception a little bit.
It can. And it's also I mean, I want them to get paid the most amount possible. Right. That's my perspective.
Yeah.
But my job is just to analyze and to see what's going on and to commentate and try to give color and life to what's happening inside the octagon. And I try not to dwell too much on the money.
Yeah.
I just want them to get paid a lot.
Yeah.
I want them to be able to retire and never have to do anything ever again.
Sure.
Well, I don't know if Justin could do that.
What's crazy about it to me is just how much the sport has replaced boxing. And like, there's still, obviously boxing is still a big deal and fighters still get paid a lot of money. But like, I remember when I was, I don't know, in high school, I feel like people would get really excited about the big heavyweight title bout. Now it's the UFC thing.
Yeah.
So culturally, it's like UFC has taken over boxing. And I don't know how or why that happened. Like, I don't know if it's just good marketing or if just the fights are so much more real and intense. But it is a crazy shift that's happened in 20 years.
Well, I had some friends this past weekend that manage fighters. My friend Josh Dubin and a few other friends that actually manage boxers come to the UFC, and they were all like, "Oh my God, this is so much better than a boxing promotion."
Yeah.
Because all the fights are exciting. With boxing, most people are just there for the main event, and a lot of people don't even stroll in until like 15 minutes before the main event.
Sure.
Like all the famous people that sit in the front row.
Yeah.
In the UFC, that place is packed. You know, 5, 6, 7 fights in.
Yeah.
You know, and there's 14 fights in the night, and all of them are amazing. It's like, in the beginning, it's usually like half full. depending on where you are. If you're in a place like Salt Lake City, it's pretty packed like right away because they only get like one event every year or so. But it's just a more exciting sport. There's more ways to win. It's more dynamic. More things happen. And there's more stars. There's so many stars in the UFC.
Yeah. So I'd never seen a fight live before. Like I watched them on TV, but I'd never been there live. So kind of crazy that it's literally in the South Lawn of the White House. But the thing that I found completely shocking about it was like I would think those like arm
hot take, and I don't even mean anything negative by this as a person who was in esports or whatever. I sympathize, empathize. One of the big reasons why, I'm not even going to hedge here, I'm just going to say it. One of the big reasons why UFC, MMA is more exciting is because it's more popular. When everybody around the country is like watching your sport and you feel like you can talk to people about it, everybody's tweeting about it, there's a buzz about it and everything, that is one of the huge things that factors into it being more exciting. And I don't know if it's as exciting as it was or as popular as it was a couple of years ago. I don't know if like MMA or UFC stuff peaked and then it's been going down. I'm not sure, just because I used to hear about it more. But also maybe just because of politics, I hear other things or whatever. But yeah, that when stuff is like relevant, it just feels more exciting. It just does.
bar takedowns are just done. Like, that's it. You're over. But there were a couple of times where somebody had another person's arm.
Yeah, that was Josh Hokett and Derek Lewis. Bless you.
And it's like, holy shit.
Yeah, he just...
I will say, I don't know if... I just don't know how, like, informed the average... like UFC or MMA watcher is on like fighting techniques or whatever. But if you don't know what's going on, like I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's a hot take or not, but all of the grappling is insanely fucking boring. It is like, oh god, they went to the ground. Like it's the equivalent of like the boxing hugs. And I guess there's like they're jockeying for a position, and it's like, can this guy like give this dude like a foot job while he's like rubbing his fucking nipples as he's like rolling around on the mat? And I guess it's like something really exciting is happening here, but holy shit, it is like the two oily guys are climbing over each other, and sometimes they give him one of these, like they give him a couple of these, and I'm like, okay, I'm sure there's some sick shit happening right now, but I don't know.
You had your arm broken off.
He wasn't doing it right.
Okay. Oh.
Josh Hokett is a great wrestler, and he's an excellent fighter, but he's not really a submission specialist. I mean, he did get the arm bar, but he didn't do it right.
Okay.
He was basically like pulling on. You have to elevate your hips, and you have to create space so that the arm is bending back this way. His arm is essentially flat to his chest, which is not what you want. What you want is a back arch like this, where you see like how it is right there?
Yeah.
So what he wants to do here, what he should do, instead of having his hips down, his knees up, what you're supposed to do is heavy leg curls with the leg and elevate the hips up and pull it way back. So he'd almost be bridging.
Like bend it.
He would be on the top of his shoulders and bridging, and then he would have broken his arm. The other option is you pull it off to the side like this.
Yeah.
And you put it to the side of your hip, and you can break it that way.
Okay.
But it's just bad technique.
Yeah. Okay. So
no
watching
offense.
it,
no offense, Josh.
Yeah. Watching it, I didn't realize that. I just could not believe that dude held out for like 30 seconds with his
Was
arm
that more shocking, or when he said Michelle Obama is a man? Which one was more shocking?
Definitely the armbar part. Man, I work in politics. People say crazy stuff all the time.
Well, he says that every fight.
Does he?
Yeah. He said that the last time I interviewed him.
Oh, man.
He's like a pro wrestling character. Like
people lost their minds about it.
I know.
Lost their minds about it. To the point where, again, I had The View either the next day or the day after to sort of promote this book.
That must be fun.
Yeah, it was crazy. It was harder than anything I've done in politics. But the to the point where all of my comms people, the thing they were most worried about was they're going to ask you about Michelle Obama being called a man. Like, what are you going to say about it? And I was like, what, an amped up fighter told a joke after a fight, said something after a fight, and that's actually national news. I'm still surprised. I've been in politics now for 3-4 years. I'm still shocked at the shit that people get really fired up about.
Well, I kind of understand it because it's at the White House. First of all, a cage fight at the White House is crazy already. I mean, if you said Michelle Obama's a man at the T-Mobile Arena in Vegas, it's like, okay,
it's kind of tacky.
What he is he's a very good fighter, first of all. But sometimes it's not enough to get attention. And so what Josh has done is created this persona, like this pro wrestling bad guy persona. When you talk to him off stage, he's like very normal, very smart guy.
Yeah.
It's just like he's decided, like, look, I want to maximize the amount of eyeballs that see me, and I'm going to create this crazy persona. He comes out to the Hulk Hogan song, I'm a real American.
That's right.
He has sunglasses on, an American flag, bandana. Right. It's, he's. I
mean, I love the presentation. I love the presentation, but again,
not the best thing to say at the White House. Michelle Obama's a man is not the best thing to say.
Fair, but the reaction to it to me was still totally disproportionate.
Yeah, of course.
People say stuff all the time, and
people say stuff all the time. I need like an appropriate thing to. That's not even the right. I need a thing. Like. I have nothing for it. The issue is not people saying stuff. It's an invited athlete calling a former president's wife a man at a White House sanctioned invited event. But fucking retard. Whatever.
I mean, was still totally disproportionate.
Yeah, of course.
People say stuff all the time, and
people say stuff all the time. I'm gonna remember that one.
I work in a business where obviously people make life and death decisions all the time. And
I need to remember
I'm
that one.
always a
People
little bit
say
caught off
stuff
guard by
all the time.
The culture that just overreacts.
I'm gonna remember
clearly the thing what Josh is trying to get is the overreaction in the first place.
Right.
So you give him exactly what he wants, and like the worst you could say is, "Oh, that was an offensive comment," and you get on with the rest of your life. Like that's the worst that you could say. The people who really flip out.
Like
about
imagine them saying this. Like I can't believe you guys are getting so fucking upset and so mad. Anyway, time to go make 482,000 more statements about fucking trans athletes. You fucking break.
And kind of lose their minds. I don't understand that.
Well, first of all, I think a lot of it is there is an economy that is essentially based on getting reactions.
Correct.
And there's a lot of people that
Yeah,
are just,
it's called
for lack
MAGA.
of a better term, they're not real. Their reactions are performative. Like a lot of what they're doing is just trying to comment on things and get clicks and likes and views.
Yeah, it's called the
and
President
social
of the
media has
United
ruined
States.
Discourse in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Because
You are social media. That's part of you, though, Joe. That's you. You are that thing. You are that thing, by the way.
And you know, they look at an opportunity like that, like, oh, I found a gold nugget. You know, like this is going to give me money, or this is going to give me attention. This is going to I can't wait to have a take on that.
Well, that's exactly right. So my response to that is so many things is like, oh, he was being funny, he was being outrageous, and I just move on with my life. What I find very interesting is the people who say, you know, oh, that was a joke. Like when Kill Tony, remember he told like the Joker around the world in Madison Square Garden during the 2024 election. I remember getting into an argument with somebody about this, and I may have even been like in an interview, but I don't remember. It could have been private too. Anyway, I'm like, he told a joke. And the person's response is, well, it's not a very funny joke. And my response to that is, you know what happens when somebody tells me a joke that's not funny? I don't laugh, and then I move on with my life.
Meanwhile, Obama makes a comment off the record, off camera, to private donors before he's even president about how people cling to their God and their guns when they feel like they're getting fucked over by global trade. And conservatives lose their mind about this for over a decade. I'm sorry, actually. 2008, can I say decades? Almost. Also, don't joke about my figures. Don't ever joke about my figures.
Robert Kennedy explained this to me. This is his words, not mine. But if he's right, it's the craziest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. And I think he's right. In the placebo group, two people died.
I'm going to do his voice while you talk, if you don't mind.
Don't do that. In the placebo group,
Not for my guy. Don't you dare make fun of my guy.
Whole industry around outrage, especially getting outraged around humor, I think is actually really hurting the country.
Well, in that case, first of all, I told Tony a long time ago that joke was going to get him stabbed. I really did. He even jokes around about it on stage. He talks about me telling him, that's the one, dude. That's the one that's going to get you stabbed.
Any good joke, at least, is going to run you some risk of getting
certainly
stabbed.
a racial joke.
Like, by the way, Puerto Rico, and this is after they were, was this before or after they got mega fucked up by that huge storm? Fuck, my years are fucked. That was at the end of Trump's first presidency, right? Was there another mega huge storm? Or was there one when Trump was on the campaign trail? Regardless, it was after. Was it right after? It was when he was on the campaign trail, when they were doing the throwing the fucking, the paper towel things or whatever? Like, could you imagine making any joke about any rural place ever in this country? Could you ever imagine making a joke about fucking, like, farmers or rural people? You would get crucified, bro.
And that joke being about Puerto Rico. By the way, no one takes a joke better than Puerto Ricans. Puerto Ricans are some of the best people at telling jokes. Like, it is a culture of joking and fucking around with each other and talking shit.
Absolutely.
Like, they're great at it. So, like, they
I
love
served
him
some Puerto
still.
Rican guys in the Marine Corps, man. That's absolutely true.
They love him still.
Yes.
You know, like, even after that joke.
Yeah. Well,
But
so you advised him not to tell that joke?
Well, I was kind of half joking. You know, Tony, that's what Tony does. You know what? I just said that's the one that's going to get you stabbed. Yeah. But I mean, that's what Tony does. Tony is like the Josh Hokett of comedy. Like but very talented. You know, he's a really good, he's a roaster.
So
He's like roasting is his specialty, but it's also like he's trying to ruffle people's feathers. That's what he wants to do.
Yep.
He wants to piss people off. He likes being a pro wrestling heel.
Yeah.
He's a huge pro wrestling fan.
So Tony, I'm a huge fan of his comedy. I've only met him a couple times. I don't know him particularly well.
Huge
but
fan,
he's
by the
actually
way.
More
Massive.
political, I would say, than most comedians.
Massive.
Do you think that's
Yes.
fair?
Yes.
Okay. So,
very supportive of like Trump.
Like he's on the Republican team.
Yes,
He's on the Republican
100%.
team.
It's because he's experienced so many loony left-wing people in
Absolutely.
California.
These guys can
that's
admit
why
it.
he
Good
had to
job.
move.
Well, somebody sent me a clip. I think it was Shane Gillis at a roast where the joke was they were roasting Tony, and they're like, Tony Hinchcliffe is the only dude who would be excited if JD Vance was here. And I was like, one, that's a very good joke, and number two, I feel like I'd made it. Like, there have been a few moments where I feel like I've made it.
You're the vice president of the United States. I think you made it.
When South Park spoofed me, I felt it more than when I got sworn in as vice president of the United States.
That's hilarious. That's very funny. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Here's a fun fact. Research shows that dogs who maintain a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer on average than dogs who are overweight.
That's
Isn't
crazy.
That wild and also kind of obvious at the same time.
Oh.
So So why is feeding vague scoops of ultra-processed kibble still the status quo for most dog owners? Healthy alternatives exist, and trust me, I know. I buy one, the Farmer's Dog. I use it for both my dogs. They love it. They eat it up quick. It smells good to them. It smells good to me. It's human-grade food. The Farmer's Dog makes fresh food for dogs, and my dogs love it. Their recipes are made with real meat and fresh vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients. They also portion out the meals to your dog's nutritional needs, which helps avoid overfeeding and makes weight management easier. And isn't getting more time with our four-legged best friend something every dog owner wants?
Yes.
The answer to that is yes, obviously. So try the Farmer's Dog today and get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food. Plus, get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. This offer is for new customers only. Yeah, Tony is, I mean, that's his style. Like he loves, like, being the heel.
He's in
he
Austin,
gets a kick
right?
out of it. Oh, yeah. He's one of the first people that moved out here with me.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we've been here for 6 years now.
Yeah.
Wow.
And every time we go back to California,
in
we're
Austin?
like, we
They're
were
basically
right.
Texas
That's
natives.
right. It's falling apart. It keeps going further and further down the toilet.
How do you feel like Austin is going? Because the criticism of Austin, call it 5 or 6 years ago, is that it's a cool town. It's got its own unique culture. It's Texas, but it's also its own thing. But that all of the blue staters moving in were going to totally change the politics and the culture of Austin. I actually don't think that's happened.
I think the blue staters that moved here because they recognized that wherever they were living was not tenable. Yeah. It was falling apart.
They never
And
apply
all
this
these
logic,
places
by the way, to
New
immigrants,
York and
ever,
really
by the
California,
way.
especially Los Angeles and San Francisco.
Ever, by the
they're
way.
falling apart. And I have a bunch of friends that are stuck there that can't move. Like maybe they have family there or maybe they have a business there.
Yep.
And they fucking hate it. And then I have a bunch of people that are trying to move, but they can't sell their house. Like, it's nuts there, man. I don't think people, first of all, you get gaslit by Gavin Newsom. I mean, he's just gaslighting everybody about how well, the GDP was like the 5th largest country in the world. That's what California is.
It's like, dude,
hey, bro, it was like that before you were the governor.
Yeah, exactly. Also, how much does a U-Haul cost if you're leaving California? And how much does it cost if you're going to California? Because that's the real measure of whether a state's doing well.
Yeah, the state has more people moving out than moving in, and that has never happened before.
Correct.
California, when I moved there in 1994 until I left, it was always every year traffic got worse. Every year more people moved there. Every year. And I loved it. I loved it from the time I moved there. I was like, this place is great. It's warm all the time. The weather's fantastic. There's so much cool stuff to do. The people are great.
Yeah.
And then politics ruined it.
That's right. So my wife's from Southern California, San Diego, and so we spent a fair amount of time there. And I still feel a certain sense of heartbreak over LA.
Oh, I do.
Because every time I'm in LA, you can see why this was like the quintessentially American city. The architecture is beautiful. It's got its own vibe going on. Like you said, the weather is amazing. And then you drive through Skid Row.
Quintessentially American city. LA? I don't know if I've ever heard that description before. Also, unique architecture in fucking LA? What? I'm sorry, can somebody help me? What the fuck is he talking about? It looks like every single American city ever. What? The Santa Monica Pier, baby? I don't know what the fuck is he even talking about. What architecture? West Coast? United States of America? What? Hello? What?
American city. The architecture is beautiful. It's got its own vibe going on. Like you said, the weather is amazing. And then you drive through Skid Row, and you're like, how could any state or any city let this happen?
Skid Row is now 55 blocks. It was 50 blocks just like a year or two ago.
Okay, so my first experience with Skid Row was, so Usha used to work at this very fancy litigation firm in Southern California. Before she was second lady, she was a corporate litigator. So there's a Christmas party in downtown LA, and you get these instructions from her firm, and they're like this really convoluted way of, this is how you have to get to this Christmas party. And I'm like, why do I have to follow these directions? Why don't I just put it in Google Maps, right? This is like 5 or 6, 7 years ago. So we realized that the reason why they gave you these convoluted directions was so that you could avoid Skid Row at night. And so you get to this party, you drive through Skid Row if you follow Google Maps' directions. You get there, and it's like this beautiful facility with fancy food and fancy wine, and then there are armed guards outside of it and these gigantic walls. And I realized when I was there, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of going to the U.S. Embassy in Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Super security, crazy wealth and privilege and status on the inside, and squalor and misery on the outside. It's the first time I'd ever thought America, this part of America, is actually more like a third world country than anything that I thought we'd ever become.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Why is it that large population centers, like places like Los Angeles and New York, are almost always run by the Democrats?
Yeah.
What is it about, first
identity
of all, what
politics
happened with the last election in Los Angeles, just the primary, I think was
crazy.
So super sus.
Yes,
and here's why it's super sus.
Ooh.
Not just super sus that Spencer Pratt, who was in second place, got overtaken by Nithya Raman in the mail-in ballots, but that the mail-in ballots also passed a tax hike. The people voted to pay more taxes.
Yep.
In a state where you have the highest taxes.
That's right.
They're like, we don't pay enough. That is insane.
That
then when you have direct evidence that they were recruiting homeless people.
That's right.
And they were getting homeless people and giving them cigarettes and cash.
To go what? Illegally vote? What is this? Hey everyone, I found a lost black dog collar at DeWall Park today. Locked post. I didn't know Hasan Piker was in town. Uh-oh. Hasan haters and this sub, LOL. The whole world should hate that grifter and dog abuser. You don't think he advocates for the correct things? Minus the potential dog abuse. There are candidates advocating for things like socialized health care, higher minimum wages, and higher tax for the 1%. All because of Hasan Piker. Yes! He just wants free health care. Is this bait? Jesus.
The evidence. Yes. To use their address and mail-in ballots.
Yeah, I would be the Californian Joe who wakes up in the morning and says, you know what, I'm going to go and vote for higher taxes.
I don't pay
enough taxes.
I feel like we can fix this if I just pay 5%
more taxes. The crazy thing about it, too, is...
Imagine all the people that voted for Doge,
so after the initial ballots all came in, it was Karen Bass was number 1, Spencer Pratt was right behind her, and then number 3, whatever this woman's name is, Nithya Raman. Okay, so... you would expect the mail-in ballots to be more or less like the original ballots in terms of 1, 2, and 3. I'm not saying Spencer Pratt's going to win the mail-in ballot, but it just so happened that the third place person in relative terms did a lot better than the first and second place person.
Disproportionately better.
Such that the Republican was actually kicked out of the race so that there's not actually a re-election in California.
Ooh,
that to me was the crazy part. It's
that's
like you were designing
sus.
the vote share in order
Yeah.
to kick Pratt out and put the third person in
And
second
nobody
place.
was
That,
talking
to me, is
about
like
this
very,
potentially
very bizarre.
happening
Because what is the
beforehand.
theory of the mail-in vote
Mhm.
that is somehow like so much more pro-Nithya relative to Karen Bass?
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
Makes no sense.
Must be
Why would
rigged.
it be?
Thank you,
Why
Vance,
would it be?
for
I mean,
spreading
Karen Bass was
election
ahead by
denialism on
every
fucking
metric.
Joe Rogan.
Yeah, but I mean,
good
okay, so
one.
you ask a question. Why
Vice
do all these
President
blue
of the United
states- why do all these
States,
big
traitor as fuck.
population centers end up becoming blue, and I think it's like very complicated, right? So one thing, and you said this a few months ago, and like when you said it, I was like kind of annoyed by it, but then I like thought there's like an element of truth to it, which is that Republicans still fundamentally have a cool problem, right? There's something more charismatic, more cool about the Democrats as opposed to the right.
Did I say
and
that?
so you said something about there are too many dorks or something on the right.
There's a lot of dorks.
You know, fair. I'd say there's a lot of dorks.
There's
on
a lot
the
of dorks on the
left,
left, too.
but
It's a different kind of dork.
It's a different kind of dork. But the point is that there's something, like, okay, if you're a pop star, you're a rock star, you're an actor, you're in all these cultural centers, you're more likely to be left than right.
I wonder
so I
why.
think that a lot of young people who are attracted to these population centers, they sort of move along with the prevailing culture. I think that's one thing that's going on.
It's almost
I
like
think a second
conservatives
thing that's going
abandoned
on
fucking
is
culture.
The people who are sort of attracted to a certain kind of right of center politics, they want the suburbs, they want the single family home, they kind of want to be left alone, they don't want sort of to be able to hear what their neighbors are doing. So I think a little bit of it's just cultural self-segregation, and that's meant that a lot of these population centers have gone blue. But it's very complicated. I've thought about this a lot, and I also just, I'm not one of these people who says we should just abandon California to the Democrats, like let them deal with their own problems. I think California is like a quintessential part of the American dream. Like if you just abandon California, you've like lost something very core to American culture. And I don't want to give up on it. Like I'm not saying we're going to win California in my lifetime necessarily, but I don't like the idea of giving up on it.
Well, it's not just giving up on. Giving up on it would be terrible. It's an awesome state. The real problem is it's deeply corrupt.
Yes.
Deeply
So
corrupt. And what they're trying to do is make it impossible for the other side to win.
Yeah.
And there should
for
be
sure.
laws against that. First of all, the idea of mail-in ballots for anybody other than people who are invalids, who can't leave their homes, or military, or people that for some reason
Absolutely.
they're serving overseas, they're doing
Yes.
something overseas.
Get rid of all
it
of
should
them.
not be legal.
That's true.
And the fact that it
And
became
Joe
ubiquitous during
Rogan,
COVID
living
is
in
a
Austin,
giant problem.
should
so
definitely
this
have a
raises
big
one
say
of
over
my
that.
total Segue here, side point. But so if you remember in the aftermath of the 2020 election, where there was all this like debate about was the election stolen, was the election not stolen, all the litigation that moved through, there was a case in Pennsylvania that like didn't get very much attention, and I'm going to butcher it a little bit, but basically it was a guy in a rural area of Pennsylvania saying you're undercounting my vote because we didn't have the opportunity to do the mail-in ballots like they did in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And like the argument was a kind of disparate impact, right? The cities ginned up all the mail-in balloting and the ballot harvesting. You didn't do that in the country, and that hurt sort of our representation. So they take this case to the Pennsylvania courts. And what's crazy is the Pennsylvania courts basically say, you're making kind of a good point here. Like the ballot harvesting did affect Republicans in a more negative way. It did mean that certain people in the more rural parts of the state were underrepresented. But then the court conclusion was, this is not a problem the court can fix. Like that's a political problem. Change your, local elections leaders, change your laws. Like that's not a remedy that the court has to fix. And so everybody saw that case and they're like, oh, the judge rules against Donald Trump, rules against Republicans for saying that there was something illegitimate. But no, actually, the judge kind of said, there is something kind of fishy here. We're just the wrong venue to fix it.
Well, it's just very disheartening that you have to consider the fact that it's really possible that the elections get stolen. And the California one was a big one for me.
And why not just have mail-in, or why not just have voter ID?
Yeah,
you actually
that's
saw,
insane. Not only did they not have voter ID, you can't show your ID. You're not allowed to show your
you
ID.
can in fact be like prosecuted if you try to force somebody to show their
Which
ID.
is, that seems like
because
you
it's not
want
the
people to
law.
cheat.
Exactly.
And this is from the same
You
people
can't
that
just
were saying you have to have
arbitrarily
an ID that
demand
shows you've
IDs
been
or whatever because you
vaccinated
feel
just
like
4 years
it.
ago. You go to a restaurant
At a polling center, you have to.
It's
It has to be the law.
That's the part about it that I think makes most people of my political persuasion
uncomfortable,
skeptical of what the Democrats are doing.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't want to cheat in the election, then just make everybody actually show an ID. What another thing people don't realize is, I didn't realize it until a couple years ago, the voter ID solves a lot of the mail-in ballot problem, because if you have to show an ID in order to get a mail-in ballot, in order to actually, confirm that there's a real identification attached.
Don't you have to show an ID to register to vote? Where do you think the mail-in ballots go to? What? Hello?
To that vote, that solves a big chunk of the problem
This
too.
is just logical.
Yes.
It's
it's almost like people already do this in every fucking state.
I'm not skeptical. I'm accusing them. I think they stole the election.
Yes.
And
Yes.
I think
Thank
it's
you.
common.
Good job, JD
And
Vance,
this
for
idea that
saying that with
elections
no
can't be
evidence
stolen.
whatsoever.
I always say to people, okay, do you think that the amount of election fraud is 0%? No one thinks that.
Yeah.
No one thinks it's zero.
Exactly.
There's always some overzealous person that works somewhere that's doing something. There's always crazy people that like blue no matter who, we got to win, or red no matter what. There's always people, right and left, that are going to try to rig the election because they think it's imperative. Like, look, we saw there was people like Oprah Winfrey was saying it. Like, if we don't win this election, you may never vote again. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, why? Who's going to tolerate that? Left or right? That's crazy.
That's right.
But that attitude allows people to justify cheating.
Correct.
And I think they cheat. And I think they've been doing it forever. And I don't think there's any other reason why you would have no voter ID. And they try to say, oh, it's racist to have voter ID. Like, what are you talking about? Do you think other races are incapable of going to the DMV? That's insane.
Yeah, it's
racist.
It's actually super racist.
That's really racist.
The implication of their argument is literally like blacks and Hispanics cannot go to the DMV to get an ID. By the way, if you look at the polling, black Americans are as pro-voter ID. Even though most black Americans vote Democrat, they're still pro-voter ID as much as white Americans is.
Most Americans are voter ID. They want voter ID except for operatives.
So I'll offer on the Joe Rogan podcast this deal as vice president of these United States that if Democrats really don't think that there's any cheating, give us voter ID.
I just don't know how.
Okay, we'll just give you the
Why
ball.
is that not a federal thing?
We are trying to make it a federal thing. So we are right now trying to pass the Save America Act. One of its main provisions is a requirement that you do voter ID. And we actually have, I think, a majority of the Senate that would support it. But this is just weird Senate procedural bullshit. There is a subsegment of people who want voter ID but won't blow up the filibuster in order to. And so they're so married to these old world Senate procedures that they're going to make it impossible for us to pass Save America. Now, we are for what we're
trying to
fix
save
that
the goddamn
and trying
country.
to address these like weird procedural archaic things. It's insane though. Like, if you ever, okay, I'm sure you hear people talk about the filibuster all the time.
Yeah.
I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole. Here's what the filibuster is. It is a pure Senate rule. It is a creation of the Senate procedures, which basically says that anything that has to do with the budget is a 50-vote threshold. And everything else, non-budgetary, is a 60-vote threshold. Now, as you can imagine, there's some gray area on things that maybe count as budget issues and should be 50, or are not budget issues and count as 60.
Joe Rogan, one of the most influential voices, unfortunately, in American politics. It is the year 2026, and he is learning for the first time what the filibuster is. Kill me.
So what we have tried to persuade the Senate to do is to treat the voter ID as something that can fall within the 50-vote threshold. And there is no law, there's no provision in the Constitution. It is legitimately that there are senators who are so attached to the idea that budget is 50, non-budget is 60, that they're quite literally willing to prevent voter ID in America.
God, that makes me mad.
It's so crazy.
That's crazy.
And it's also
like filibuster.
the
That makes
idea
me
that
so mad.
Somehow,
How long has
like,
this
Kathy
been a
Hochul
thing
had
for?
the craziest take on it.
She often does.
Did you see her take on it?
I have not.
She was talking about black people in inner cities not even knowing what a computer is. Did you ever see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh my God, it was so crazy. And
I'm
then
sure that's
this
exactly
one
what she
comedian, this black comedian, did this hilarious video where he was like circling around a computer, staring at it, like touching it, like he didn't know what it was. It's just like, what are you talking about? Everyone has a phone. That's a computer.
So many of these Democratic talking points presume
Are so racist.
that their own voters are actual idiots.
Yeah.
Like, that's actually there's a big
It's
difference
hilarious.
between Republicans. We sort of presume
called
that
the
our voters
bigotry
are
of low
adults, and you don't see
expectations.
that with a lot.
Thomas
I'm not saying
Sowell,
every Democrat,
Thomas
of course,
Sowell,
I don't wanna
Thomas
cast
Sowell.
too broad of a brush here, but it's like Gavin Newsom did this speech a few months ago. The president, I think it's the funniest thing ever because he's like speaking to a group of black leaders and black businessmen, but it's like an audience that is 95% black, and they're asking him about his dyslexia and his struggle with education, and he basically says, "Yeah, I'm not very smart like a lot of you." And it's like,
I'm like
whoa,
you. I can't even read.
It's like,
Meanwhile,
what?
there's a ton of interviews where he's talking about all the books he reads. Like he's so full of shit.
Yeah, that's exactly.
He's full of
that
shit,
is
but
exactly
he's
what he said.
admirably full of shit. I admire the fucking the sheer tenacity that he has in being full of shit. Because it's
I agree.
amazing.
It really is amazing. But it speaks to the incentives.
By the way,
of-
Joe Rogan
there's kind
won't
of
invite
look, there's a
Gavin
real populism
Newsom
I'm very much a fan of because I think you should be
onto
responsible to
his.
people, but there's like a faux
Joe Rogan won't
populism
invite him
of
onto his
the
show,
way
even
that
though
they
Gavin
appeal
Newsom's
to
tweeted
people
at him to bring
is
him
by
on. By the
assuming
way,
that they're
coward,
idiots and acting
pussy
like they're
bitch.
idiots.
Yeah.
And then, but if you're committed enough to that bit, eventually it kind of leaks out what you're doing. And I think that was sort of what Gavin did there, is he told on himself a bit.
Yeah. Well, he's bizarre.
Dude, I will say,
he's a bizarre guy.
I've only met Gavin. I think I've only met him one time in my life, and it's such a crazy experience. So, the debate between Biden and Trump. during the 2024 cycle. And I'm there. I'm actually doing an interview for a documentary when the debate starts. And there's this clip of me. The debate starts. I'm in the middle of this interview. There's a big screen behind me as I'm talking to the camera, which is here. And I kind of freeze. And I look back at the TV and I'm like, oh my God, like this is actually happening. Biden is imploding. Because if you remember, it was obvious from the get-go. So I go to the spin room afterwards. And that's where, you know, all these reporters and all the surrogates of the candidates. This is before I was the VP nominee. And I'm just like, you know, talking about how great the president did, how bad President Biden did. Okay. I see Gavin Newsom there, and he literally looks like he's seen a ghost. Like I've never seen a person who, as good of a bullshitter as he is, who realized there was no selling that performance. Like, but can you imagine? Like, try to put yourself in the perspective of a human being. I always try to, you know, be empathetic. Where Joe Biden has just had that debate, and you have to go on CNN to talk about how great of a job Joe Biden did.
Well, my favorite is Joe Scarborough.
It's like you guys, every single fucking day, Donald Trump opens his mouth or writes a tweet. Tell us, if anybody knows that feeling, it has to be you guys. It's got to be Megyn Kelly going on TV to explain how fucking 14-year-old girls as an 80-year-old man is actually kind of normal and it's not actually that crazy at all and people used to do it. It's got to be you talking about how Trump's saying no new wars and we've been at war with Iran for 47 years is actually like totally coherent. Or it's got to be you who was sent out to eat shit by President Trump and explain why the killing of Alex Brady was actually a good thing and fucking nobody wanted to touch that story but you who was sent out to eat shit for it. Like, I mean, what are you talking about? This is every single day of your life. This is every single day of your life.
Because Joe Scarborough before it was like, you know, I'm going to say something and F you if you can't take it. This is the sharpest Biden we've ever seen. Have you ever seen that?
No, I haven't.
Oh, it's amazing. And then after the debate, he's like, we got to get rid of him. He's got to go. He's got to go, hey, what did you say? You just said a couple of months ago, this is the best Biden ever.
That's wild.
Well, it's like, I wonder what was going on with that. Because like the debates were earlier than they've ever been before. And it seemed to me, it's like there was a concerted effort to hide what was wrong with him. 100%. Everybody was bullshitting.
Yes.
Everybody was
not like Trump's health right now, though. Or McConnell, where's he at, by the way?
Super progressive, super liberal. You know, when I talked about it on a podcast, I'm like, this is crazy. Even if he wins, he's not going to be the guy that's the president. You're going to have his cabinet that are running everything. Turned out I was right. And they were saying, oh, don't you understand that he
was right.
a stutter?
We don't have no evidence of that.
And I said, where the fuck was that stutter in the 1990s? Like, that's crazy. Like a stutter that only shows up when you're 80? That doesn't make any sense. Like, this is a lie. You're lying. He's had 2 brain surgeries.
Crazy that this is the Biden support group right now. That's what we're listening to. Biden support group.
Like where they have to take the top of your head off. Literally, they have to take like a cap.
Wait, Biden had 2 brain surgeries?
Oh yeah.
How did I not know this?
You didn't know this?
I didn't know that he had 2 brain surgeries.
He had 2 brain surgeries. Jimmy, please look this up. Make sure that I'm right. I'm 99% sure I'm right, but I know he had one that was like a refund afterwards. Well, it kept him alive. It kept him alive. I mean, Biden has not undergone recent brain surgery. He underwent 2 successful, life-saving brain surgeries to repair 2 intracranial aneurysms in 1988.
I did not know this.
Yeah.
1988.
Medical professionals have stated that he made a full recovery and suffered no lasting brain damage or cognitive impairment from these procedures. Oh, it's from the Washington Post, so you know it's accurate. And definitely not biased at all. And these medical professionals, were those the same people that said that the COVID vaccine is safe and effective? We live in a wonderful time for bullshit. It's like the bullshit you right to your face. Like, he had 2 brain surgeries, like major brain surgeries, because he's having aneurysms. I don't care who you are. That's probably going to do some damage.
It's going to leave some.
Aneurysms are a real problem.
It's a real thing.
Your brain is bleeding.
People die from aneurysms all the time. The crazy thing is, I never even knew about that.
How'd you not know about that? That's nuts. I knew about it.
Well, it speaks to how constrained our media environment is. Even I had never heard
that. It was not a part of the narrative. It's certainly not from the Democrats. But yeah, it was clearly.
They're both referencing a Washington Post article saying they'd never heard of it before. Wait, I mean, like what?
And why they ran him in the first place. The whole thing made no sense. And then to have no primary and just stick Kamala in there. And then all of a sudden pretend that she's the best thing ever. And like this idea, like complete flip of her being the least popular vice president ever. Always sticking her foot in her mouth. Always saying crazy shit. How dare we say Merry Christmas? Remember that one? Like, what the fuck is, what are you saying? Like, joy is bad? Merry Christmas is bad?
Legitimately, when the campaign consultants told me, hey, we're going to hit this line because Kamala Harris came out in favor of taxpayer-funded sex changes for illegal aliens. And I remember thinking to myself, come on, guys. Like, she didn't really say that. It's taken out of context. And then I go and look at it. I'm like, holy shit. She actually said that. And she really was like the very worst version of what the Democrats were producing in 2020. The thing is, they were all doing it because that was the incentives of the party. Like if you remember that debate where it was, do you want taxpayer-funded Medicare for illegal aliens? Which like Medicare is the program to provide health care to the elderly that people pay into for like, you know, your entire working life.
Thanks for telling us, because Joe Rogan legitimately probably didn't know.
And the idea that we were going to give taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens, it was just insane. It was a 90-10 issue, but their party in 2020 got kind of taken over by the radicals. And I think actually maybe you're seeing a little bit of that happening right now, where it seems like the radical organizations, the nonprofits, the donors are pushing the party in a direction that most of the voters haven't gone in. Like you ask why Joe Biden was the nominee, and I'll say something in defense of Joe Biden. So like, was he the most effective politician? No. Had he had 2 brain surgeries? Yes, and clearly had shown the negative signs of aging. But he was kind of the only candidate, if you go back to 2020, who could hold together like the reasonable middle-class black American in the Atlanta suburbs with whatever is going on the far left of the Democrat Party. And this is sort of the issue their party has. I mean, like we can't.
This is like watching these guys. Somebody in chat brought up this point. If this was 2 women, this would be like thought of or characterized as the most like catty, like back and forth ever. Just like two grown men just like gossiping on their phones, talking about like how mean some boy is at school or whatever for fucking 4 hours. Jesus.
He has its own coalition problems, and it's always tough in a two-party system to hold everybody together. Like, I think about this a lot. I think it's really tough on the Democrats because the core of their party, like the most important voting bloc in the Democratic Party, is middle-class black Americans. Socially moderate, even socially conservative, maybe a little bit more economically populist on certain business and tax issues. You know, they don't want to give tax breaks to major corporations. They also don't want to trans the kids. That's the base of their party. But then you've also got like the crazy people, and you have to kind of hold that together. I think the argument for Biden was he was one of the only people who could hold that together, even though he was an awful politician in his own right, even before he was like old.
Well, he says he was Obama's vice president.
Exactly.
And, you know, he's established, he's a known name. And for the people that were kind of casuals who weren't really paying attention to politics,
not like
he's
you
a proven
guys
commodity.
do.
That's right. He doesn't read as a crazy person to the general electorate, even though
he's
I got hairy legs.
That's
he tells stories like, "I'm gonna tell you about corn pop." You're like, what?
The thing I could get over Biden is just bad staff work, man. The way that he ate ice cream. I mean, it's like, you know, we could bring some of this stuff up, but it's like they would get him eating ice cream in the most ridiculous, suggestive way imaginable.
I never even paid attention to that.
Oh my God! Like,
I never
just
saw
such bad optics. Okay, so there's a.
I've never even heard this claim in my entire life. That was one of the craziest self-reports in the universe, but okay.
The clip, I want to say, from the 2016 campaign where somebody is campaigning in Iowa, and like, the Iowa State Fair is like one of the main things you go to when you're running for president, and they give somebody a corn dog, and somebody eats the corn dog, and it becomes like a major news cycle for a long time. And I will never forget in 2024.
This is how immature we are.
I know. I think I have a little fun sometimes though. But in 2024, somebody's holding up a sign at the Iowa State Fair. I think it may have been Vivek's, one of Vivek's event, Vivek Ramaswamy's events, and the sign says, "Eat the corn dog, you coward." And it's one of the best political signs I've ever seen.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, you'd have to be a very manly man to be able to eat confidently eat a corn dog.
Yeah, I don't know that I could do it, Joe.
I eat them. They're good.
Yeah, but
they taste good.
Are you? I love corn dogs.
I've been photographed.
You've been photographed eating a corn dog?
I'm sure someone has.
What if?
I've eaten corn dogs. The odds
much
are
worse life than I've led. I try to eat my corn dogs. That's between me and my kitchen.
I'm not scared to eat a corn dog. I just think it's funny that people they're so afraid of being anything that looks like a dick. You can't. Like bananas, corn dogs.
You gotta be careful in your politics. This is an optics-based business here.
What are those popsicles? The ones that. Yeah. I get it. I mean, but it's just like that's how crazy we are. That's what weirds people out. The way someone eats a hot dog. That's like okay.
Well, that's where we are, man.
Yeah. It's the difference between the crazies and the real reasonable Democrats is so stark to me. And it's also with the right. It's like the party's always defined by the worst examples of the right.
That's right.
Or of the left. Whatever it is, whether it's Patriot Front or whether it's Antifa.
Okay, so who do you think is the worst example of our side? Like who do you read about on our side?
Oh, time to make it so they're not actually part of us.
It's gonna be very awkward interview. I'm screwed with you.
Well. The people that
did he say don't bring up J6ers?
Example of our side. Like who do you read about on our side and your reaction is holy shit? And don't say JD Vance is gonna be a very awkward interview.
No,
I'm screwed with you.
Well, the people that one of the things I had James Tallarico on the podcast, and one of the things that I think he has a really good point about, even though I know you're Catholic and you're very religious, putting the 10 Commandments in schools. I don't think is the right way to do it. And this is a guy, Tallarico, who was in seminary and is very Christian. Mm-hmm. He just thinks that even though he believes in the 10 Commandments, if you're just only representing the Christian faith in these schools, you're forcing your religion into other people's lives, and that this is going to push people away from Christianity rather than encourage them to pursue it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you never want to force things on people, and I do. I think one of the core Christian contributions to Western civilization is the idea of freedom of religion. It's actually very much a Christian idea because you recognize the dignity of each individual, and part of recognizing that dignity is that each person has to find their own pathway to God. You can't force this on anybody. I don't think putting the 10 Commandments up in school is like forcing things on anybody.
But it's public schools. So, I mean, if you're going to do that, why not put Buddhist scripture? Why not put,
because that's not reflective of American values.
You could make an argument why you should have a bunch of different religious tenets in schools.
I think in the Supreme Court there actually are a lot of different sort of historical, cultural, legal documents that are up there, and I want to say that Moses coming down with the tablet is one of them, but I think there actually are other cultural, maybe even other religious elements of this, like where you recognize that a big part of sort of the law-giving tradition in Western civilization is some of these religious texts, not exclusively Christian religious texts. Obviously, some Jewish. There's like an important contribution from the Muslim world in this. So I don't.
In the Muslim world, wait, what do we have that's Muslim in the Supreme Court?
That America is a society. Our founders were people who were very much influenced, even if they weren't Christians. A lot of them, of course, were, but were very influenced by Christian culture and articulating American law. So my argument would be, even if you're not a Christian, like does seeing the 10 Commandments. Let me put it a slightly different way. Does seeing the 10 Commandments force religion on a non-Christian child? I mean, my argument would be no, and I'd illustrate this by saying, well, there are all of these ways in which you actually could try to force religion on a child, right?
Well, it's not the worst way to force religion on a child, but to have it and not represent any of
What
the
is that
this is Texas,
argument?
by the way.
Sure.
So what he's talking about was that there's these Christian nationalists, these guys that are very wealthy that are trying to fund Christian schools and trying to defund public schools or any other kind of religious school. And what they want to do, and they passed this, to get the 10 Commandments in all public school classes. And he's fundamentally opposed to that as a Christian because he thinks it's going to force people to have this in their class and it's going to push people away from Christianity.
I mean, I understand the argument. I just don't see it that way. I mean, I guess if I hear you, but if I'm a non-religious student
I
and
wouldn't
I'm
care
sitting
at
there and
all.
I see the 10 Commandments,
I'd be like, oh,
at the
history.
very least, I think I can appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, but what if you're a Hindu? What if you're a Hindu? What if you're a Muslim and you are seeing that represented, but not your faith?
Well,
it's a public school.
First of all,
Christian.
I think that
America, Christian. Say it, America,
I'm
Christian.
pretty sure Muslims, I'm not hardly an expert on Islam, but I think all of the Abrahamic faiths recognize the 10 Commandments as like a significant thing. But I think if I was a Hindu looking at the 10 Commandments, I mean, again, it's hard for me to say this right, from my perspective, but I certainly went through an atheist phase in my youth. And what I would see that as a non-religious person or a different religion is I would say this is like an important cultural element of the Western civilization, which is the foundation of the classroom that I'm sitting in. And this idea that the law comes and is sort of above any man, even if you don't believe in God yourself, I think that's like an important concept. I mean, if you look at the 10 Commandments, probably 8 of them are something that I would hope that everybody would agree with, even if they're not themselves religious. So I guess here's my view on it. Like, I would not be offended if I sat in a classroom as a Christian, or if my kids sat in a classroom as a Christian and saw, a religious text that wasn't Christian on the wall. I would encourage them to see that. I would encourage them to see that as a learning experience.
What if it was from the Quran? What if a bunch of
you'd lose your fucking mind.
Right? If it's like something crazy, but no,
you'd lose your fucking mind,
if it's something that is like culturally interesting, I guess I don't have a problem with my kid reading something.
Like, I'm sorry, but for whatever the fuck you want to say, as long as it's not something fucking crazy. You understand the 10 Commandments are kind of fucking crazy, right? Like it literally says there is one God. It is the Judeo-Christian God. And if you don't keep the Judeo-Christian God as your own, you're like violative of one of the most important laws of all of Christianity. Like, but we just like gloss over because it also says like don't kill, LOL, and don't like aim hack and CS:GO. Okay.
It's mandated. Like if you have a classroom and the teacher is Christian and the teacher wants to have it in their classroom, maybe that's one thing. But if you're mandating that you're going to have the 10 Commandments in classrooms, that's a different thing because now you're pushing Christianity on kids. And this is Tallarico's position. And as a Christian, he's saying, I think this is going to push children away from Christianity.
So I understand what he's saying. I think that part of living in a society where you have different people with different perspectives, but you do have, I mean, Christianity is the majority religion of the United States. It is the religion that was extraordinarily influential to our founding, to the Constitution principles. Again,
dropped all these other bullshit arguments and say what you want to say.
It was originally derived from a Christian idea about free will and the dignity of the person.
There we go.
I think part of that is that you accept that you're going to have exposure to different things, and if a state legislator in a majority Christian state wants, it's not like they're putting the 10 Commandments in front of these kids and saying you have to read this and write it 500 times a day. They're exposing kids to something, and I'm comfortable with kids being exposed to a lot of different things. I think that's part of living in a society where there's a free exchange of ideas. And what I worry about with Tallarico's sort of perspective here is again, I'm not saying that I don't want kids to be exposed to anything
like the new
that is outside of the Christian canon. Like I actually want my kids exposed to things. I write about this in the book. I think it's important to have a grounded enough faith that you can engage with a lot of different ideas and still ultimately, sort of hold on to your Christian faith. But isn't part of just living in a pluralistic democracy that people are going to be exposed to different things? And I would put it on Tallarico in a slightly different way. That for a long time in this country, there were actually Supreme Court rulings that said that you cannot pray in a school, even a student organization led by the students, or that you cannot put the 10 Commandments up, even a teacher who chose to do it in their own classroom. So I think you're always kind of trying to strike this balance, given that we have the First Amendment in this country, between allowing the practice of religious faith in public spaces and possibly forcing religion on other people. I think you have to strike that balance the right way. I guess I just say, is that if the 10 Commandments being in a classroom is the thing that you think is forcing religion on somebody, was he equally offended when the 10 Commandments were quite literally prohibited from being listed in a public building?
I don't know if he was offended by that or if he was opposed to that. But the idea
why would it be the same? Why would you be offended if it was lifted if you don't think it should be there?
In classrooms is a different thing because you are clearly promoting Christianity. And his position is that promoting Christianity in that way is going to have an opposite effect on children. You're pushing it on them. Instead, you're not just exposing it to them, you're pushing it on them. And especially if you're pushing it on children who come from a household that has a different faith.
I guess I just think the balance in our country the last 30, 40 years has actually been much more in the other direction, which is that we try to completely remove religion from the public square. And I think that poses its own problems because, people practice their faith in all kinds of ways.
But do you think that that's the responsibility of church?
Wouldn't you say it's true that Western civilization was built on Christian values? I would argue no. I would say the exact fucking opposite. And I think the people of the time, depending on who you ask, would say the opposite too. I think that it's tempting to look back and say at the founding of this country, you had a lot of people that were Christian, and you're like, oh, like, you know, Christian values is a pretty easy thing to give. Like, yeah, I guess. But like the United States was founded at a time, this was like the Enlightenment, which I feel like arguably at the time was kind of a rejection of spooky ghost god dude that's controlling everything, and more of like an idea of this more secular approach to life, where you had, you know, some of the founding fathers were deists or deists or whatever, and they had their own like association with God that wasn't strictly controlled by a Catholic church that was ruling the entire fucking European continent, that wasn't super influential everywhere. Even the king in England didn't give a fuck as much about the Catholic Church anymore because he wanted to fuck bitches and bang hoes. But no, I think that looking at something growing up in the high times of the Enlightenment, which I feel like most people characterize as kind of a rejection of just like dogmatic religious thought and more of an encouragement with like engagement of human mind and thought and idea and philosophy. I wouldn't say that like, oh, we were founded as a super Christian nation, especially in the way that the only people that say that are literally the most brain dead, low IQ dipshits of like, I think that kids shouldn't be allowed to chop their dicks, in my opinion.
Churches and synagogues and wherever, that, like, if you want, and in the community, if you want to promote religion, promote it that way. But promoting in public schools should be just educational. And if you're in a religious class, and a class is teaching about religion, that's a different story.
Well, you're right. It's certainly the responsibility of churches and synagogues and mosques and so forth. But I also think that, you know, the late Supreme Court Chief Justice William Rehnquist sort of said this, that if your approach to religion in public life always and everywhere is to push it out of the public square, then you're actually embracing a religion of your own in the public square, which is secularism. You're just taking one religion and replacing it with secularism. And I guess what I'm saying is I'm kind of comfortable with people of different faiths sharing the public square together. But part of that is that if I'm in a 95% Christian community and my local city council wants to put up a nativity display on Christmas Eve, I'm okay with that. And that was actually, like, for a long time in our country, actually prohibited. Yeah. And so what I think is that we sort of put ourselves in this frame in this country where we said every public display of religion is somehow illegitimate. But I mean, I don't know. I try to live my faith in a way that's consistent across different spheres of my life. You know, I don't preach to people. I don't like walk into the White House and tell my employees, you know, you need to follow Jesus as your Lord and Savior. I just try to live my life in a way that hopefully makes people a little curious about what motivates me and what inspires me. But I also don't think that the expectation should be that we tell religious people they're not allowed to be religious in the public square, because I think that's what we've done over the last 30 or 40 years. I guess, you know, we can agree to disagree. I see the Texas thing as an attempt to correct that.
This episode is brought to you by Fox Nation. Real American freestyle wrestling is exclusively on Fox Nation. Every month, you get every feud, every match, and every belt. And if you're a fan of MMA, you don't want to miss it, because RAF is featuring some of the biggest UFC fighters and putting them against the best wrestlers in the world. On July 18th, RAF 11 turns up the heat when Ben Askren returns to the mat to take on former UFC champion Bilal Muhammad. Then two undefeated RAF stars finally face off when Arman Sarukian and Colby Covington settle their score in the main event. No cages, no gloves, no excuses. RAF 11 live from Milwaukee, Saturday, July 18th, streaming exclusively on Fox Nation. Go to foxnation.com and sign up.
I'm going to Fox Nation
right now. I think living by example is probably the best promotion of any good way to live your life, whether it's Christianity or any other religion. I think that's definitely the way to do it. But the point is that this is being promoted by very wealthy people who are Christian nationalists, who want this to be, they want it to, what is going on here, Jamie? We got Bible stories become required reading in Texas public schools. Yeah. See? Well, now you're taking it to another level. So this is June 26th. This is very recently.
Well, what if that's what their community wants, though?
That is that kind of thinking, and that kind of mindset is what bothers me the most about some Republicans.
I see what you mean.
And then there's people that, again, they live their life in a very beautiful way, and they follow the teachings of Jesus Christ, and they're very admirable, and I think that's very attractive, and it makes people very curious about that religion. And I think that brings people to Christ, and I think it brings people to religion.
Sure.
But then there's people like, did you read that report that came from at the start of the Iran war, where there was a guy who's an officer, non-commissioned officer, who was at a briefing, and this guy came in and was explaining to them that they didn't need to be afraid because this war was important because Trump had been anointed by Jesus Christ to bring about his return, and the way Jesus is going to return is by bombing Iran.
That
I did not see that report. Was JD Vance out there to me?
This is the kind of right-wing thinking. So here it is. Military commander tells troops bombing Iran is part of God's divine plan. So we started getting calls the wee hours of Saturday morning from people saying their commanders were just jubilant about this, trying to tell people, don't worry, it's all part of God's plan. They promised a 200-mile-long river that is 4.5 feet deep, filled with nothing but the blood that their weaponized version of Jesus will spill at the Battle of Armageddon, Weinstein said. What was the one, there was an article where the guy was explaining the actual quotes that the one officer was telling him, the one commander. Yeah, but it's not that. It was very specific. It was very specific what he said.
I mean, for what it's worth, my attitude on this stuff is, I mean,
Listen,
first of all,
man.
as a Christian, you sort of believe that everything is part of God's plan, even things that are ultimately very terrible. I mean, you kind of have to
Hold
make
up,
a
let me
accommodation.
read the quote. He urged us to tell our troops that this was all part of God's divine plan, and he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelations referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus
Wait,
Christ.
there's an
He said that
ultra maximum
President Trump had been
overkill?
anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran that caused Armageddon and mark his return to Earth.
Okay.
If I'm in that meeting, I'm like, hit the brakes. Hit the brakes. What?
That's where you need some of the psychedelics we talked about at the last Joe Rogan JD Vance
Whoa,
conversation.
drugs?
That would definitely help.
I mean, okay, my response to that, first of all, like, obviously, do I endorse that? No. Do I think that it's important that people rein it in a little bit? Because I'm sure you're right, there were a lot of troops there, probably a lot of Christian troops there who are like, I'm not sure this is exactly right.
Right.
But the important point is, I think it's important as a Christian leader, as Christians, period, one of the things we have to do is just have humility in the face of God's plan. There's a lot that we don't understand. There's a lot that we don't get. And I think especially on matters of war and peace, the approach that I try to take is you try to make the best decisions that you can. You hope that you're on God's side. You don't assume that God has taken your side. That's a very famous Abraham Lincoln quote. And that's the attitude that I take. So for that, what I would encourage that NCO to say is, you know what? God is in control. We don't know what's going to happen, but let's pray and try to do as good of a job as we can. Trusting in God. If I was speaking to a group of Christian troops, that's what I would say.
But you're speaking to a group of troops.
Sure.
You don't know if they're Christian. You don't know. I mean, you're essentially letting these people know that you believe that Trump was anointed by Jesus to bomb Iran so that Jesus can come back to
Jesus
Earth.
come back in a fire
If I was
of
there, I'd be
Armageddon.
like, can I get the fuck out of here?
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I hear you.
Look,
Look, yes, and that is the first that I've ever heard of this particular story.
how have you not heard of this and Biden's 2 brain surgeries?
Apparently, I live in a bunker, man.
How do you not know these things?
Man,
That's
that is
crazy.
wild. Okay, here's the other thing I'll say is having heard about this for the first time just now, to your point about the media, I do think it's possible, let's be honest, that
they're lying about this. By the way, just as a quick thing, if it was fucking Mamdani doing anything remotely like this, these guys would have their fucking rifles and Confederate flags out, about to do a fucking holy war. Like, the Crusades are coming back and we're going to New York City, 100%.
Whatever that dude said, maybe it was good, maybe it was bad, has been misreported by the press. So I always have a filter on this stuff. Like, I don't automatically assume.
It's also possible that this is the other thing. He said the commander supposedly had a big grin on his face when he said all this, which made his message seem even more crazy.
And I think that's, again, I don't think anybody should have, war is sometimes necessary, but it's never a good thing. And I think that's like a fundamental Christian principle. Is there are just wars, there are necessary wars, but war is always something that you try to avoid.
But saying that this is what's being referenced in the book of Revelation.
Yeah, dude, I think that is nuts. I also don't know that I don't want to be confirmed that this person actually said that before teeing off on it, because what that sounds to me is like somebody butchering or misrepresenting something that somebody that I know might have said.
Quite possible.
So
You
got to be skeptical.
Also, quite possible that you got a really loony guy who is a Christian nationalist, who is a commander, and who is in this position where he's actually excited because he does think that this is a holy war and this is going to bring back Jesus.
Well, it's certainly possible. I mean, America's got 330 million people, and we've got a lot of people who believe in a lot of things. But
a lot of people believe in a lot of things, bro.
And
a lot of people believe in a lot of things. This is like the zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out. Donald Trump saved America when he did this tax thing. What about when Donald Trump punched the fuck out of that woman? A lot of people do a lot of things in this country. What about, it's just the zoom in, it's crazy.
Again,
bro.
all I can do as a
people
Christian
say
leader,
things, bro.
Certainly, but all I can do as a Christian leader is talk about how I think about questions of war and peace, which is we try to do the right thing. We try to figure out what it is that is consistent with Christ's moral teaching, and we try to, comport our foreign policy with the cause of justice. And that's what we try to do, recognizing it's always going to be imperfect. But I don't think that we should ever have an attitude towards war like this is a great thing. I'm going to grin and smile about that. All I'm saying is I'm skeptical that anybody took that approach because the media misrepresents everything.
Do you think that the way that you just described it aligns with our campaign in Iran?
Well, I think that the goal is certainly good, which is to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. And I think that there are obviously a lot of questions about how best to achieve that. There's both a short.
Do you think JD making more media appearances is him gearing up for a presidential run or just trying to save face? I feel like everything right now is like is all lined up for him to 25 Trump after the midterms. But I mean, that's like a super conspiratorial thought. But I feel like everything is, a go.
Term and a long-term piece of it. I think the short-term piece of it is effectively what's already been done, which is you destroy the nuclear sites and you destroy and eliminate the ability to rebuild the nuclear sites. I think there's a longer-term thing, which is where a lot of the debate is focused on right now, which is that building a nuclear program is hard, but it's not impossible. And it's expensive, but it's actually not even that expensive if you look. You could go on YouTube right now and find out how to build an atomic bomb. So part of our Iran policy, and this is where I get frustrated with the people who say you should never negotiate with Iran, part of our Iran policy is solving the long-term problem. That if we could create the sort of circumstance where Iran would commit not just to not have a nuclear weapon right now, but over the long term to not try to rebuild that capacity, I think that is a good and valuable thing.
If it was your call, would you have done exactly the same thing?
Well, what did the president said? publicly that JD was less enthusiastic about it, I think was the exact phrase that he used. I mean, my attitude towards this, I'm frustrated with the people who say you should never negotiate with Iran. Part of our Iran policy is like solving the long-term problem. That if we could create this sort of circumstance where Iran would commit not just to not have a nuclear weapon right now, but over the long term to not try to rebuild that capacity, like, yeah, I think that is a good and valuable thing.
If it was your call, would you have done exactly the same thing?
Well, what did the president said publicly that JD was less enthusiastic about it, I think was the exact phrase that he used. I mean, my attitude towards this man, as you know, is the vice president, I'm not a public commentator. Like, my job is to give the best advice I can to the president of the United States. I think he's said a little bit about what that advice was. But once the president makes a decision, so long as I think that it's legal and ethical and all that stuff, and I certainly think whether you agree or disagree with it, what we've done has been legal.
So if Joe Rogan wasn't an actual Neanderthal, wasn't an actual fucking retarded piece of shit, one of the biggest reasons why I don't like to watch fighting sports is because I cannot think of how to explain how absolutely mind-fucked Joe Rogan is, other than the fact that there must be some kind of way to transmit CTE through the screen or while watching events live. Is the reason why I avoid all this shit, because you cannot explain how fucking retarded this guy is. This is an insanely huge statement that if you were a journalist, you would absolutely interrogate the fuck out of that. Excuse me. It sounds to me like you're saying that you've given Trump completely contrary advice with regards to his approach on Iran. You're even citing Trump making public statements that you're not thrilled about his approach to Iran. But you're saying that at the end of the day, you just kind of like fall in line and support whatever happens. So Trump, who is apparently on death's door, and by death's door, I mean the door to his doctor's office where he's getting his 27th MRI and then bragging about remembering that an elephant was the third animal in line in a row of things he's been given to memorize to see if his brain is still functioning. You could be the guy that steps up if something happens to him. Are we going to get a 180 on all of our foreign policy then? Are we going to get a 180 on everything else? Like, all you're doing is advising the president, he's not listening? Like, what? Are you even an advisor? You're the vice president. What about like any other people, like the intelligence community or anything else that also Tulsi Gabbard said he was ignoring? This is just, he's creating so much space here. He's creating so much space here between himself and Trump. It bothers me that he's allowed to get away with this.
United States, I think he's said a little bit about what that advice was. But once the president makes a decision, so long as I think that it's legal and ethical and all that stuff, and I certainly think whether you agree or disagree with it, what we've done has been legal. My attitude towards it is I try to make it as successful as possible. And I've got friends, of course, I think, you've expressed some skepticism of this. I've got a lot of friends, both in private and public, who've expressed skepticism of this, who say, well, this is terrible, we disagree with the decision, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not a public commentator. My approach to this is not...
Like, you understand how crazy that is, right? I'm not a public commentator. You're the vice president. I don't even know if the vice president has any fucking job at all, actually, right? I think the only thing explicitly called out for the vice president is that you're the tiebreaker vote. You're the president of the Senate. I think that's literally, isn't that the only expressly called out job of the vice president? Like, what are you supposed to do if not have some public opinion supporting your president? It's insane that, but I'm sure Joe's going to push on this a lot. Don't worry.
To Monday morning quarterback a decision that was made 3 months ago. My approach to it is to try to make it as successful as possible, which is why I poured my heart and soul into these negotiations, which is why I've tried to make that goal, Iran not having a nuclear weapon, something that's not true not just now, but is true in the long term. And that's the way that I try to approach it.
So what is going on with Iran where it seems like
nothing? The
president keeps saying that a deal's been reached, negotiations have been successful, and then it all falls apart and we start bombing them again?
Yeah, so... how long do we have here? Because this is a long
as much time as you need.
So I have to explain a couple of things in the background so you sort of fully appreciate, people fully appreciate what's going on here.
Like, the year is like 2055. Students are in class, and it's like, today we're learning about the second Iran war in the year 2026. And the student's like, oh, cool. And it's like, okay, well, where are the statements from the administration that go over, like, how the war is going and why the negotiations are working and not working? It's like, why are we watching this? And it's like, well, this was a guy who did podcasts. And so the vice president is on his podcast because this is where the American people have to go to get any kind of like long form actual discussion related to the war. And then the guy who's talking to him is a massive dick suck for the actual president of the United States. But,
So number one, it's a bit of a simplification, but you have two elements within the Iranian system. You have, and you sometimes hear hawkish Americans say this, that they're all crazy people. They want to bring about, the 12th Imam and the apocalypse and all that stuff. Right. There are people in Iran who believe that. They're also pragmatists. You've got the crazy people, you've got the pragmatists, okay? So when we struck this MOU, and really what the MOU says, and it was misrepresented more than almost anything that I've ever worked on in public life, what it says is Iran is going to open the Strait of Hormuz. the violence is going to stop, and then we're going to negotiate to see if we can come to a broader deal on the long-term nuclear issue. That's what we wanted. And what the Iranians wanted, of course, was long-term economic and sanctions relief. Now,
This is now, I don't know. I just don't know. Well, no, Vance is not stupid. He's just not. God, fuck, I hate my life right now. JD Vance is not an idiot. There is like, what is Fuentes? I'm so curious what his commentary is. I feel like he's the only other person who's like honest in the space, at least about what his goals and everything are. There's like so much political maneuvering in this section here. I'm curious what else he's going to say, right? So Trump is the one who always says, they're crazy. These guys, 47 dicks in their mouths. They can't fucking do anything. They're fucking crazy. They're lunatics. Even Rubio, I think, to some extent, has commented that these guys are crazy. And Vance comes in. They're not really that crazy. And our MOU is pretty simple. And they've got pragmatists over there. We're pragmatic over here. We're just asking for a couple simple things, right? So what's the problem? Now, he's not calling out Trump directly. So is it Rubio that fucked this up completely? He definitely didn't support Trump here. Is it Rubio and Trump? There's this like weird stepchild jockeying for position here in terms of who's responsible for the failure that is Iran. I kind of wonder if the future of the Republican Party, or at least the presidency for 2028, is going to rest on whether or not Iran is successful or not, and then the result of it being successful or not, who gets credit for that, whether it's going to be Vance or Rubio.
Here's the problem with where we are right now. And I guess my summary view, Joe, is that I, of course, can't predict the future. I don't know exactly where this is going to go. But I think fundamentally we are on the right trajectory. It's just going to be really messy, and there's going to be a lot of stops and starts. So what happens? The first week after we sign the MOU, we get 20 million barrels a day of oil out of the Strait of Hormuz. That's what it was before the war. The price of oil comes way down. And there are elements, the hardliners in the Iranian system kind of freak out a little bit. They're like, oh, shit. Did we just give away our major leverage point? Screw nuclear weapons. We just gave away the SO in this MOU. And so there was this kind of freak out in their system. So they shot at a couple ships. We responded. And I think that's entirely appropriate, of course. If they're going to shoot at ships, we are going to shoot at the people who are shooting at the ships, or we're going to destroy the facilities that they're using to shoot at ships. So that happens. Okay, and then the Iranians are like, oh, no, fine. You're right. We shouldn't have been shooting at ships. So then they come back to the table. And there's a few more days of negotiation. And then the phase they're in right now is the hardliners have really, really reacted strongly to all the oil that's coming out of the Strait of Hormuz. And they basically said, we're going to try to shut this thing down. We're scared about losing our leverage. Now, the pragmatists in their system are saying this was a mistake. Let's keep on talking. And again, do I know how this is ultimately going to shake out? Of course I don't. But what we're doing is a delicate diplomatic dance where we're using economic leverage points. We're using carrots and sticks. We're trying to talk to the pragmatists. And then, of course, when they commit acts of violence, we're responding to it. And all those things are happening simultaneously to get us on a better trajectory. Now, that said, yes, right now they're shooting right now. Last night they shot at some ships. But with all that said, is their nuclear program still destroyed? Yes. Are the straits not necessarily fully pre-war traffic, but are we getting enough oil and gas out of the Strait of Hormuz?
I also hate that, like, he does have to maneuver on all the Trump shit. He is like 1 trillion times more intelligent than Trump is, right? I don't, can Americans not, it's funny because most MAGA people probably won't even support him as much as they do Trump, but like he is 1 billion times more, like he sounds like at least he knows the fuck he's talking about. And even in the lies that he's telling, he has to craft these lies in a certain way where he's being sensitive to political issues, the realities that exist, and then the rhetoric he's trying to sell basically on this show. You're right, LeMayo. Nick called it. Go to 3 minutes.
JD Vance. Well, maybe he will not be able to say that he prevented the war, but he will be able to take credit for ending it. That's the big idea.
Well.
And I'm going to tell you what his answer is going to be. I'm going to predict the future again. Watch. 2027, he'll be on the debate stage. Or he'll be asked by the press, Mr. Vance, Vice President Vance, when the war in Iran started, you were in the room when it happened. Why were you not able to prevent the war? And what did you say to President Trump? When did you support it? Or when did
was this before the Joe Rogan episode? Oh, it might have been after. Well, my job as the vice president. I'm just supposed to support the president in whatever capacity I can. I gave him my advice, but then after that, we have to do what we can to support our president.
You stop supporting it. And why should voters give you a chance if you were unable to prevent the war? And Vance is going to say, well, my job as the vice president is to support the president. Yeah. That's my job. Everybody knows I'm the vice president. My job is to support the policies and positions of the president of the United States. And that's what I did. He's going to say, Dana, whoever it is, Jake Tapper, my job was to support the policies of the president of the United States. And that's what I did. I had my doubts. I had my reservations, but my job was to support the president. But I led the diplomatic effort in Islamabad. And I led the effort in Switzerland. And I was there in Qatar. And we tried to get the best deal that we could. We sought prosperity over war. But that's going to be the answer.
If it goes okay.
And so to that end, early on, when the original ceasefire was promulgated in April, it was JD Vance that led the delegation to Islamabad, and he pushed for it. He wanted it. There was intense fighting inside the White House. Vance desperately wanted to go to Islamabad to work out the peace deal. And other elements in the White House that didn't like him, they went to the press and said, no, President Trump and Steve Witkoff are leading the process, not JD Vance. But Vance went. And then when the MOU came out, it was Vance that went to Islamabad. It was Vance that went to Switzerland for the first round of negotiations. It was Vance that went on the morning shows 4 weeks ago to defend the deal. He went on all the morning shows 4 weeks ago, almost to the day, to defend the plan and say, we're going to give the Iranians an opportunity, and this might be turning over a new leaf. It's a new era in U.S.-Iran relations. And he wanted to be the face of the peace deal, not the face of the war.
Yeah.
So that he would have an excuse for all of the problems it's going to cause. And so now that the MOU has utterly collapsed, now he is going to catch the blame. Not only for the war's beginning, but also the war's resumption. People are going to say, you didn't prevent the war. And by the way, you also failed to end the war, too. You couldn't stop Trump from getting us into the Iran war. And when you tried to put your face all over the peace deal, you couldn't get the deal either. So what good are you? And the number one beneficiary is going to be Marco Rubio. If you've been paying attention, for whatever reason, Marco Rubio has not been blamed for any of this. Rubio is the Secretary of State.
But Americans don't even realize, like, why is the vice president trying to negotiate a peace deal? Why is why are Witkoff and Kushner hello? Does anybody know what the Department of State is for? What do we have a State Department for? Where is our? But nobody knows because Americans are fucking retarded. That's it. That's the answer.
He's also the National Security Advisor. He should be blamed for it. It's his job. The Secretary of State and the National Security Advisor should be one of the principal actors in our foreign policy as we carry out this war in Iran. And yet, for some reason, our National Security Advisor, Secretary of State, fully loaded diplomat, is for whatever reason not seen as one of the major parties to the conflict. Instead, he's getting the credit for our far more successful Latin American file. He's getting the credit for Southern Spear. He's getting the credit for extraditing Maduro. He may get the credit if or when we're able to impose our will on Cuba. And so our far more successful Caribbean Latin American file is going to be all him. And our disaster of a Middle Eastern file is going to fall on JD Vance. And so this is why over the past couple of weeks, Vance threw himself in front of Islamabad, threw himself in front of Switzerland. He wanted to be the face of the MOU. What was Rubio doing in the meantime? Rubio was holding a negotiation between Israel and Lebanon at the State Department. And whereas Vance was in Qatar trying to sell Americans on this deal and trying to sell Americans on giving Iran $3 billion and sell Americans on making peace with Iran and normalizing relations and we can trust them, Rubio was at the State Department making a deal with our allies, Israel and Lebanon. And Rubio went to the Gulf and was getting tough on Iran. He said, oh, Iran is worried about Lebanon's sovereignty. Well, then stop giving money to Hezbollah. Iran wants to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Well, we want freedom of navigation. And so in a way, the peace process is becoming a battleground for a proxy war between Rubio and Vance. Rubio and Vance are selecting different parts of the peace process, the parts which they think will confer upon them the biggest political benefits in 28.
But then the problem is the entire time you're trying to jockey for a position like this, the actual executor, the actual person who's in charge of, at the end of the day, figuring shit out is an actual lunatic fucking retard. So you have two men who have much better minds for politics, are much more intelligent in general. Rubio and Vance both easily outclass Donald Trump. But he's the leader at the end of the day. And they're both trying to figure out behind him, I guess, I don't know. It's like, who are the people that were behind Robert Baratheon or whatever in Game of Thrones? It's just so wacky.
Rubio thinks that by talking tough and being the neocon, I don't trust the Iranians need to get out of Lebanon before Israel does. Here's our deal between Israel and Lebanon. And steering clear of the bad stuff, he thinks he's going to be seen as the seasoned diplomat. He's going to be the more effective politician. And Vance knows he's getting blamed for all this. If his lane, running for president, is winning over the people that don't like the war, the Tucker Carlson wing, he knows he can't hold that lane while being blamed for the war. He's going to try to take credit for solving it and revolutionizing the relations between the U.S. and Iran with some kind of peace deal. And that's why the two are, in a way, sabotaging each other and fighting each other as the diplomatic process works out. JD.
To prevent a worldwide energy crisis? Yes. And all of these things are happening in the context of the broader negotiation over the nuclear program. You never know where this is ultimately going to end up, but that's where we are. And then can I just say one other thing about this? Because there are people, you see Mike Pence, who's sort of a super hawk, my predecessor, who say this. There are people, who are super hawkish in the American system who have attacked the deal and frankly, in some ways have tried to derail the deal. And what I always say to those people is, what is your proposal? What is your actual argument? So just take the Strait of Hormuz, like the narrowest, but in some ways the most important part of this back and forth right now. Strait of Hormuz is a narrow waterway. To the extent you shut down 25% of the world's energy supply, okay? Joe, you could take $100,000 and go buy a bunch of drones on the black market and post yourself on an island in the Strait of Hormuz or near it, and you could fire drones at those ships, okay? Now, what does that mean? Some oil and gas is still going to get out because some ships and some ship captains are going to say, screw you. Now, the United States can help that, right? We can shoot down some of those drones, we can shoot down some of those missiles, and so we can facilitate the flow of traffic. But the people who are like, you cannot negotiate.
You had all the information and the legal ability to. Do you think you could get us a good deal with Iran? The problem is that, like, I don't know what happened. You know what? Never mind. I'm just gonna start assuming I'm the smartest person in the room, okay? Because all these other guys do it. Fuck it, okay? I think if you wanted to figure this out, you would have to pull in your smartest people. You have to make a statement to the world or to the Middle East, and you would say, "Hey, I'm going to solve the Middle Eastern shit." And when I say that, what I mean is like I'm going to figure some shit out that's going to set the U.S. trajectory in that region for the next 2 decades. Okay, like Israel, you can send a team. Iran, you can send a team. And then you pull together whoever you think your best advisors are in the United States for who can give you information on it. And then you have to figure out like, what is the path forward for this region, like holistically? Because any deal, the problem right now is that you have Iran, you have the United States, and you have Israel. And you're in a very weird jigsaw of unworkable shit. Israel cannot tolerate Iran funding Hezbollah, okay? But the United States cannot tolerate Iran shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, but Israel and the United States have a relationship with each other. So what do? If the U.S. and Israel, the love triangle, if this is to work, well, then we have to agree to get rid of Hezbollah, but then Iran fucks us. For Israel, the U.S. can't go to war forever against Iran. It's destroying the oil markets, world standing, and everything else. But you can't capitulate to Iran or the United States because of the Hezbollah shit. And then if you're Iran, well, you're not going to give up your proxy in Lebanon. It's like your most successful dudes. This is your best orbiter. You're not going to ditch Hezbollah. And you've got all the leverage right now, technically, with the Strait of Hormuz. And the United States has shown the whole world that the U.S. can't do anything to prevent that. So you're in this unworkable jigsaw fuck. So whatever deal you make, I don't know if there's a shortcut out of this geopolitical clusterfuck. Because you've shown how weak you are in this position now. So now, what do? So whatever deal you make, I think it has to have some kind. It's not going to be like a pussy ass like ceasefire or whatever the fuck. Like it's going to have to be like we're looking at the region as a whole, and we're trying to make a decision on how we want all of this to look in the future. Because whatever deal we're talking about crafting is going to be something that is mindful of everybody. Because I don't know if there's like a short term way out of it. That would be my feeling.
Negotiate with the Iranians. The reason why that's fundamentally idiotic is because so long as you have some person who's willing to fire off a few cheap drones, you're going to have some ship captains who say, no, we're not willing to do this. So we got to kind of use all tools at our disposal. The military is one tool, but diplomacy is another tool. And I'm very frustrated by the Americans and frankly by people in other countries who are like, you cannot negotiate with the Iranians. Well, then what is your proposal to get people to stop shooting at ships in the Strait of Hormuz? You can bomb them. You can take away their radar. You can take away some of their drones and some of their missiles, but it's just too easy to fire at ships in the Straits. So you've got to actually be willing to talk and to try to figure out the problem.
What is their proposal? The people think you shouldn't negotiate with Iran.
I think that their proposal is to bomb and bomb and bomb. And the honest view, Joe, is that they do not actually have a solution. If you actually ask them, what do you want us to do? What is the goal that you're trying to achieve?
Who's he talking about
they'll
here?
Say things like, well, just bomb them to oblivion. Okay, we can do that. We can drop a lot of bombs, but what does that accomplish if there's still a crazy person who's still willing to shoot a few drones at the Strait of Hormuz? What the president has done, I think very, very capably, is said, we're going to use military force in this situation when it's connected to something we're trying to achieve. So if you shoot at ships, we're going to shoot at the facilities at which you used to shoot at the ships. But we're not just going to do something open-ended indefinitely. We're not just going to bomb and bomb and bomb. We're going to try to use our military force as one of the many tools that we have to solve the problem. And obviously, like, I'm biased, but I think that's exactly the right approach. I actually, you have to read between the lines a little bit, because if you look at what Mike Pence or some of the conservative hawks, like people who voted for us but have been very critical of me, very critical of the administration, if you actually look at what they're proposing, they just want the military campaign to go on forever, and they can't actually identify what it is that they're...
Is our military that weak? I think everybody needs to have a... everybody should just play RTS for like 1 week, okay? And some people need to understand there's always this thing in StarCraft, and I'm sure it was true in fucking Command and Conquer and every other RTS ever, is that sometimes you can make this huge investment in capital ships, and you could have the most expensive fucking army ever, but if you have some like gap in your layered defenses or whatever, sometimes a very, very, very cost-effective enemy unit can just fuck your whole shit up. So you might have like the best fleet of whatever Guardians or Broodlords or whatever, and you know there's like a medevac drop right on top of your units, and you'd have defense, and now a bunch of cheap Marines kill your shit. There is no you have to be holistically ready to deal with stuff like that. The United States military doesn't lack firepower or doesn't lack capability per se. What it lacks is the experience and then the preparation, I think, to engage in the style of warfare that Iran is able to engage in when it comes to shutting down that Strait of Hormuz. Because it's so cost-effectively easy. It's so cost-effectively easy to just fuck that shit up. It's like having the... do you remember when Braun was talking about maybe fighting the Mountain for Tyrion? And I think he's probably like if you do power level things, you'd say he's probably a better fighter, I think, holistically. But what does he say, right? Like, well, he's a better fighter. I could probably dance around. I could probably tire him out. Maybe he drops a sword or whatever. But one simple mistake and he's dead immediately. Like if he fucks up even one time, it's over. And that's kind of, I think, what it's like when it comes to like controlling places like the Strait of Hormuz. Like you can have good defenses and you can try to blow up where missiles are coming from, but launching drones is cheap. I'm pulling numbers out of my ass so much, but like 1 day of deployment for US troops there is probably like the same cost as like 500 drones. And you only need like a couple of these to slip through and destroy a tanker or something, such that like nobody wants to move. It's like, fuck, it's not worth it. These ships are insanely expensive. And the insurance is high. The actual loss is high. If you lose any of these, it's like everything is fucked. Nobody can function in that type of environment where there is a lack of certainty about safe passage. Even if you could get across safely 90% of the time, just nobody will make the run. It's just too much.
Trying to accomplish. None of them can identify what it is they're trying to accomplish. And I read two things between the lines. I think some of them want us to accomplish a complete change in the government of Iran, to topple the clerics and to replace those clerics with somebody who's much friendlier. But look, what is our experience with doing that? It's
not
awful.
good.
It's not good, right? And so, if the Iranian people want to rise up and change their government, that's up to them. But we're not going to send 150,000 ground troops in order to accomplish a change in a regime unless the people on the ground themselves.
It's just I'm so curious how intentional this is, in that because Joe Rogan is retarded, or how coordinated this is. Like Joe Rogan is just the perfect person for JD Vance to launder these opinions through, because Joe Rogan's too retarded to understand how crazy what Vance is saying, because Vance is basically throwing Trump's entire war effort under the bus here. Like regime change is stupid. This entire war was a regime change war. You killed all the top fucking leadership at the outset of this, and now you have the vice president who's supposed to be in charge of negotiating everything, or is one of the people in charge of negotiating everything, is like, yeah, that's a really dumb idea. We should never try to do a full regime change war. And it's interesting. Well, whose idea was it then, right? Rubio's? Trump's? He's just created so much distance. But fucking Joe Rogan is fucking retarded and is not going to ask him about it.
Want to accomplish that outcome. Now, we're not going to send the troops in regardless, but to propose sending in the troops, you're basically saying that the U.S. military should do the job for the Iranian people. We're not in that business anymore. We're just not. And then I think a second outcome that people are whether they're aware of it or not, is what I call the Libya outcome. So if you look at the end result of our Libya policy after Gaddafi was killed by the Obama administration, by the way, again, a very stupid decision. What happened? Libya basically turned into a failed state. You had a refugee crisis. You had people pouring into Europe, pouring into other parts of Asia, other parts of Africa. You had a lot of violence, a lot of terrorism come from that. I do think that there are people who would like that to be the outcome in Iran. But then I say, again, what is in our interest? How is it in the United States' interest to have 94 million desperate people flooding into Europe, flooding into the United States, to have, sort of the terrorist infrastructure that can get established when you fan terrorists all over the world? We've run this experiment before. And so our policy right now, what we're trying to accomplish is get the straits open, ensure the free flow of oil and gas, obviously want to keep the Iranians from having a nuclear weapons program, and using the tools of diplomacy and military power to accomplish that.
And Libya failing and the collapse of Libya is a lot of what's fueled the migrant crisis in Europe as well, correct?
Exactly. That in Syria, another failed state that was created by bad Middle Eastern policy. So there is precedent for the United States doing this.
Okay.
Every time that it's happened, it's caused a refugee crisis, it's caused a spike in terrorism, and it's also, not incidentally to the moral considerations, it's led to a lot of innocent civilian deaths.
Now, what was the talk about? I think the number was $300 billion in concessions to Iran to rebuild. And
so this is another just bullshit argument that the critics made against the deal. And again, just to back up a little bit, this is my own little hobby horse, but look, the coalition that Donald Trump piloted to the 2024 election campaign, it was a landslide. We won 7 states. It was historic. Nobody, certainly no Republican, had actually led a coalition like that, at least since the days of Ronald Reagan. So literally before I was alive. Okay. Wow. So Donald Trump wins this great coalition, and look, it's got hawks, and it's got people who hate foreign wars, okay? It's got people like you and people like Tucker. It's also got people like Mark Levin and others, okay? I just accept that as a reality. That's part of the coalition. I don't say that anybody is welcome or unwelcome. I say that if you're willing to sort of help us, you're going to get a lot what you want. You don't get everything that you want. What has really annoyed me about the hawkish side of this thing is they attack any effort to negotiate. They attack the president. They attack me personally. Donald Trump is betraying me. Well, wait a second. if you want to have like a hawkish policy towards Iran, the idea that Donald Trump has betrayed you because he's also trying to negotiate to get a good outcome for the American people is crazy. And so you've seen a lot of these people completely flip on him, and that brings me to the $300 billion point. What we did with the MOU is we actually worked not just with the Iranians but with the Gulf Arab states.
What is the term MOU? What does it stand for?
Memorandum of Understanding. It's the basic structure that we set up for negotiation. So what happened here is, okay, so people sort of think of the Middle East as like Iran versus Israel. I think a lot of people do. There's also a massive number of Gulf states that are really important, good allies to the United States. You know, they and Israel don't always see eye to eye, but we're obviously very close to both Israel and to the Gulf states. And the Gulf states actually came to us and said, you know what? If the Iranians are really willing to change their behavior, we'd like to invest in rebuilding their country. Now, whether they change their behavior is something that's going to be determined over the long term, right? We want to see real changes. We want to see them to stop funding terrorist organizations. And also, of course, none of that money comes from the United States. But if Iran's...
Why did they call this one an MOU instead of just a ceasefire? I'll say a thing. I don't know if this is even remotely on the consideration, but a ceasefire is a thing that happens between two countries that are at war with each other, and we're not at war with them, so we'll just call it a memorandum of understanding. That's my guess, but I have no idea.
The biggest enemies in the region are saying, we'd like to invest if they've changed their behavior. Would the United States let us? Would we release the sanctions that would make it possible for the UAE and Saudi Arabia and other countries to invest in Iran? Our attitude was, well, isn't that a victory for us? If Iran's biggest enemies see that they have changed themselves so much that they're willing to invest in the Iranian economy, isn't that like the definition of a win-win? And then you got all these people saying, no, you can't give them $300 billion. It's like, we're not talking about giving them $300 billion. We're talking about letting other countries invest in Iran if Iran has changed the way that it treats the Gulf Arab countries. It's fundamentally between them, meaning the Iranians and the Gulf Arab countries. So there's this line in the MOU that basically says that if Iran meets all of its obligations, then we will permit other countries to invest in Iran. That's it. And that, like, again, the hawks attacked us and misrepresented this and lied about it and said the Trump administration is going to give the Iranians $300 billion. And it's totally fake. It's completely made up. And it was done purely in order to politically tank the negotiation. So there's been this interesting dynamic here where, as we've been trying to negotiate, there have been these extraordinarily well-funded efforts to tank the negotiation, to prevent us from reaching a deal, to change American public opinion, which, by the way, Israel, the public opinion, people love the idea of...
That's an AIPAC dog whistle right there, 1 trillion%. Extremely well-funded, tank the deal, and influence American public opinion.
Trying to negotiate, there have been these extraordinarily well-funded efforts to tank the negotiation, to prevent us from reaching a deal, to change American public opinion, which, by the way, if you look at the public opinion, people love the idea of actually getting to a final resolution on this thing. Americans they're not game for long-term, open-ended regime change wars in the Middle East.
What a stupid fucking statement. I understand we're just in politics, but did you know that if you actually look at what the American people want, everybody actually wants a solution to the problem and not an infinite war? You've just described every single conflict ever. Who the fuck is ever in favor of infinite war ever? What does that even fucking mean?
They're okay with us using the military to accomplish discrete objectives. They're not okay with open-ended obligations.
What do you think the motivation of the hawks is? Do you think this is? Are they influenced by defense contractors? Are they what's the reason why they're so keen on continuing to bomb?
I think with any big group of people, you have diversity of opinions. So sure, I'm sure that you have people who are influenced by defense contractors. There's a lot of talk about how much is the Israeli government influencing American politics, and there are certainly certain people within the Israeli government who hate the deal, and we see exact evidence. There was a Times story that came out yesterday that basically there are certain influencers in America who are being paid in order to attack the deal. I think some of it's just pure political ideology, right? It's foreign policy perspectives that are much different from mine. They think that America should that we can basically, you can wave a magic wand with the military and accomplish whatever you want. And, it's not that simple. You actually have to have a very clear objective. Military power can accomplish a clear objective, but you've got to have that clear objective. You can't just say, we're going to bomb until something good happens. That never works. The United States has tried that before.
That's crazy.
So I think it's a combination of things, but I definitely think you have seen this very discreet, extremely well-funded campaign to try to derail the negotiation and try to derail the deal. And, there's this Time article that came out yesterday. A friend sent it to me. It's worth reading because it lists a bunch of people who have quite literally been paid by a former Trump campaign person who was himself paid by certain elements within the Israeli government. And those people are attacking me viciously for quite literally trying to accomplish the negotiation.
That was an interesting line of connections there that he was sure to talk about there, formerly connected to Donald Trump's campaign. And
to try to derail the negotiation and never works. The United States has tried that before. So I think it's a combination of things. But I definitely think you have seen this very discreet, extremely well-funded campaign to try to derail the negotiation and try to derail the deal. And, there's this Time article that came out yesterday. A friend sent it to me. It's worth reading because it lists a bunch of people who have quite literally been paid by a former Trump campaign person who was himself paid by certain elements within the Israeli government. And those people are attacking me viciously for quite literally trying to accomplish the negotiation objective that the president set for the country. So
what is their position? Like, are they attacking you how?
Oh, it's social media posts. It's they're leaking to reporters. They're attacking me obsessively, saying that we should not be negotiating with Iran. We should just keep the military campaign going indefinitely. And that is their explicit position. And coming after me, saying that people have come after me and say that I'm influenced by Qatar, that I'm influenced by foreign governments, that I take my marching orders from Tucker Carlson, and there's just so much bullshit out there. When what I'm actually trying to do is accomplish what the President of the United States told me to accomplish, which is a settlement of this that accomplishes our objectives. Iran doesn't have a nuclear weapon. We have the free flow of oil and gas. And like, I should be clear, I don't actually mind. I don't mind that let's say certain elements of the Israeli government want to criticize the deal or have disagreements about the deal. I don't even mind an effort to try to influence, foreign governments try to influence the United States all the time. Israel does it, other countries do it. It's just sort of the nature of the beast.
Yeah.
What bothers me is actually when Americans meaning American leadership, allows that influence to affect their judgment and to affect what they're advocating for. That's what really bothers me. People
Jesus.
That let's say certain elements of the Israeli government want to criticize the deal or have disagreements about the deal. I don't even mind an effort to try to influence, foreign governments try to influence the United States all the time. Israel does it, other countries do it. It's just sort of the nature of the beast.
But what do we not like?
What bothers me is actually when Americans meaning American leadership,
American leadership, Rubio or Trump or others here, when American leadership is being influenced by other parties like Israel here to fight against Vance. Jesus.
Affect their judgment and to affect what they're advocating for. That's what really bothers me. People are always going to try to influence the United States of America, whether they're allies of ours or whether they're enemies of ours. But again, when I open up the pages of Time magazine and I see that there's a literal foreign influence campaign being funded to tank the very deal that I was pursuing, and oh, by the way, many of the people who were receiving that money were actually attacking me in completely dishonest ways, my response to that is, well, go to hell. I'm going to do what I have to do for the American people. I represent Americans first, and that's the way that I've tried to do this job. And Joe, the crazy thing is, people don't realize this. I'm actually in this, there's this massive pro-Israel, anti-Israel debate in the United States of America.
I'm pro-Israel.
I'm like the reasonable moderate. And I think that's what so many people don't realize is, I've been accused of being an anti-Semite. I've been accused
for what reason?
Quite literally I've been accused of trying to, I guess, some people say that I've insulted the Jewish religion, which is insane. I have a ton of respect for the Jewish religion.
If you talk about, what specifically did you say?
I don't know. I've never heard a good, compelling argument for why I'm an anti-Semite, even though I've been accused of being an anti-Semite by many people. But what I say to these guys is, look at public opinion. Look at the way young Republicans versus Republicans over the age of 65 approach this issue. Right now, Israel is losing the public opinion battle in the United States of America. It is a simple and obvious fact. Donald Trump has said that publicly. It's a simple and obvious fact.
Why do you think that is?
Well, let me finish this point. Okay, my attitude towards this is Israel is an ally. Like France or like the United Kingdom, we're going to have disagreements with them. We're going to have agreements with them. There are areas where we're going to have similar interests and areas where our interests are going to diverge. So my approach to this is to say, you know what? When we're partnered, great, let's work together. And we're not, let's just be honest about it. And for that, people attack me for being an anti-Semite or anti-Israel, and they don't see the writing on the wall that I'm actually just the guy advocating for a normal relationship with a normal country that's based around shared interest as opposed to based around, something else. So why is Israel losing American public opinion?
Well, the narrative is that Israel has a very disproportionate effect on American politics.
Yeah, I see that narrative. I mean, I actually think that do they try to influence American politics? Yes. But like I said earlier, a lot of other countries do. I think
to the extent that Israel does,
I think some are better at it than others. I think the Israelis are definitely more effective at it than most, but I wouldn't say that they're the only effective country by any means that tries to influence American politics. I just think you have to be self-aware about it. I mean, why wouldn't you? It's a country of 9 million people. We have 330 million people. And so, of course, they're going to try to persuade Americans. They're going to try to move Americans in one direction or another. I think that's just the nature of the beast.
No, but it's more than that. The concern is that they're spying on American politicians, and that there's concerns about funding, there's concerns about influence, there's concerns about whether or not politicians whether they're aligned with Israel or whether they're aligned with the United States first.
Well, there's certainly, I definitely get those concerns, but my sense is that the way that all foreign influence works in the United States is people try to manipulate American public opinion, and then from manipulating a public opinion, they try to get the outcomes that they want. I mean, this thing is a very good example of this. So, we know, I'm telling you, beyond a reasonable doubt, we know that the negotiation strategy that the president has asked us to pursue, and again, with limitations. Like when the Iranians hit ships, the president has been willing to knock the hell out of the Iranians in response. This is not just a negotiation. It's negotiation, it's military, it's all these things. But I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that there have been people within the Israeli government who are trying to actually shift us away from that policy because they want to continue the military campaign. And by the way, like there are people within their government that I love, I have good relationships with. I hope, and I don't think that they're part of this. I mean, you know, the ambassador of Israel to the United States, I think is actually a really good guy. Obviously, he cares about Israel first. I care about America first. But there are some people within their system we know beyond a shadow of a doubt who are manipulating and trying to change American public opinion to keep the war going on indefinitely. Again, not towards any objective, but just indefinitely. So like, does it happen? Yes. But I guess what I would say to the Americans who sort of see this and are frustrated by it, my attitude would be, you should be frustrated at American leaders who are, you know, persuaded by this, affected by this. Countries are going to do what countries do. I really don't. It doesn't bother me that Qatar tries to influence the United States of America, and they do. I like a lot of the Qataris, just like I like a lot of the Israelis. It doesn't bother me that Israel tries to do this. It frankly doesn't even bother me that Russia or some of these other countries do it. It's just the nature of being a political leader in 2026. What does bother me is when those operations, those influence campaigns actually affect American political judgment, because they shouldn't. Because we should be thinking what is in the best interest of the United States of America.
Do you think that Israel is affecting American political judgment?
I mean, I certainly think that there are a lot of talking points and there are a lot of arguments that make their way into American political discourse. I think there are a lot of social media campaigns that definitely influence Americans and affect Americans. Do I think that it's been dispositive on any particular issue? Like, I think that's a much more difficult question.
Do you think that we would have started this war in Iran without the influence of Israel?
I think the president, completely separate from any influence from Israel, believes very strongly, and again, I agree with this, that Iran should not have a nuclear weapon.
Right,
and I
but
think he was
after
willing
we
to do things.
Bombed them in June, right? That was the initial attack, right?
June of last year.
Yeah.
Midnight Hammer, yeah.
Right. Do you think he would have continued with the most recent campaign if it wasn't for the influence of Israel?
Yes, I do.
Really?
I do, yeah. Look, I mean, I think...
Really?
Again, I see this, and I see it even for people that are in our coalition. And this would be my flip side to the hawks who have been attacking me or the president mercilessly over negotiation. I would sort of turn this back on some of the doves or some of the realists who have been attacking the president of the United States.
The doves? Those are the peace people?
Peace people.
That's what you call them, the
Hawks
doves?
and doves. You never heard that phrase?
I've heard hawks. I've heard hawks. I don't think I've ever heard doves.
Hawks and pigeons, hawks and, I don't know.
I think it's more doves is peace,
doves
right?
is good, right? So what I think a lot of people, I've heard this argument, is this idea that Donald Trump, was sort of, I've even heard people say he was blackmailed into this by the Israelis. That's not true, dude.
No?
It's just not true. I've seen the decision making up close. Again, whether you agree or disagree with our negotiation, or whether you agree or disagree with the decision to launch the campaign Epic Fury to begin with, the idea that Donald Trump is being blackmailed is crazy to me. Because again, I see the way that he makes decisions. I see the way that he processes this stuff. Like the idea that he picks up the phone with anybody and says, hey, like I'm going to take orders from you. No, that's just not how Donald Trump operates.
Can you understand, though, why people would come to that conclusion, especially because of the Epstein files?
Especially when they watch you.
What do you mean?
Well, the Epstein files were supposed to be released, and there was a tremendous amount of resistance to those files being released. And that concerned a lot of people. Because if you're talking about very wealthy, powerful people that were engaged in crimes.
She's gone,
You're basically saying, like, the fear is that whatever's in the Epstein files was used to blackmail like the administration into doing the Iran thing.
Or at the very least, the people that were involved in the Epstein files that didn't want them coming out had undue influence.
Well, again, like, say this with all candor, like, we absolutely screwed up the comms of the Epstein files, like we just did. But do I think the reason we screwed up the comms is because we were trying to hide something? No. I think the reason we screwed up the comms of the Epstein files is one, Pam Bondi said, the client list is on my desk, right?
Well, they had binders. They were standing in front.
But those binders were largely documents that had already been released, right?
Yeah.
So let me try.
So what was the
defend.
purpose of that performative display of the Epstein files? And she was saying there's tens of thousands of hours of film.
I don't know what the purpose of it was, but I know that the effect of it was to make people mistrust the entire effort. And what I think was happening, look, I know Pam, I like Pam. I don't think there was anything malicious going on. I think Pam was trying to respond to the political moment. I think she overstated what we had and what we didn't have. And I think that she got roasted for it publicly by a lot of people, including me. Like, you know, I've talked about this a lot. I'm like one of the OG Epstein conspiracy theorists. I've probably gone down every single rabbit hole. We could go down most of them today. Look, the original sin of the Epstein investigation, and obviously I'm biased here, but it was not what Donald Trump and the administration did in 2025. It was, you have to go back to 2007, 2008. The original Alex Acosta investigation of Jeffrey Epstein, where he basically dropped the federal charges. I think Epstein ended up getting prosecuted on some sort of local thing. But the original warrant, back in 2008, what was he looking for? What was he allowed to look for? What were they collecting? It was not looking at a broader conspiracy. So that happens, okay? Epstein gets pinched. I think he goes to prison, or maybe this is when he was on house arrest. But like anything that existed from the 80s and 90s up to 2006, 2007, anything that existed that we didn't get back then was disappeared, right? So, like when people say, has what you've seen on the inside make you think that that Epstein never blackmailed people or that Epstein never engaged in broader sex trafficking? No, absolutely not. What I have seen, and I've looked at most of the files, is that there just wasn't dispositive evidence. And if that dispositive evidence ever existed, it was probably destroyed after 2006, 2007. Now, like, again, in our defense, yes, was there some bitching and moaning, and was there some back and forth? Yes, but we eventually collected 6 million documents as part of the effort. The president, people say the president was forced into releasing the documents. Like, again, the idea that Donald Trump could not have killed that legislation, especially with the United States Senate, is a joke. He absolutely could have killed it. What did he do? He actually said, nope, we're going to release these files. He thought, he was annoyed by the story. He was annoyed by the Democrats accusing him of doing things bad.
He absolutely was killing it for a long time. And then one day, I think he just got tired of it. And he was like, you know what? Fuck it. Just release it. And Mike Johnson got thrown under the bus because Johnson was helping him. Remember, I think it was the longest vacancy, I think, in U.S. history when they had a congressman had won their election. I don't remember who it was or which state it was, but Johnson wouldn't seat them because he knew that the second he seated that congressman, that she would have been the vote that would have sent the Epstein file law up to the Senate and then to the desk to sign. And then eventually Trump was just like, fuck it. And then Mike Johnson was like, okay, well, I guess, yeah.
By the way, like, do I think there is I've never seen a single piece of credible evidence that the President of the United States engaged in wrongdoing with minors, ever. So the president says that's what he's talking about, is this democratic idea that he somehow was a pedophile. It's absurd. There's no evidence for it. Now, the Epstein law gets signed. We find 6 million documents. We find out 3 million of them are actually responsive, has something to do with the Epstein estate. We release all of them, with the exception of a few things that are like, the courts have said that we have to redact certain things, or we can't release certain files. But like, we did release all these files. Did it take longer than it should have taken? Yes. But we did release these files. And again, the problem here is not like anything that's in the files.
Why do we care about the VP of Trump?
The problem
this is your future president,
the original
buddy.
investigation, it was designed in a way that was way too narrow. If there was a broader conspiracy, and my view is that there probably was, the evidence that existed in 2007, that was the opportunity to get.
So when you say there probably was a broader conspiracy, what exactly are you saying?
I think there are a few different options. I mean, look, man, you and I could literally do 2 episodes about this. I've gone down to every rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
There's this funny New York Times story that's somewhat true, somewhat false, but where Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, says, well, we know JD's a conspiracy theorist on this. Like, I am, actually. I've gone down every rabbit hole here.
Epic.
Look, so there's the theory that whether it was American intel or foreign intel, that Epstein was sort of using Epstein was using sort of the sex ring to blackmail rich and powerful people.
Hell yeah.
There's that piece of it. I think there's a separate conspiracy that hasn't gotten covered as much, which is that Epstein actually, if you go back to the original Epstein guy, was Les Wexner, who Columbus, Ohio, was the wealthiest person in Ohio, maybe still is the wealthiest person in the state of Ohio. The thing that everybody in Columbus, I lived there for a time, knew about the Wexner-Epstein relationship is that Epstein was his tax guy. That Epstein was like the genius at identifying weird tax strategies that would allow you to not have to pay taxes. But if you were being a little skeptical, it would also say that it would allow Epstein to either blackmail people or to have a separate nexus of influence and control on rich and powerful people. And so I think there's an underreported, underexplored story of was Epstein like doing a lot of tax stuff that was not on the up and up, and is that one way in which he gained blackmail? It's not opposite of the sexual blackmail story, but in some ways it's you could imagine both things being true. I also just think there's an element of he was a scumbag. He was a very sick person. He built relationships with a lot of other rich and powerful people who just didn't have any real moral judgment about the fact the guy was obviously a scumbag. And again, to go back to defending Donald Trump, I know people don't hear this these days, but like, who was the
child
guy?
rapist?
People say Donald Trump was blackmailed by Jeffrey Epstein. Who was the guy who narked on Epstein to the Palm Beach police? That's in the Epstein files.
Absolutely not Donald Trump.
He also kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
Absolutely not true.
It's obvious that Epstein was a sick man.
Yes, but if people want to say we mishandled the Epstein release, guilty. We did mishandle it, especially the communications of it.
What do you think should have been done?
I think that we should have just dropped everything at the very beginning, and like obviously it takes a little time to review the stuff, to find the stuff, to redact things.
What should we have done with it? Let me go ahead and just give literally the most universally popular position in the entirety of the United States, by the way. We should have dropped the whole thing.
Where you have victims and so forth, but we should have just done it as quickly as possible.
But some of the stuff that was redacted, some of the names that were redacted weren't victims.
So yeah, I've
Pam,
looked into this, and
Pam fucked up. Blame
my
Pam.
understanding of this, having looked at a lot of this, but not all of it,
Pam,
is that
blame
it is
Pam.
sometimes hard to draw a distinction between victim and co-conspirator. And like, let me highlight this in a very sort of obvious way.
Okay.
Ro Khanna, who's been one of the loudest voices on the Epstein file. Well, he became very loud on the Epstein files the minute Donald Trump became president. Didn't seem to care about it during the Biden administration.
Ooh.
He actually brought one of the Epstein victims, I think, to the State of the Union last year, or maybe it was the year before last. Well, like that victim, and I'm not saying she wasn't a victim. I don't know anything about her particular case. She was also listed as a co-conspirator in some of these documents, right? So there's an idea that some of the people who were engaged in the sex trafficking were also, facilitating it as well.
So they were incentivized to get more girls.
Yeah, but yes, that's right. But the idea is that it's hard to sort of, it's sometimes a little bit of a gray area between, some of the people who were alleged victims were also alleged co-conspirators. And so what DOJ tried to do
what was
kind of make that judgment as best they could and release as much as possible.
But it's clear that he was trying to get in contact with people that he felt were influential. It was clear that he was trying to get people to get together on the island and meet at parties. So there was something he was doing where he was trying to either influence people or compromise people.
Correct.
So it's not, there's some sort of an operation that was going on.
There is a story there, and, I will go to my deathbed believing there's a story there, but I can't prove it. And I promise you there's not some document that at least I'm hiding that allows us to prove exactly what was going on and how.
He was also trying to get scientists, and this is one of the reasons supposedly
100%.
why he got that ranch in New Mexico.
So a friend of mine has this element. Sorry, I should step back. Conspiracy theories, one of the ways you discredit a conspiracy theory, I thought about this a lot, is try to hide it. Another way you discredit a conspiracy theory is by flooding the zone. So one of the things I've tried to do when looking at all this stuff is to try to understand sort of where it fits in and to, try to separate the real from the fake. But one really interesting element of the whole Jeffrey Epstein saga, okay, so he dies in 2019, right? This is at the very end of the first Trump administration. His death coincides very, very closely. This is not my observation. This is a friend, but I don't want to reveal confidences here. It coincides very closely with the end of what you might call the era of censorship in academia. So back in 2019, 2020, we reached sort of peak academic censorship, where people wouldn't publish a medical study because it might have sort of disparate impact racial undertones. Or people were getting fired from academia for not doing land acknowledgement, stuff like that.
True.
Okay? I'm not saying that stuff has completely gone away.
There was some
Epstein,
actually
we know,
wacky
was funding a ton of scientists. By the way, where does money come from? He was funding a ton of scientists. But like when he died, it's almost like the era of censorship started to break.
Can I just say how unfucking believable it is? There were things earlier, I don't even remember. There were things earlier that everybody here knew about that like Vance hadn't heard of. But somehow Vance is like completely fucking informed on the entirety of all the crazy, wacky fucking Epstein things. Is this just not like the perfect microcosm of American politics right now? Jesus fuck, bro.
Because he was also plugged into a lot of, in academia, but also, he was plugged into the social media companies. Like, this is a dude who knew everybody. He knew everybody. So, look.
So where did his money come from?
Well, from giving, part of it is suspect tax advice and
what else?
Setting up tax schemes for a lot of very, very rich people.
What else?
Right, but why was he motivated to influence academia, and what was the purpose?
I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I have theories.
What do you think?
There's
Give
of
us
course
one.
Well, most people think he was Mossad.
Yeah,
Mossad or CIA or some other deep state, whether in America, Israel, or another country, or both.
Mossad or CIA, right? I think that I'm trying to think if I'm missing anything. I love you, buddy. I know you're saying there's a lot of dog whistling that people do around the Israel stuff. I don't know if Vance is anti-Semitic or hates Israel. I don't know if I've ever gotten that vibe from him. And I feel like in this conversation, I feel like Vance has dispositionally kind of gone to bat for Israel quite a bit. Like I don't think he's proffered or pushed a single crazy, wacky Israel-Mossad conspiracy theory in this entire conversation. And I think he's had the opportunity to kind of too, but I don't think he has at all.
Both.
He probably recognizes that Israel is a pretty important ally to the United States and wants to work with them in some capacity if he is leader of the United States. Right?
Look, he clearly had connections to the highest levels of American intelligence. He clearly had connections to the highest levels of Israeli intelligence. In fact, one of the interesting things the Epstein saga reveals about, and I try to make this point, is one of the reasons why I'm always careful, and I say there are some elements within the Israeli government who don't like our peace process, because there are a lot of elements within the Israeli government that actually do like our peace process. They recognize that this indefinite campaign is not good for them either. And the Epstein thing is interesting because as much as I know, Prime Minister Netanyahu, not a particularly popular person in the United States of America right now, Epstein seemed to be connected to the elements of the Israeli deep state that were left of center. Like I've always found that fascinating. It wasn't like he was super connected to the right of center of Israeli politics. America, he was connected across the board. Like he had Republican friends, he had Democratic friends. He had much deeper connections to the Israeli left of center than right of center. I don't know what that means.
He was hanging out with Steve Bannon and Noam Chomsky.
Exactly. He had, again, in America, he had friends across the political spectrum in a way he didn't necessarily have in Israel.
I had one of my guys try to get me to meet him.
Really?
Yeah.
When?
2017.
See, that's
actually. I'm not up on all the Epstein memes. You know this. I've said this many times. But what he's saying right here, actually, that wouldn't surprise me at all. The American right in the United States of America are the most feckless, weak, pussy-ass motherfucking losers on the fucking planet. These guys are bitch-made through and through. Smotrich and Ben Giver, I think, would grab their rifles and fight Palestinians, given the opportunity. Like, I'm pretty sure both of them, Ben Giver at least lives like in a settlement like that is deep in the West Bank. I think Smotrich might as well. These guys are way more, I think the far right, not Netanyahu, he's pretty kind of right, but like the far right in Israel is very ideologically committed and very ideologically possessed. I don't think they could just be simply like kind of like bought off or whatever, like American conservative loser fuck politicians are.
Crazy to me, because at that point he'd already gone down for at least one like sex abuse thing.
That was my position. I'll show you the emails.
Okay,
they're kind of funny.
Okay, which
I
guest?
actually read them on stage.
You want to say okay, fine?
People can find it.
Yeah,
I don't want to have the guy's already ruined.
Sure, but
dude, I googled it and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
See, but this goes back to my original point.
But this is part of what he was doing, right? He wanted to get influential people.
But you go back to the original 2007.
I also think, and this is just annoying, is it's especially with your Hasan types and everything else, like nobody realizes how far removed like Jews in the United States are from any remotely right-wing Israeli position. Like they're just, it's a totally different group of people. It's a totally different class of people. Like when Jews, not to knock any Jews, it depends on how extreme you're. There are no like super Zionist Jews in the United States, because if they were, they'd move to fucking Israel. The Jews that are quote unquote Zionist in the U.S. like the idea and the concept of having like a homeland for the Jews, and they're super ultra uncomfortable with all the Palestinian stuff, and they don't really know how to like straddle that. But the Jews in the United States are like overwhelmingly like center to far left individuals, and don't have any natural nexus or connection with the insanely right wing military oriented. I say military oriented. It's just like the right wing Jews in Israel, or even maybe a lot of the center whatever Israeli Jews.
And warrant on Jeffrey Epstein. All of the really crazy shit happened from the 90s to 2007. That's when he was at the peak of his power. That's when he hadn't yet gone down in a sex abuse scandal. Like, I mean, to your point, right? Even if you have some scumbags who are willing to introduce him to Joe Rogan in 2017, there are a lot of Joe Rogans, or at least some, who are going to say, wait a second, I'm going to Google this guy and find out he's a predator.
A lot didn't, and that was really crazy.
A lot didn't, but some did. And my point is that would limit his influence. But if you go back to like the 1990s, the early 2000s, that is the stuff. I think that is like the black hole of the Epstein saga. We don't have nearly enough from that era. And
because you think it was destroyed.
I think we had a prosecution that explicitly was so narrow that whatever existed would not have even been caught up.
Right. So they were specifically going after him for underage sex. And they didn't look at the full picture of the operation.
They didn't even try to.
Well, that was one of the things about the prosecutor was told that he was above their pay grade. I mean, it was one of the things that
he said he was like CIA or something, right?
He said, I was told he was intelligence.
Right. And yes, I've asked were there documents connecting Jeffrey Epstein directly to our intelligence agencies or anybody else's? And the answer is no. But if that shit existed, it wouldn't exist in 2026.
What is it like being the vice president? Like, how much access do you have to information?
Much.
So I'll give you another conspiracy. So I have like effectively unlimited access to information.
Yes.
Unlimited.
But I think that one of the things that I've learned about the job is you're doing so much on the day-to-day. Like you're calling senators and trying to get them to pass a piece of legislation. You're meeting with staff about what should go in the housing bill. You're negotiating with the Iranians or the Qataris or the Israelis about something that's going on in the Middle East. And a lot of it, like the UFO thing, like I've said that I'm going to look into the UFO thing. And I've been saying that for a year and a half, and I haven't done it yet because I haven't had the time. And so some of this is like, you just have to have the time to actually punch through the walls and to like go to the gate.
Because a lot of this is probably like when people imagine having like an incredibly broad security clearance, they're thinking of like, okay, all right, military projects, top secret, right click, hidden folder, ultra top secret. Okay. UFO alien project, secret UFO document. Oh, there it is. I found it. Like, I've never seen a file structure or anything related to U.S. intelligence in my life, but my guess is even beginning to navigate the dozens of networks of internally, it's like this information is probably so separated and so disjointed that there's a reason why when you're the president, you ask for your ICAs, your intelligence community assessments. You ask for, these different things to be put together and compiled for you and then given to you in some kind of like readable, understandable manner. The idea that there's just going to be some giant folder that like is neatly labeled as like, alienlife.txt, let's fucking go, double click, is just like, it would probably be insanely difficult to... I'm sure you could ask. Like, you could probably go to Area 51 and be like, give me the report. I want to know about the aliens. But
Papers and say you have to open up that gate because I'm the vice president. And some of it is just hard to actually get to because I don't have the time to sort of focus on that one issue for any particular period of time. So the answer is you have unlimited access to information. The constraint is not people tell me no. The constraint is you're just so busy doing other shit.
The UFO thing, I think, would be something that I would want to pursue.
Yes.
I mean, just for my own personal information, I would want to know what is going on.
Correct.
So the question is, are these special access programs that are above top secret and that this is our own stuff, or is this something that's far more bizarre and something that is interdimensional from another planet, whatever, right, fill in the blank?
Is it foreign?
Sorry.
And
Yeah.
if it's foreign, is it
Right.
6,000 miles away or like 6,000 light years away?
Right.
Yes.
Right.
And that is, I will answer that question eventually.
Really?
Yes. I'll get to the bottom of it.
How are you going to have the time to do that? Like, what would be...
I'm busy writing books,
Eventually I'll
Joe.
have like a few weeks where I can just sit down and worry about that problem.
You said something that I thought was very bizarre.
Here's the interesting thing, though. I will say, that is one of those conspiracy theories that there are a lot of people in our government who are interested in this, meaning our current political leadership who are interested in this question. And it hasn't, like, nothing has really happened yet, which makes me a little bit less interested in it. Because there are a lot...
He's so... Oh, God, fuck. I hate him, obviously. I don't even know if I hate him. No, I probably do. Assuming all the Peter Thiel shit and everything. But he's so much smarter than Trump. Oh my God, it's so sobering listening to like, and I don't ever want to go back to this because it's not even acceptable where these guys are. But like this, you like, please tell me, like, you can understand that this man understands politics and understands navigating like organizational structures and understands like diplomacy and understands geopolitics and understands like he's just infinitely smarter than everything associated with Donald Trump and his inner circle. I mean, we know that he's smart because he thought that Trump was basically Hitler in 2016 or 2020 or whatever. So, my God. Destiny, when was the last time Rogan had a liberal or leftist on? I mean, Gavin Newsom is calling him out, and Joe Rogan won't bring him on. He's completely ideologically captured. He's a fucking pussy.
A lot of people with access to those files and access to that information, and nothing has changed since Biden left office, which makes me think other people have looked into it and they just haven't necessarily found something. But anyway, I eventually, I promise you, I'm gonna like sit down and spend a couple of weeks trying to figure out what's in these files. I actually haven't done it yet.
You said something that I thought was very odd.
Okay.
You said that you thought that they were demons.
Okay.
His answer about the secrets was completely wrong, so that is a good example of the constructive narrative. Wait, what do you mean?
I did say that.
What did you mean by that?
Well, first of all, there not just in Christianity, but in a number of world religions, there are a number of like, mystical things that happened, extra dimensional, extra. Like I'm not one of these people who's like a hyper rationalist. Like I think that there are things happening in the world that we're not always seeing. I believe in God. I think that there is a kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Not extra real.
Have you had contact with Rogan since he knows who you are and talks mad shit about you with constant others? No, I never. The closest I was when I was friends with Alexi. Was the closest I was probably because I had several people that were kind of promoting me in that direction. But that at that time, if I'm to believe what Lex Friedman told me, he communicated that Joe Rogan was still incredibly nervous about his foray into politics, and he was trying to be really, really, really careful with how he approached doing political conversations because he thought at least at that point, he thought he had a lot of power in terms of deciding what the average person in the U.S. thinks. I don't know when he abandoned this view, but like there was a time, again, if I'm to believe what Alexi told me, what Lex Friedman said was like Joe Rogan was like he wouldn't have Trump on the show because he thought it was irresponsible. He thought it was an irresponsible use of his platform to even platform. He wouldn't have. Did I say Joe or Trump? Yeah, Joe Rogan wouldn't platform Donald Trump. He wouldn't have him on his podcast because he thought it was too much. So I don't know when he changed that, but this was years ago, and I haven't done any. There's been nothing since then. So, but if he wouldn't even have Gavin Newsom on, he would never have fucking me on.
Supernatural.
There are supernatural things that are happening. Okay, so if you look historically at things that are similar to the alien phenomenon. Mm-hmm. Where some like strange being, it kind of looks like a human being but doesn't look like, but it's not human, and it shows a particular interest in human beings, and then it takes the human beings and like does weird experiments on them. I think my argument is that's either bullshit, right? You're either talking to a crazy person, which I don't like. I'm not saying just because I believe in the supernatural doesn't mean I believe in everything supernatural, but if we're talking about an extraterrestrial being that is human-like but not human, that contains effectively infinite powers and is torturing human beings. You can call it an alien if you want, but I think there's a lot of historical precedent to call that a demon.
Well, a lot of these stories and these accounts.
We have one right here on the
demonic alien. Yeah, that's the mothership logo. A lot of these accounts are not of people being tortured. They're people that are being exposed to information, like the Travis Walton story is a very famous case from the 1970s.
I'm going to read about it on the way back, though.
It's this guy right here. I got a Travis Walton bobblehead. He's one of the most famous UFO abduction stories.
Okay.
There's a movie with D.B. Cooper in the...
and like, what is the information that they gave Travis Walton?
Was D.B. Cooper that was the
guy who jumped off the plane?
D.B. Cooper was the guy who stole the money and jumped out of the plane. Fire in the Sky. There's a movie.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I remember this movie. I don't think I ever saw it, though.
1993.
Where
Good
the guy
movie,
with the...
sensational, and Travis Walton says they made a bunch of shit up, and that's not what happened. But
yeah.
Oh my God, fuck.
They
made a bunch of stuff up. You mean the guy who got abducted by aliens and had his eye drilled into and experimented on by UFO? Oh, they made a lot up? Oh, I thought it was a fucking documentary. Thank you.
Travis Walton. Was D.B. Cooper that was the D.B. Sweeney. D.B. Cooper was the guy who stole the money and jumped out of the plane. Fire in the Sky. There's a movie.
Oh, of course. Yeah, I remember this movie. I don't think I ever saw it, though.
1993. Good movie, but sensational. And Travis Walton says they made a bunch of shit up, and that's not what happened. But
yeah,
the story was that he was a logger in Arizona, and he was leaving the job. They were all together in a truck, and these loggers saw this light, land in this forest, and they went to go investigate. He jumps out of the truck, and he gets close to it, and he's hit by some beam of light and knocked to the ground. They take off, and then they realize, like, we've got to go back. We don't know what's going on. Like, they turn around. They go back to get him. They freaked out and panicked. They go back to get him. He's gone. The police interview them. They think that they killed him. There's an investigation. 5 days later, he shows up wearing the same clothes, and he has this crazy story. And he had been in the spaceship for 5 days, is what he said, and that they had fixed him, they healed him, and then they had communicated with him telepathically, and he had this very bizarre encounter with these beings that aren't from here, or if they.
There's a lot of safeguards, like need to know, compartmentalization, legal structures, it's government secrecy 101. He's obviously bullshitting story crafting, aka. Wait, which part? I understand what you're saying, but my understanding is, besides nuclear secrets, besides stuff that comes from the Department of Energy, like everything with regards to security classification, I think extends from the White House. It's every single thing that has like original classification authority or whatever all originates in the White House. So I'm pretty sure if you are the president or the vice president, and you get permission from the president, that you can authorize any secret thing to be released to you there's not going to be a judicial oversight or congressional oversight, except I believe with the Department of Energy. I think there's something like unique with that for nuclear secrets.
They are from here. They're very different than us.
Okay, so I guess my response to that would be extra powerful beings, in this case communicating telepathically, helping people. Sounds like an angel. So I guess let me make the Steelman version of my argument. It's that, okay, my dog, there's no real difference between me and God and my dog. I can literally walk into a room and turn the light on. I can make food appear instantaneously. I can transport myself across time and space very, very rapidly. If you're a human being with intelligence, but not supernatural intelligence, I guess my point is, again, this could all be bullshit. This could all be fake. Oh, thanks. That's a possibility.
For letting us know that.
But if it's real, is there really a meaningful difference between an angel or a demon and a space alien with super technology? To our perception, they would largely just look like the same thing.
I think we're capable of nuance. We're capable of understanding that human beings are far more complex and evolved than chimpanzees. And we can imagine a world where if we don't blow...
I hate this guy. He's so much smarter. Fuck me, dude. Vance is so much smarter than everybody in the Trump admin. Not everybody in the Trump admin, but everybody around Trump and Joe Rogan. He is correct. Isn't there... is it a sci-fi author? There's a quote where it's like, anything sufficiently technologically advanced is indistinguishable from magic to a human being. Who has this quote? But it's true. Vance is correct here in that if there was like an alien, they could probably appear as like a fucking demon or angel or whatever, and it would be indistinguishable to us as humans, because whatever they are would be so far ahead of us technologically that...
ourselves up, and there's not a nuclear bomb, and there's not a...
That's from Rick and Morty?
If we live another million years, that we would have technology that's indistinguishable from magic. Right?
Exactly. That's
right.
exactly
That doesn't
what
mean
I'm saying.
they're angels and demons. It just means they're hyper-evolved, advanced civilizations from somewhere else.
And what I'm saying is the perception of those beings to a more simple intelligence.
Sure.
There's not a meaningful difference. So you're like talking about what it is that these things actually are. And I guess what I'm talking about is, how would a human being with my level of intelligence or your level of intelligence in 2026 understand what's going on?
Right, but from a biblical perspective, there's a very big difference between a demon and a hyper-intelligent being from somewhere else.
Yeah, but you wouldn't know. You wouldn't be able to tell, right?
I mean, a demon or a hyper-intelligent malicious...
If demons are real, if there really are dark forces in the universe, and they're disembodied dark forces, these things that exist.
Yes.
And then there's also powerful light forces in the universe. That they don't have to be mutually exclusive to the concept of hyper-intelligent other species.
Absolutely.
When you're looking at an insanely vast universe.
I don't think they have to be, but I think that it is interesting to me that for most of human history, we would have understood supernatural, hyper-powerful, hyper-knowledgeable things as sort of celestial or...
We would have thought of a cell phone as being sorcery. I mean, that doesn't mean it's sorcery. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's just technology. That argument doesn't make any sense to me.
Well,
and this is not discounting the possibility of demons or discounting the possibility of angels.
Well, I guess I understand your point conceptually. I don't actually disagree with this. I don't think we're saying something different. That, metaphysically, there could be two separate things going on. There could be there could be extra Earth, outside of Earth, space aliens, and there could also be angels and demons. These could be two totally separate things. One could be true and not the other. I totally concede and agree with that point. I guess what I'm saying is it's a distinction that is conceptually interesting to me, but if a space alien with like superhuman technology comes to the Earth and has malicious intent, I don't know how I'm supposed to tell the difference between that and a demon.
If they have malicious intent, but I mean, isn't that also the case with visiting people, right? Like you could have a country and you get visited by the Peace Corps, or you get visited by pirates.
Yeah.
You know, and are the pirates demons? Is the Peace Corps angels?
No, but I think we're talking about something much different.
Are we talking about something different, or are we talking about a hyper-advanced version of that?
We're talking about, I mean, as I understand it, we're talking about things that exist outside the United States. Outside the Earth, okay? And two different types of beings that could exist outside. I mean, okay, maybe...
There's a lot of people, you know, Tim Burchett thinks that they're here.
There's Atlantis, or there's something else
well,
like that.
They're somehow or another, they're survivors of a long-gone civilization that live under the ocean.
Yeah.
It's just as kooky as living in space.
Here's the way I would put it, is like, there's also a difference between a demon and a ghost, right? These things are two very different conceptual things.
Right.
But if I'm a human being and I meet a malicious ghost, maybe I think it's a demon, and maybe all I'm saying is, maybe there's some point at which the conceptually interesting, this is such a weird conversation, at which point the conceptually interesting discussion of what it is separate from how it appears to me and how I'm going to understand it as a human being in my particular social and cultural context in 2026. But if you're looking for me to concede the point that there is something different, or could be something different, between an angel, a demon, a space alien, a supernatural, but non any of those other things beings, yes, I can see that.
Yeah, the question is, what do these special access programs, like, what is the information that's available? Like, according to David Grush and a lot of these other people, that there have been crash retrieval programs.
Okay, and I've talked to Dave before. I think I called him actually after he was on your podcast.
Dave Smith?
So...
Is that what he's talking about?
There's like the crash retrieval stuff of whether that's real or not, where is it, et cetera. There's the videos, right? There are all of these videos, some of which have been released and declassified, that seem to me show some pretty weird stuff. And then there might be other pieces of evidence as well.
Oh, Dave Grush, the alien guy?
I try to keep an open mind about this stuff. All I'm saying is I'm fascinated by it. I don't have like some secret sauce, at least not yet, that tells me what's true and what's false. I'm just saying this is something that I'm interested in, but it doesn't. It's because it's like anything in life. Where do I have to figure this out this week? No. So I'm going to do the things that I have to, like negotiate with the Iranians and try to get this bill passed.
So let's imagine a world where
he is 100%. I guarantee you that he's looked into this, because he sounds like he has a philosophy, at least a basic philosophical understanding of the subject matter. He seems to be interested in it enough to be having this conversation about it. And he's the vice president of the United States. I guarantee you he has dug in to the extent that he's able to, and oh my God, and found that there's nothing there. So no aliens, okay? Rip.
Negotiations go swimmingly. Everything's done. You know, all these Gulf Arab states decide, hey, let's invest money in Iran. Let's change hearts and minds. Whew, okay. Avoided a gigantic apocalyptic scenario. What could be done? Like, if we have information,
well,
who has this information, and why are they holding on to this information? And do you know the Hal Puthoff story?
No.
So Hal Puthoff, who used to work for NASA, said that he was brought in during the Bush administration, where they were proposing disclosure, and they were saying, this is what they were saying. They're saying, we have biological remains and we have physical crafts. We're proposing disclosure, and they brought in a bunch of thought leaders, different disciplines, different schools of thought, and they said, I want you to compile a list of pros and cons and put a numerical value on how this is going to affect society, how this is going to affect religion, how this is going to affect government, how this is going to affect economy, all these different things. And when they compiled this list, every one of them had more in the con than in the pro, and they decided against disclosure because of that. Now, if that's the case, what are we talking about? Like, who has this information, and what is this information? I mean, if that wasn't just a thought experiment, if they weren't really just fucking with these people, which I don't understand why they would do that, but let's assume what is known, and why would they prevent that information from getting out?
Well, that's a big if.
Have you seen the movie The Age of Disclosure?
I've not.
Okay. Well, a lot of people, including intelligence officers, different people in the government, are in this documentary. And one of the things that they're saying is part of the problem with all this is if they have had these programs going on for so long, that means they've been misappropriating funds and they've been lying to Congress. So all these people that were involved in these programs.
I've heard this argument,
So Lou Elizondo, all these other people said, look, what we're going to need is mass amnesty for people that are involved in this. It's the only way you're ever really going to get to the bottom of it. The problem with that is, if you've got unlimited money and you've got misappropriation of funds and lying to Congress, I guarantee some of that money has gone to places it shouldn't have gone.
100%.
Like it always does.
Yeah. So, like, it's always very hard to engage in these, like, super general, I should say, hypotheticals, because, you know, like, if look, we've got remains of space aliens and we're hiding them, then there are a million possibilities for that. What would explain it, how it would have happened. I am skeptical that's true. And the reason I'm skeptical that it's true that we have the physical remains is not because I don't think that's something that, like, is physically possible, or that the government's willing to do and able to do a lot of crazy stuff in our history and the history of all governments. I am skeptical of the competence. I actually made this point to Dave when we talked, and I think he's a very interesting guy. So I don't mean to insult him or say I disagree with him about everything, but I made this point to Dave when we talked. It's like, if we have literal space alien remains in the custody of the United States government, there is no way that wouldn't leak out in some way.
Oh,
well, it has
who's
leaked out
made this
anecdotally.
Well,
argument
I guess that's the counter argument. But I think
you know the
leak out
Nixon
more
story?
than, no, I want to hear that. But like with cell phones and every way that we have, like it's plausible to me you could hide that in an era where you have to have a giant camera the size of these antlers
He's a
in order to take a photo
I
of something.
see.
But dude, I can take like you have cameras now that are like literally this tiny. That's the part that I'm skeptical of that we're hiding.
Let me push back on that because you know
Rogan's
that
so mad
if
right
you
now.
have
Oh,
any
man.
sort of top secret, like if you go
that
into a
feel
skip,
when you're arguing against like the second most high access man in the planet right now for information relating to this, and you just don't believe the things that he's telling you. Oh no.
like there's no way you're bringing cameras in there.
Okay.
You're look. When I came here to this podcast studio, they had a dog check my trunk.
And it's your
they had
studio?
to pop my trunk. Yeah.
Okay.
Like I'm gonna blow up my own studio.
Yeah, but okay. So
you know what I'm saying?
But the counter argument though is they check that stuff on you. They don't check that stuff on everybody.
Everybody here they did.
Everybody here.
Yeah.
I'm saying
So, but
there
if
are-
you're- if
all
there's
you
a
need, all you
place-
need is one official with like the highest security clearance. Now, okay, you're right. Certain devices like emanate signals that they can pick up on Bluetooth and all that shit. But
to have access to go into a room where they have these things,
And no
if they
one-
did have these things, I guarantee you they're going to
so
make
fucking
sure
mad.
no one's got anything.
He's
They
so
can easily
fucking
scan
mad.
you to make
He's
sure that
so
you don't have any kind of
fucking
electronics,
mad.
any kind of camera, any kind of recording device. That's not hard.
I mean,
especially if you've got something squirreled away at Area 51.
in the next
and-
2.5 years, we're going to run this experiment because I got 2.5 more years as VP, and I swear to you, if there are little green men like body remains,
Text me, please.
Well, I'm not going to. I'm not going to text
Oh,
you. I'm going
man.
to try to smuggle a camera and get a photo of these things.
Well, how would you, the Vice President of the United States of America, have to have a camera smuggled in to do that?
Well, maybe I wouldn't. But again, I've seen.
Do
no,
you think
I,
that you
I
have the
not
kind
seen
of
the evidence
authority?
this.
Like, look, let's imagine you find out that at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base they have
You're
some
18.
secure facility somewhere. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it's
Yeah,
maybe
yeah,
they've
I know
kept
what
it
you
under
mean.
wraps. Maybe it's in the mountains somewhere.
Yeah.
And you find out that this thing exists. Do you think it's as simple as you could just go out and tell everybody, or do you think that you get briefed on the implications of what would happen if you disclosed all this information?
Well, I would definitely get briefed on the implications of what
and they
happened
would
if I disclosed
probably
this
tell you,
information.
hey, you have to bullshit people.
Yeah, but dude, I'm not.
You're not going to bullshit people?
Well, look, I have many skills as a politician and some vices, but like one of them is I'm just not a good liar.
Well, then they're not going to show it to you. You just fucked up. You just fucked up on this podcast by saying that.
What I
They'll
am
show it
telling
to
you,
the ladies on the View. That's
right.
The intellectual leaders of our
trust me,
world.
they show it to the ladies of the View. It will be said 2 hours later. Anyway, I am like
maybe
again,
they show it to them just so that no one will believe it.
I do want to look into this stuff. I'm just telling you. I have not yet seen the evidence that we have. Certainly extraterrestrial remains, but there's a lot of stuff before extraterrestrial remains that's also interesting. Like the flight patterns in some of these videos are
Yes.
super weird.
Well, the Commander David Fravor stuff is bananas. It goes from 50,000 feet above sea level to sea level in like a second.
To what people say, right? Like, because one of the arguments I've heard, for example, is, could this just be a visual or on the camera or something like that? Okay, that sounds to me plausible. I'm not an expert in cameras, but then what the pilots, their reaction to it, it's not like they're looking at a visual or on a camera. It's like they're looking at something else that's really, really weird and difficult to explain, given what they know about, physics and aeronautical engineering, et cetera. So anyway, I am fascinated by this, but I just don't want to tell people like, oh, I've uncovered the truth, or I haven't, because I haven't looked at it yet.
Right. Well, I would, if I was you, that would be the first thing I did. I'd storm right in there and go,
Let's talk about
"What do
tax
you got?"
policy.
Is that what you want to talk about?
No.
We can talk about tax
This
policy.
is way more interesting.
I would want to know. I mean, I think the world wants to know. I think it would fundamentally change our understanding of what it means to be a living organism.
Okay, what do you think? Like, what is your, you know more about this than I do.
I don't
What do you
think we're
actually
alone.
think? But, okay,
I
fine,
don't think
agree.
we're alone. I just don't understand what it is.
Okay.
I don't know if it's.
So you don't have like a strong view about what it is. You're just
I don't have any.
curious.
I don't have any data, right? So I don't have any proof. So I believe Commander David Fravor. I believe Ryan Graves.
Yeah.
He was a fighter pilot that said that when they upgraded their equipment on these fighter jets in 2014, all of a sudden they started seeing these things that were staying completely motionless at 120 knot winds, and they were a cube inside of a sphere, a black cube inside of some sort of.
Wow, Rice, thanks for getting
so
here by
this is,
sub.
I know you've talked to Eric Weinstein.
Yes.
And, I haven't talked about this lately, but
Lately?
one of the
Oh,
things
God,
that
he
Eric sort of
talks to-
kind of persuaded me of a couple of years ago was...
It's Weinstein. They get very sensitive.
It's
because
Eric
of Harvey.
Weinstein. Okay, got it. Eric Weinstein. Good thought. Speaking of pedophiles, I guess Harvey was
I
a
guess he
pedophile.
wasn't
He,
that.
was, he had many sins, but not that one.
Candace Owens says he's innocent.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Or not guilty of everything that they said he was.
So, okay, Eric Weinstein, this is probably 3-4 years ago, persuades me of this, actually. It's an interesting theory. His argument is, in the same way that I would say, what's the difference between an extraterrestrial and an angel or a demon, depending on its intentions, from the perspective of a human in 2026? His argument would be, what's the difference between a space alien and a human being, but just a human being with super advanced technology, right? And so I don't know if this is still his view, but he kind of was like, let's say you had human beings who just were super scientifically advanced. Like what we know of the laws of physics, as I understand it, is that light speed is sort of the upper limit of what one of our spaceships could travel. Okay, you can't go any faster than the speed of light. Well, that's a problem because everything else that could support extraterrestrial life is many, 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 many light years away. Okay, so his argument to me again back in the day was, if you figured out a new physics, in the same way that you had an understanding shift from Newtonian physics to Einsteinian physics, if you have a new understanding of physics that allows you to travel much faster than the speed of light, you could just have human beings, either from a different planet or maybe they went to Mars
Like an
and started their own
Interstellar.
civilization, and then that got old, and at this point they are many millions of light years away, but they can move through space and time in a way that is quite literally like divine from our perspective, or space aliens, but they're just human beings.
It could be human beings from the future.
Damn.
If time travel is possible,
but it also we know that life exists on Earth. So if life exists on Earth, Earth is a planet. There are hundreds of billions of stars that have hundreds of billions of planets. We have no idea how many planets there are in the known universe that could potentially support life. And if these things live on these planets and they live far longer than we have, like if you showed a nuclear bomb to someone from 100 years ago, they would say that's the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. You show them a reactor, show them a cell phone, show them that television.
It's like my dog with a light switch, right?
Just to be able to FaceTime someone in New Zealand. Like what is that? What are you doing?
That's right.
Now advance that forward 1 million years. And then, instead of using propulsion, you are instead manipulating space-time.
So that's exactly right. And one of the things, I've talked with Elon about this, and Elon is obviously a super smart dude, but I've never heard like a super satisfying answer to this. One of the things that worries me, like I want humans to be a multiplanetary species. I want us to go to Mars instead of a colony, and that's sort of, I love humanity. I want it to continue. And the problem with space travel that I've again not heard a satisfactory solution to is, when we're outside of the Earth's gravity, our genes, like our actual DNA, seems to not function as well when it's not on Earth-style gravity, which makes sense, right? We developed in these conditions with this gravity. So whenever you have somebody who goes to the International Space Station for like 3 months or 6 months, and they come back and they are totally jacked up because like literally the cells in their body are starting to like discombobulate in response to a low gravity environment.
I thought it was like muscle atrophy and stuff.
We have to figure out a solution to that problem.
I don't know. Or like stomach acids or weird shit, maybe.
Part of space travel, of going to Mars, or setting up a colony on another planet is, if you set up a colony on Mars, and what it takes you like 2 years to get there and 2 years to get back or something like that.
Right.
Can't you just like spin a thing though and fucking do artificial gravity if you make the thing go around and around?
You've gone from a functioning adult, healthy, to like dead. Right. If you're in space for 4 years, I
don't want to be dead.
That part of space travel is very fascinating to me, and I don't know that I've heard any satisfactory solution to it yet.
I don't think conventionally there is a satisfactory solution, but if you're talking about manipulating space-time and not traditional propulsion,
you probably can figure that out.
You could manipulate, you could essentially contain this environment in exactly the same way it is, and travel to somewhere else with that environment. So this is the idea of them living under the surface of the ocean.
I see.
How can they live in the depths
Why
of the
didn't we just
ocean?
think of that?
Well, because they have a completely contained environment.
Just teleport.
I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
It's all just nonsense.
Maybe they figured out how I can eat like steak and Grater's ice cream and have the blood profile of eating, chicken and salad.
Well, I don't think chicken and salad is the way to go.
I know you don't.
I'm a steak guy. I think
so am I.
Just eat a little bit of ice cream every now and then. By the way, ice cream is one of the very best desserts for you because it contains fats.
It's got a lot of fat and protein.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right.
A little bit of sugar, but it's all it's a moderation thing.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
anybody who doesn't want to eat ice cream is a communist. There's nothing wrong with ice cream. Speaking of communists,
the Democratic Socialists of America. That's actually what they do at their events. Is they throw the ice cream into the Boston Harbor instead of the tea.
Yeah, those fucking people scare me. I'm really concerned that people think that's a good idea, and that they think that socialism just hasn't been done correctly. That drives me nuts because I think a lot of like really well-intentioned, really kind and empathetic young people think that that's the way to go, and I do not think they understand the dangers of this ideology because it always leads to one thing. It leads to a very powerful military government that controls the population. Period. End of discussion. And if you play it out, it is literally the only way they can get people to give up their money.
Like what Trump's trying to do right now.
Give up their property. And when you're hearing like Mamdani talk about freezing rents and taking bad landlords and then confiscating their property, you're like, this is step one of what's happened in every communist dictatorship throughout history. This is what happened in North Korea. Give the government the land, and we'll make sure that no one ever has to worry about food. What a great idea. Look how it turned out.
I don't know who said this, but the whole argument of communism is that you seize the means of production, but because the means of production, the most powerful means of production is the human mind, you ultimately have to get into totalitarianism. You have to have control of that most fundamental element of the human person.
You also take away motivation.
Correct.
And there's a thing that people don't like, which is extreme wealth. But you have to understand that if it wasn't for the motivation of extreme wealth, you would not have an iPhone.
So
you wouldn't have these things.
Okay, so here's let me give you my Christian answer to this. It's a good plug for my new book, Communion. Finding my way back to faith.
Not to be confused with Whitley Strieber's book Communion, which is all about aliens.
Okay,
did you know that?
No, interesting coincidence, Joe.
Pull up
interesting coincidence. Pull up the cover of the good
Whitley
Communion. I want all your listeners to buy.
The problem is you didn't know about this book. I would have told you to come up with a different title.
Seriously,
that's Whitley Strieber's book.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so we want that is wild.
And then there's another one, My First Communion.
Okay, that's like a kid's book. But yeah, we want people to buy the second one, the one that says JD Vance on it. But okay, so this is one of the things I talk about in the book is like there is a Christian idea of political economy that's actually been lost in American politics, where it's like we think of it as libertarianism, the hardcore free market, versus socialism or communism. And there actually is a third way that has existed in pretty much all Christian economic thinking going back 2,000 years ago, which is that yeah, extreme wealth inequality does create problems. But you still got to have private property. You still have to have a state that protects private property rights, and there's a way to balance these things that I think we've sort of lost in our country a little bit. And when I like, okay, let me play devil's advocate with the DSA, because I think that their ideas are crazy, and I think that you're right. They will lead to a very totalitarian place. I'm not defending a single thing that they say, particularly their hatred of ice cream. What I am saying is, and maybe this is just sort of the way my mind works, I tend to be a little bit more empathetic. Why are young people attracted to socialism in 21st century America? One of the best interviews that Charlie Kirk ever gave, it was right before he died. It was an episode that he did with Tucker Carlson where he talked about the fact that if you don't give young people a stake, if you don't give them ownership, if you don't give them a sense of the American dream and of possibility in the future, they're going to become socialists. Like if you have a zero-sum environment for a 25-year-old in this country, they're going to start to say the only way for me to get anything is to take away from somebody else. So we have to get away from like the zero-sum thinking. I think that's like the root cause of this. But I also think that, look,
who does zero-sum thinking more than literally any other fucking people?
We have undone that experiment, taken it in a different direction in the Trump administration, where ship all the factories overseas and let low-wage foreigners make our stuff. That was a bad deal for American workers. Again, it takes a long time to reverse that trend, but I think it's one of the best parts of Trump administration policy is you do see that trend starting to reverse. This idea that nobody should own anything. We should all become renters. Whereas what we're trying to do is lower interest rates. You actually have seen housing costs stabilize in the country over the last year and a half, frankly, because of immigration. We had way too many people going after way too many homes.
Oh, and now he just does the zero-sum thinking immediately.
Oh, okay. So I think that unless you go down that pathway of allowing young Americans to own something, socialism is the inevitable outcome. Do I think that's good? No. But I really do worry, and I see this frankly more in my own party than I do on the other side. There's this revulsion to socialism that's totally justified without enough thinking about how did we get here in the first place. Right. And if we don't fix that, and I would say if we don't get back to a more Christian sort of understanding of economics, socialism is the alternative. Like that is where this goes.
Well,
if people don't own
the
anything,
game is rigged.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And in some ways, Joe, the game is rigged.
Yes.
Like, I mean, if you look at, again, I think so much of housing because, this happened, I think it was during the presidential campaign, maybe it was right before. But I was talking to some family members over Thanksgiving and, just a sort of a younger friend of my wife's. They were like 5 or 6 years behind us. They were just about to get married. And this young woman, successful engineer, makes a higher salary than most Americans. She just sort of like tossed out there that, when her parents' generation was coming up, it was like possible to own a house and to raise a family and not be worried that much about things. And my thought was, okay, you're an engineer. You make way more money than 75% of people your age, maybe 90% of people your age. And you think that it is like this ridiculous, unachievable objective to have literally what your parents had, which is a decent job, a nice house, and a safe place. Like, at literally that same dinner, like another friend of my wife's was talking about this, and he, South Indian family, grew up, his parents immigrated, he was born and raised in San Diego, and he was like, when I was growing up in Oceanside, this is like a suburb of San Diego where there are a lot of Marines live in Oceanside, it's close to Camp Pendleton. So when I was growing up, all of my, like the kids that I played with, that I rode bikes with, that I was, playing street hockey with and football with, all of those kids were the sons of enlisted Marines in Oceanside, California. And then we went and looked at like Oceanside, California rents. Again, this is a couple years ago. Rents and housing prices, like every house was north of $1 million on the street this guy grew up in. And enlisted Marine, frankly, most Marine officers could not afford to buy $1 million house. So like, does the socialism thing scare me? Yes. Is it the wrong solution? Yes. But one thing I try to persuade my fellow Republicans of is socialism is the alternative if we don't have a pathway to give people a sense that the system is not rigged and that the American dream is attainable. That's like our job. That's what we have to do. I'm not saying Rome was built in a day. It's not going to be easy to undo some of these economic trends, but man, we ran the experiment. We ran the experiment of offshoring all of our industrial jobs, of becoming a services and finance economy, and allowing Wall Street to come in and buy every asset of modern life and turn it into an investable, line goes up asset. And what has that done? It's created a generation of kids who kind of are attracted to socialism. You have to fix that problem.
Well, kids that do feel, and you're correct, and I agree with you, the system is rigged.
Fuck.
Kids feel like I
feel like this guy is going to be, oh God, this is our 2026 or 2028 potential president. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh boy.
Options other than to burn it down.
Yes.
And that's the problem.
And
because they feel very frustrated.
And that little spiel that he just gave there, it would be like the perfect capture of all the Republican slopulists. It's a great capture for all the Republican slopulists, and it would appeal to center left and far left slopulists as well.
Part of our job is to provide an option that isn't burn it down, but is not just doing the same things that we've done for the past 40 years.
They're also terrified about the future because of AI, because
Correct.
they feel like jobs are going to be taken away, and there will be no place for people that have education in very specific avenues. Like very specific jobs are going to just be irrelevant.
Yeah.
They're going to be completely wiped out by AI.
There is a huge fear over this. So let me kind of give my own spin on this.
Yes.
I was talking to a CEO, not of an AI company, but of a tech company, and he's one of the few CEOs that's sort of right of center. And I was like, well, what do you think? Do you think AI is going to come and take all the jobs? And his basic take was, the real historical analogy is the Industrial Revolution. And, did the Industrial Revolution displace or change a lot of jobs? Yes, it also created a lot of jobs that didn't exist before. So he was like, my concern here is not that 50% of Americans are going to be unable to find a job.
Oh, fuck. Vosh can't listen to this. I think Vosh could potentially become... He's already said that he would support JD Vance as an accelerationist measure over Gavin Newsom, right? I think... hopefully Vosh doesn't listen to this Joe Rogan episode. I think Vosh would become a JD Vance supporter. I feel like he would.
Some displacement, some sort of churn in the labor market, but that's not the main issue. He said the main issue, if you go back to the Industrial Revolution, is that there was a lot of demand for workers, but the inequality in the country got completely out of whack. Like, this is the era of the robber barons. And then the robber barons in both Europe and the United States led to fascism. It led to communism. Again, to this point about giving people an option. If you don't give them a good option, then it leads to fascism and communism. Now, there's this fascinating encyclical written by Pope Leo XIII. I'll send it to you. It's one of the best things that I think has ever been written by a Christian leader, where it's written in the late 19th century. And the basic argument of it is that in the age of industrial churn, there has to be a middle way between 6-year-olds working on the factory floor and socialism. And part of that solution is to give workers a sort of say in what's going on. Give normal people some power in this system. And I think that's the thing we have to figure out with AI. I won't say that I have all the solutions because I haven't, but I think the fundamental question is, how do you ensure that normal people have some control over this? Control over what's their kids are seeing, control over, the...
Vance has always been a good politician. People say he changed his stances, but he hasn't. He still has the populist roots, but now he's carving out a section of the evangelical. It's not so much a good politician. I felt like listening to Vance in the past, he just feels like kind of like a very stiff, awkward kind of like loser, like especially like in the press room and everything. But listening to him here, I feel like he would still kind of sound like stiff and awkward in the press room, but now it comes off as more endearing because in this casual conversation, like for whatever you want to say, like he has absolutely crushed this. He sounds incredibly intelligent. He has big interests in things that the Joe Rogan audience will. He's obviously read a lot into the Epstein shit, into the alien shit. He's politically incredibly savvy. He is signaling to so many different audiences in an appropriate manner. He's had some good jokes. He's funny. He's not awkward or weird or doing whatever the fuck shit. Like, this has just been a killer performance, I guess, here. And the guy has had the ability to go on, even though I would argue conservatives don't get pressed that much. Like, he's doing the Trump thing. It's almost like, oh God, this is so annoying. It's almost like he's like the Trump that we thought that he would turn into in 2017. Like, oh, after he wins the election, he'll be funny and personable, but he'll stop being so fucking crazy, right? Because this guy, he went on The View. He's gone on a ton of different programs. He's given a lot of interviews. We've seen him on Joe Rogan now, obviously. So like he seems he has like a lot of social versatility, and he's very well connected to the Silicon Valley types and everything as well. Ugh. Do you think Rubio would do well in this situation? Is Rubio older than Vance? I don't think he is, right? JD Vance age, Rubio age. Rubio's 55. Vance is 41. Oh, Jesus. Rubio is 55? Good for you. Holy shit. Jesus. Okay. Rubio is like very neocon, older conservative. Like, I feel like Rubio is the guy that would appeal to your older folks who are kind of more neoconish. I don't know if Rubio could do the slopulism thing. I just don't know if he has it in him. I've never really heard him speak in that direction before. Vance has mastered the slopulism. This is it. Like he has all the talking points for the slopulist stuff, and he rattles them off very well. And he's good at conversation and everything else. He's decently funny. Like, he's got it 100% lockstep. But he also has something that, this is something I've talked about for myself, where like one of my greatest strengths when I'm not being quagmired with rape lawsuits was that I could go on a ton of shows and talk to a lot of different people. And I'm decently smart. I can give the right talking points, but I can do it in a variety of audiences. It's really, really hard for, I think, liberals to do this. And a lot of liberals like won't even engage. It's too scary to go into a lot of these environments and to be able to have the conversations. I know this sounds cringe, and maybe I'm over-indexing on it. I really do think I'm the funniest person on the planet. No, maybe I'm over-indexing on it, but I really do think it matters that Vance on this show seems to know a lot about the Epstein files and aliens. Like, I think that hearing that, if you're like a 30 to 45-year-old guy and you hear that this guy's like excited and like, because I hate to say this, but like he kind of gave the answer that all of us felt when, what would happen if you were president? When I'm president, I'm going to go in and I'm going to look at, because I want to go in there and I want to ask the question. I want to go through it and look at everything because I'm so curious and I want to, and I've seen like the stories and the movies and blah, like it seems pretty genuine. Yeah, I don't know. He comes across as a lot more endearing, and him having the interest like in these areas, I think. But I don't know. I'll read the comments after for whatever that's worth.
The economic forces that are being unleashed by AI, some certainty that they're not going to wake up in a world where they can't buy a home, but some other guy owns 35 mansions, right? That to me is the fundamental challenge of AI. Is it's going to unleash a lot of.
The most frustrating part is that he only performed this well because Rogan hasn't learned a fucking thing over the last decade. Rogan allowed him to have clear runway for this fucking sales pitch. That is true. I don't know how well Rogan could have pushed, but even if Rogan was more aggressive, this would be a challenging conversation for him. Or, I'm sorry, that's not true. Joe Rogan wouldn't be able to have this conversation. This would be a challenging conversation for me, I think. I would have to, like, because it's not just debate topics and knowing the discrete knowledge. It would also be, like, the rhetoric as well. And Vance has a very good command of both of these. Like, I'm sorry, you can just tell immediately when you listen to him talk about Iran and the foreign policy disputes between all the parties involved. He knows the parties. He knows the general conflict. He understands what the motivations on all sides. Like, he's a statesman, and he's done politics for a while. He has a command of the facts and the knowledge. He's got intimate details, access intimately to the details of all these negotiations. Like, yeah. There's no world where somebody like Rogan would have ever been able to effectively push back. Now, it would be better to have some pushback, I guess, than him to just be here to be like auditioning for, being our president in a few months. But whatever.
Another guy owns 35 mansions, right? That to me is the fundamental challenge of AI. Is it's going to unleash a lot of wealth creation.
Someone in the YouTube chat said, I feel like I'm losing my mind. Does no one else see that Vance and Thiel are clearly repeating the same talking points from whatever Cambridge Analytica group chat they're in? My understanding is that at some point in college, was it post-grad or something, that Vance spent like a couple years chatting with, was it like a crazy professor guy who was also like chatting with Peter Thiel, that these guys had like, they were like passionately conversing with each other, arguing with each other, influencing each other, that like this was a thing that is like part of his backstory.
But that wealth creation all goes to some segment of people. You're going to have communism. Like that is the choice before us. Is a lot of wealth being created. That's good, by the way. I like wealth being created. But if you don't ensure that there's some broader prosperity from that wealth creation, like we have run this experiment before, and it leads to communism.
Right. So if the system is fucked, how do we unfuck it?
So
you have a magic wand.
I mean, look, this is what I'm saying. I'm being honest with you that I don't have a magic wand. I think there are a few things that we should sort of take from this. I think, okay, the first is wealth being created. That's good, by the way. I like wealth being created. But if you don't ensure that there's some broader prosperity from that wealth,
like he's technically, I hate this. He's got like these are my talks when I talk about wealth. Is that like you have to balance out, like you do have to appease the slopulous to some extent, but you can't ditch capitalism. It's fucking stupid. But Vance is being sensitive to that. I don't know what his economic policies will look like. He sounds like a third positionist, which is fucking just whatever the fuck. But the idea that like we need to create wealth in the country, we can't ban all of capitalism and punish everybody, but like you also have to give young people some vested interest in this country, and people have to feel like they're vying for something and that they have like some belonging here and that there's like a future available to them. Like this is true.
Some certainty that they're not going to wake up in a world where they can't buy a home, but some other guy owns 35 mansions, right? That to me is the fundamental challenge of AI. Is it's going to unleash a lot of wealth creation. But if that wealth creation all goes to some segment of people, you're going to have communism. Like that is the choice before us. Is a lot of wealth being created. That's good, by the way. I like wealth being created. But if you don't ensure that there's some broader prosperity from that wealth creation, like we have run this experiment before, and it leads to communism.
Right. So if the system is fucked, how do we unfuck it?
So
you have a magic wand.
I mean, look, this is what I'm saying. I'm being honest with you that I don't have a magic wand. I think there are a few things that we should sort of take from this. I think, okay, the first is that we should give workers a real say at the bargaining table. Okay, so what really worries me about AI is the fact that private sector unions have largely disappeared from the United States of America. There are a couple of exceptions, but if you go back to like why did the United States and Britain weather the Industrial Revolution better than literally every other Western country? I think you can make a good argument. Strong religious institutions. Right now we have very weak religious institutions. Number two, I think you'd say strong worker participation institutions, and not just private sector labor unions. That was a big piece of it, but like, people don't realize that Hollywood, major studios would actually work with community groups and churches to sort of help like develop content Now, this was organic. This was a natural cooperation. This wasn't mandated by some law, but where they'd go and say, help us produce content that actually speaks to your membership, that speaks to your community. And there was this sense of participation in American society that I think we've lost, and that's the thing that I think that we have to rebuild a little bit. It's interesting that the Trump administration, the president personally, certainly me, have been accused of being too pro-labor for Republicans. But one of the reasons why I'm pro-labor as a Republican is because, and I'm not saying unions are perfect, some of them have very serious problems. Like, I'm open-eyed about this. Like, the alternative may very well be communism in the United States of America. Not next year, but down the road, you've got to give people a seat at the table. And I think that's one answer to the question. I think a second answer to the question is competition. So if you go back again to what worked and what was broken about the Industrial Revolution, hyper-monopolist style companies that had way too much power. I mean, Teddy Roosevelt famously talked about how some of the steel trusts were more powerful than the United States government. So you could vote. Your vote didn't matter as much because the corporations were more powerful than the government. I think reining that in, making sure that, like, what's the most obvious way to give normal people participation? It's democracy. But if a single corporation has monopolized an entire space, then you don't have a real democracy unless you rein in the power of that company. And I think that is another big risk with AI. It's that we have a hyper-monopolist who dominates the space and then influences the government, influences the nonprofit sector, and then real people are effectively cut out of the bargain. So again, I'm not going to pretend sitting here that I have all the solutions. I think about this more than almost anything else right now. But the solution has to be giving normal people actual authority over their own lives.
But how can the government get involved in those steps? Like, what could be done on a federal level to implement that?
Well, I think one of the things, and we've looked at legislation along these lines. We haven't yet pushed anything, but one problem with like the private sector labor union, one reason why Democrats will say private unions are at super low participation rates because the government has been anti-union. There's like some element of truth to that, but the reality is that a lot of workers don't see the utility in joining a union because it's like, in a lot of ways, it's a 20th century institution when you need a 21st century institution. So I think updating the modern union to make more sense in the 21st century, I think that's a part of the story. I think antitrust.
How would you do that?
Well, a friend of mine, his name's Orrin Cass, actually, very fascinating guy, sort of a right-of-center economic thinker. His idea is that 20th century labor law presupposes a sort of zero-sum conflict between the company and the union, and that where you've seen unions actually thrive, certain places in Europe, it's a little bit more cooperative. And the unions actually have a little bit more power themselves, where they can negotiate with the corporation with a little bit more breadth and a little bit more freedom. Whereas in the United States, we sort of set a floor. We create a very small number of things the union can actually negotiate over. And so a lot of people say, well, why would I join a union? Why would I participate in it? So basically making the union a little bit more cooperative, which requires changing the legal form of it.
Like, this is an insane, not insane, but this is like I don't want you to say progressive or whatever. Like, oh my God, I shouldn't have listened to this. I don't want to become a fan of this fucking guy. This is a much better take on unions. In the United States of America, between right to work laws and minimum wage and shit, like, why the fuck would you join a union in the U.S.? Like, you can't fucking, like, they just don't really have that much power. When people in the U.S. say, we want strong unions like in Europe, we need bigger unions, it's not really bigger unions. It's that unions in Europe do have more negotiating powers. Like, they can set, like, sector-wide agreements and shit that are enforceable, like, across everything. It's not like somebody can, like, what do you call them? Oh God, when you like break a strike or whatever, just go and be like employed, and like the people can fire you and hire you and whatever, and the unions themselves can be disregarded, or disregarded entities basically. That I think the process is a lot more collaborative. I feel like the only country I've looked at this is like Norway, but I think this is generally true in most Western European countries, that like the unions just have more like collaborative negotiating approaches with the private side of things, whereas in the U.S. it's just like, I mean, a union is like a group you join and you pay dues, and hopefully you get maybe a better wage for it, but like this reimagining them in the US would probably be better. Yeah,
I have certain places in Europe, it's a little bit more cooperative, and the unions actually have a little bit more power themselves, where they can negotiate with the corporation with a little bit more breadth and a little bit more freedom. Whereas in the United States, we sort of set a floor. We create a very small number of things the union can actually negotiate over. And so a lot of people say, well, why would I join a union? Why would I participate in it? So basically making the union a little bit more cooperative, which requires changing the legal form of it. I think that's interesting. I think antitrust is a huge piece of the story. Now, it's a little early with AI because we don't yet know which companies are dominant. But I think one of the big mistakes, man, we made in the early 2000s is we should have gone after the big tech companies with antitrust. Like, there is like a trust-busting mechanism that exists in the U.S. government. We just didn't use it. We're going to have to be willing to use it in the 21st century.
And when it comes to unions, what is wrong with the current structure in terms of what power the unions have to negotiate for labor?
So this is a concrete example that Orrin uses all the time. So in some European countries, you have a minimum wage, right? In some European countries, the union can actually cut a deal with the employer to where you pay a brand new employee less than the minimum wage, then you pay a more senior person higher than the minimum wage. But in order to pay the junior employee less than the minimum wage, you have to provide them job training and better benefits and so forth. And so the idea is you turn for the first couple of years, you turn the company almost into an educational institution. But in order to do that, the union has to have flexibility. That kind of arrangement is effectively illegal in the United States of America. So it's that you create the ability for the union to be more flexible in how it negotiates. You don't settle the terms for it. You allow the union to figure out what's in the best interest of its membership.
But people are opposed, like initially knee-jerk reaction to lowering wages and even in lowering minimum wage. I mean, most people feel, and I agree, that minimum wage is almost impossible to live off of, especially with
100%. Yeah, it is. But what these unions are not asking for, I mean, you have to kind of trust the labor representation of the people to sort of make the right arrangement for them. And so it's not, hey, let's create a minimum wage or a wage floor that's lower than the minimum wage. It's what about taking for the first year of a person coming into the labor market where, they work an internship for $0, right, at a company. Why don't we allow our workers to work effectively in an internship, get the training they need, get the benefits that they need, and then join the workforce full time at a much higher wage? The idea is that you trust the union to come up with
this is a way better way of doing things, right? If you want to say we're getting rid of minimum wage, you can enter for some level of I'm forgetting what he just said, right? Okay, yeah, as an intern or something, you start as an apprentice and you earn literally below minimum wage or something like that. But like, at some point, you're going to graduate into a higher position. It's not like we're relying on the corporation to figure this out, because this is the union that's negotiating all of these things, ideally on behalf of the workers and everything too. Oh man.
Or the labor organization, whatever you want to call it, is you actually give the union the ability to sort of negotiate over this stuff on behalf of its members. You don't assume, the way the United States, we do it, is we basically take all that authority away from the union itself, and we try to settle this stuff at the level of the
federal government.
But
which you can't do.
Again, where unions have been more successful, where they actually have higher membership and participation rates, what you see is these organizations actually have much greater flexibility
to negotiate.
And that ends up meaning that more people want to join. That means these organizations have more power, and then that means they can figure out the arrangement that works best for their membership. So you kind of have to trust people. You have to trust that people are willing to do this thing for their own benefit, and so long as they've got the right authority and so long as they've got the right tools, you can trust people to do what's in their best interest, and these organizations to do what's in the best interest of their membership.
Well, the problem that people would have with that is that corporations have a responsibility to their shareholders.
But it's not the
corporation;
it's labor.
They have to make more money next quarter than they made this quarter.
So
and one of the ways they do that is by paying people less.
But that's why I think that you have to give workers some seat at the bargaining table.
Yes.
There's a theory of like economics that dominated in the late 20th century.
Because who's the one at the end of the day who's pushing for a minimum wage? It's not unions, it's not workers. It kind of sort of is, but like the large corporations are by and large like fine with a minimum wage. They can afford to pay it. The small businesses they can't. And it's not like they have anything else that they're granting to workers as a result of that. So that's what we're doing right now is we're negotiating on the government versus the corporations on behalf of like all of the people, as opposed to sector specific unions potentially that can negotiate on behalf of their sector specific workers for things that they might need that they wouldn't want the average citizen to necessarily have a say in because it's not related to their occupation.
America, which is basically that the labor market was entirely efficient, and maybe the corporation didn't want to pay their workers more money, but they would be forced to pay their workers more money purely because if they didn't do that, then they wouldn't be able to get enough workers.
If he says monopsony, I'm going to come.
Now, I do think that there's an argument for, there are all of these ways why we should give workers more bargaining power. One of them, and we've spent a lot of time talking about labor organizations, and that's important. Man, one of the reasons why I'm such an immigration hawk is because it is really important not to flood the country with low-wage immigrants.
Right.
Because if you give a corporation a choice between a low-wage immigrant and a native worker who's going to require, by the way, a native worker of any race, they're going to be forced to pay the native worker more if there's not a pool of low-wage workers to go to. And this is like a consistent finding in the economics literature, but also just common sense, that when you flood the country with low-wage immigrants, this is why I think the DSA types are a little full of shit when they talk about helping normal people. If you want to help a normal person, don't provide a corporation 9 low-wage migrants to compete against them when they're bargaining for wages. You actually give workers more power when you have a more restricted immigration policy.
Well, that's where the real con is, right? Because a
100%.
lot of, I mean, you've told me that you had a conversation with someone who was at the head of some corporation that was upset that they were trying to shut down illegal immigration because he said it's
head of a hotel chain.
Yeah,
because he said basically, I want to be able to pay my workers less money, and it's very hard because the native workers expect higher wages. It's crazy. I mean, there's this story from a few years ago in the New York Times. It was like unintentionally hilarious, and it's talking about why Apple would choose to manufacture in Asia over the United States of America. And it's talking about how, the American workers, and it's almost kind of judgy towards the American workers. It's like, well, the American workers want to go home and see their kids and have dinner with their kids. And it's like, by the way, you go to the Foxconn factory in Apple in China, the Foxconn factory that develops products for Apple in China, and what do you see? You literally see suicide nets around the top of the building. Because, the workers work 72 hours a week, and they sleep in little apartments 4 to a bedroom, but they also are so miserable, you have to take steps to prevent them from killing themselves. So, what I want out of American life is a little bit more dignity, a little bit more, I can afford to feed my family. I can also go home and actually watch my kids' baseball game. And that balance, I think, if you're looking at it from a pure profit motive, maybe the corporation is going to think like that, which is why you have to give the people real power to push back and advocate for their own interests.
I think a lot of people in this country, if they had to choose, especially people that have money, if they had to choose between a phone that was manufactured in America where people were paid a very good wage and had benefits, and you have an iPhone that has a little American flag on the back, and you have one that doesn't, I think a lot of people would buy the one with the American flag on the back because
that's a lie.
they would feel better about their purchase.
That's not true.
I feel
Definitely
weird
not.
when I'm holding a phone and I know that someone was working in some
you
factory in some foreign country, working 15 hours a day and being paid nothing.
That's right. I think that's true of our food, by the way, too.
Yeah.
They'd much rather it be made locally. They're willing to pay a little bit more so long as it's healthier and it's made
only
locally.
If they're forced
there obviously
to.
are exceptions to every rule, but I do, again, I think that we have run the experiment where we just try to do everything with low-wage foreigners, whether they're in the United States via illegal immigration or whether they're outside the United States via offshoring and outsourcing. And what it has led to is, I think, a society where socialism is a bit on the rise. And one of our jobs in the administration, I think about this all the time, is how do you make things?
About
I'm not saying we're perfect, and I'm not saying there isn't a lot of work to do, because there is. Like, we were left in quite a hole by 40 years of bad policy. People talk about the Biden administration inflation. Yeah, the Biden administration inflation was terrible. Got up to 9%. By the way, I think today's CPI report is you had deflation in the United States. We actually had prices coming down, which is good because the Iran war, gas prices came down. But
gas prices have come down now because of the Iran war?
No, compared to where they were a month ago.
Right.
So they're not down from the beginning of the war, but they're down from where they were a month ago. So you had a good CPI report, a consumer price inflation report today. But my point is, yes, I don't ever get to the 9% inflation of the Biden administration. Yes, the Trump administration has had a much better record on inflation than the Biden administration. Nothing close to 9%, even in our worst month. But some of this stuff is actually much longer term. This is 40 years of failed bipartisan leadership, which has created really a kind of shell corporation out of the United States of America. We don't make enough of our own stuff. We don't have enough self-reliance. Our workers don't have enough bargaining power. That has led, in a lot of ways, I think, to this kind of socialism fervor. And we have to keep fixing these problems. Again, I think that we're going in the right direction. Maybe people disagree, but it's going to take years to fix this problem. And if we don't, we are going to end up with a socialist president in this country.
I think it's also a narrative change, and the narrative is stopping immigration is cruelty,
Correct.
and you're racist or xenophobic, and that we should just instead give these people citizenship. And it's not a coincidence that what we dealt with over the last 4 years was insane, where they just opened the border and not just encouraged people to come across, but facilitated it. Helped them, got them on Medicaid, got them on Social Security, got people. They told people, "Do you have a bad back? Okay, well, you're permanent disability, and you get free money. Put them in a hotel, give them a phone. That's crazy." And then move them to blue states. And then you realize that has a direct impact on congressional seats because of the census, which is also nuts. The census should count citizens.
It should only count citizens, but it doesn't. And that actually steals congressional representation away from areas that have lower illegal immigration, which is its own problem. So yeah, it's the thing that I don't understand about the Democratic Socialists of America. And obviously, I disagree with a lot of their ideas, but if you go back to Cesar Chavez, one of the original founding fathers of the American workers' rights movement, he was a hardcore restrictionist on immigration because he thought that the bosses would bring in low-wage immigrants to compete against his workers, and that would drive down their wages. And yet the DSA, which says that they care about the wages of workers, is quite literally like an open borders organization. So I tend to think that it's all BS, that they are actually pursuing a set of policies that are good for, that are corporations care way more about open borders than they do about any other policy the DSA cares about. So while these people say that they're trying to fight for workers and they're trying to fight for the working man, the actual end result of DSA policy is to flood the country with low-wage immigrants, which will destroy the middle class of this country. In fact, we have run this experiment for decades now, and we have a much weaker middle class than we did before it started.
And I think this is a part of the problem that this country has, that there's this narrative that Republicans are cruel and they're anti-worker and that they're anti-lower class people or lower middle class people.
Yep. It's
that narrative someone has to do a better job of messaging.
I'm trying to, man. I'm trying to. But, it's one of those things that it took a long while for it to set in. It's going to take a long while to get out of it. But what I try to remind people is that anybody who actually cares about the safety of your community is going to care about not empowering police brutality, but empowering the good cops to do what they need to do. Anybody who cares about law and order is going to want to throw violent criminals in jail, not close down the prison. Anybody who cares about your wages and your safety is going to want to control the border. So all I can think to do is to remind people that I'm not saying Republicans are perfect, and I have disagreements, of course, within my own party all the time, but fundamentally, our party is right now pursuing a much better set of policies when it comes to safety of your home, your wages, your ability to keep more of your money. I just got to keep preaching that message, and the chips fall where they may.
And if you just look at the result of what you see in these cities where they don't enforce crime, where they don't enforce immigration laws, they provide sanctuary states, you see disasters over and over and over again.
Yeah.
I don't understand
exactly
why
goddamn
people
disasters
who are voting for these things can't see that. They can't
Fucking
see
idiots.
that the results have been catastrophic year after year. They
They're
keep getting
goddamn
worse.
maniacs.
And the idea of voting a new, better person to do the same thing is just crazy.
Yeah, it's totally crazy to me too. I think part of it is we haven't done a good enough job of actually going to some of these places. Part of it is that it is shifting, and sometimes these shifts just take a long time. If you look, the Republican Party under Trump's leadership is way more working class, way more middle class than the Republican Party of 20 years ago. So these things are starting to shift. But the public safety thing is very interesting to me because, like, one of the promises of America is that every man, woman, and child, rich or poor, black or white, deserves public safety. Like, every rich person ever has had public safety. Every rich person ever has been able to afford some security guard to make sure that somebody comes and tries to steal their stuff or kidnap their kids, they're protected against that. What America did is we democratized public safety. Every person gets to keep their property. Every person gets to not be stolen from. Every person gets to walk down their neighborhood at night without being mugged. And obviously, we have imperfectly applied that. But what the left has done over the last few years, why I think the crime thing is, it's not just a sort of public safety thing, it's also a class thing, is they have made working...
Why is it that JD is allowed to say this and get applause, but if a Dem repeated his whole thing word for word, they say empty promises? Well, one is being on a friendly platform helps. Don't ever undersell that. I don't think anybody gives enough credit for how much better you are when you're on an easy platform. So one is that he is on a very friendly platform, so he gets to navigate this conversation in the best way that he sees fit. However, a second big thing that Democrats at some point will either figure out or they'll just fucking die, and I don't give a fuck, is Democrats need to figure out how to more aggressively participate in a variety of arenas, and they need to be able to say no to people that are extremists on their camp. Like, Vance had absolutely no problem here. Like, some of the stuff that he's talking about, like, he's giving... like very, very, very big pro-union takes in like a policy-oriented manner. And then he was giving like pretty comprehensive foreign policy takes where he's in opposition to some of the other things. Now, everybody said everything when it comes to fucking Iran or whatever, right? But he has no problem kind of like planting a flag in the ground on some of these positions. And just too many Democrats just aren't able to do that, to where like if somebody brings up some trans athlete thing or whatever, they're very afraid of doing it. That being said, I'm going to go back to the thing I said before. Having a friendly environment helps with this a lot. For instance, Gavin Newsom, I think, planted a decent flag when he was talking to Charlie Kirk, but then Gavin Newsom got fucking hammered by the entire fucking libcuck establishment, and then they're calling him homophobic for his Twitter account and just a whole bunch of stupid shit. So being on a friendly platform helps, but yeah. Liberals have to be able to figure out... they have to be able to fight to the left of them. Like the idea that we're courting so much, like the DSA types and all this shit, is just, it's so unbelievably fucking cringe. And the problem is that like even our best lib voices, I'm not trying to come down on them too hard, but like they don't have anything to say. You're not going to see much negativity from them about the DSA types at all. Like, again, I love all these people, but like Brian Tyler Cohen, Adam Mockler, I'm not even sure if Josiah is still here, aren't generally fighting against that radical left part of the party. So they're able to hold so much of our political discourse hostage, and they're able to push us so far in that direction of stuff that we directionally have to defend. Again, like what I said this, I think a year ago. Everything is either 1 year or 5 years ago to me. I said this a while ago that pay attention to how they attack me, or pay attention to how they attack Jimmy Kimmel or libs, and then pay attention to how they attack Hasan. And one of the things that I said before was for libs, they will try to destroy you. And for lefties, or for socialists or communists, they will try to make you an example of the other libs. So Hasan, again, is untouched. He has an exclusive streaming platform that has been totally granted to him, that he's not, threatened at all on, never been really banned, no real pressure. But my God, Republicans love to talk about him to show how crazy the Democratic Party is, but they don't touch him. They don't ban him from anything. There's no, like, every now and then, like, people kind of sort of, there was one time where, I don't remember what the drama was, but it was the most time they'd ever kicked up any stuff about him. And then they just kind of left him alone. Nothing happened, That's going to be something we're going to have to contend with. It's going to be hard because nobody on the left is ever able to deal with the far left. They can never say no, or they can never just say, like, this is too much. We can't do it. And they're so eager. This is another issue too. I don't know if you'd call this like the backslide problem or what you would call this, but you have this, this treadmill problem where every single time somebody to the left of you does something that you agree with, you give them props for it. Okay, well, Hasan is saying this, so we can at least agree with that, right? We don't want to be deranged, right? Or the DSA was fighting for this, so we can give him props on that. So we're going to give him, we'll give him props when props are due. They never do the same for you, though, ever. You never get that in return. You will never get that in return. That strategy is not on accident. It's by design. There's an intentionality there. Because what that means is the only thing you will ever see are your moderates giving props to your far lefties when they deserve it, and you will see your far lefties always and constantly attacking your moderates. That's it. Because that's the only people they fight against. Where are all of these DSA candidates running in? What does Hasan spend all of his time talking about? What are all of our biggest fights that the DSA has highlighted? Has been in New York against Jews, has been in California against that one Jewish guy in your establishment Dems. It's going to be in, it's El Said against Stevens. It's another Jew thing, kind of, sort of. It is, there's one other, the Plattner catastrophe. Like, everything is oppositional to the moderate Dems, like all of it is, and yeah, the only thing that center left libs can do is they'll keep giving props to these people that are just skull fucking them whenever they have the opportunity to. What did this? I brought this tweet up. Like, the nerve of these motherfuckers. It's like, this is some shameless tier shit, bro. With all due respect to Matt Iglesias, the last few weeks have suggested to me that the center-left cares more about beating down the left than they do about beating Trump. We've seen the reintroduction of woke tropes by the Democratic establishment, weaponized against Abdul al-Sayed to suggest he's some kind of misogynist without any actual evidence. To accuse a Muslim man of misogyny is a classic trope, of course. If I was someone who cared about the future of the Democratic Party and its ability to compete with the GOP, I'd be more enthusiastic about people like Abdul and Zohran, who model a positive, clean living masculinity. I'd be enthusiastic about their ability to turn out young voters who are otherwise like, fuck you. And I'm sorry, but like, fuck all the center-left people who are retweeting and agreeing with shit like this. Like, you're right, guys, we need to come together. No, what do you mean come together? They're coming all over you, bro. As soon as you turn around, they're coming all over you. Why the fuck do you want to come together with these people now after they trash you? And then when their candidate is starting to stumble a little bit, it's like, guys, don't we have to come together? Remember when Hasan was crying like a little baby bitch? Why don't all the libs come? Why isn't Gavin Newsom tweeting on my behalf when Trump is talking about subpoenaing me for going to Cuba and doing a propaganda trip with the Cuban government? Why, blah, blah. Like, fuck you. Like, what? So, like, when you need help, if you need help, you cry to the libs, and then every other facet of your existence is just focused on the destruction of the Democratic Party? Like, it's not good. It's not good. And our Libby libs need to learn. They got to figure out that, like, you can't keep giving them props when props are due, and then acting surprised when all they do is shit all over you. Like all this, like, vote blue no matter who shit. These motherfuckers aren't voting for any fucking moderate in the general. Do you think these guys are voting for Stevens if Al-Sayed loses? Are you fucking delusional? You are so far gone. You're almost not even worth taking seriously as a political voice. You really think they're going to be supporting moderate AIPAC Dems? Like, it's just...
Making people less safe. Like, if you look at my neighborhood, the neighborhood that my working class grandparents raised me in, it became less safe over time, and really working class neighborhoods had much higher rates of violence, much higher rates of carjackings and so forth. That happened during Biden's administration. That's not a coincidence.
No. Anything else?
Go buy communion, Joe, and we can talk about religion and faith and the Ten Commandments next time. But thanks for having me, man.
Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. All right, wrap it up. Bye, everybody.
Great.
Bro, we're fucking cooked. This guy. JD Teal. We need Marcus Rubius on show. It's a must. JD Vance, friend of the show. Let's ask Perplexity if you campaigned on no new wars. Ooh, quote, I'm not a good liar, end quote. Ooh, the comments are kind of hostile. Peter Thiel gave JD his talking points for today's interview. This is a good one. I like JD Vance. Honesty, integrity, and trustworthiness. Now that he's learned to fake all three, he's way more palatable. True.
Need to go through intermediaries anymore. You can put money directly into their pockets. You can put the children on boards.
Oh, it's corruption. 103 Democrats voted to cut off aid to Israel. 10 present. $108 targets acquired for DSA. It's so fucking cringe.
Everything that they put forward, propaganda, even false though it may be, was treated as legitimate by a liberal media that felt like it needed to bend over backwards to confer some goodwill to the other side.
So do we have time for me to give you the history of that idea of liberal media?
Absolutely.
So there really was never the kind of media that the right wing described. The argument that the media was liberal, and I'm going to put a capital L on that, actually
joke.
really comes out of the 1950s, and especially from a characterization that's put in a book called McCarthy and His Enemies in 1954, written by L. Brent Bozell and William F. Buckley Jr. And what they argued in that book was that everybody who thought that the government had a role to play in regulating business and providing a basic social safety net and promoting infrastructure and protecting civil rights and underpinning a rules-based international order, everybody, so that would be Republicans, Independents, and Democrats, all, the vast majority of Americans, were capital L liberals. They tried to turn it into the idea that it was a slippery slope from them to capital C communists. And the only people who were true Americans were the people that they called conservatives, who became known as movement conservatives because they were a political movement that called themselves conservative. They actually weren't ideologically conservative at all. They were quite radical. But what happens is that characterization of everybody but the far right as some sort of liberal bad thing becomes an article of faith among that radical right. And they keep insisting that anybody who exercises fact-based evidence, like the Enlightenment calls for, was their own kind of group that was really dangerous. And so in 1971, you get the Powell memo, which is where the man who goes on to become Justice Powell writes for the Chamber of Commerce the idea that the only way that radical right is going to get power back is to take over the universities and the media. And from that idea that the liberal media is somehow on the left, which it never was, it was always fact-based, that's a bad thing, you get by the 1990s the rise of the Fox News channel with the idea that it is fair and balanced. And what they mean by that is that everybody else, Republicans, Independents, Democrats, are going to have their media that is fact-based. But the right wing has to have its media too, which is ideologically based. It was explicitly not fact-based. But they constantly pressured that liberal media to include their point of view. And now, as you say, they have become a both sides thing where they will present, this is the facts of the case, but here's the ideology coming from the radical right saying, for example, that climate change isn't real. And we're stuck in this moment, and we finally have gotten the rise of independent media, which I don't like being called on the left at all. I am not on the left. What I am is fact-based. And the facts say climate change is real, and here are the things we need to adjust. And the facts say that Donald Trump is corrupt, and that is not a political position. That is based in the facts. And so that whole idea of, the liberal media being a negative thing, it was really just a smear from the radical right to say, well, they're based in facts.
And I think the fact that there is a distinction between fact-based media and right-wing media that is actually inherently an indictment of right-wing media, that you can call fact-based media the liberal media or the antidote to what they have. I think that is as big an indictment of what they're doing
it's
as you
by
can possibly
design.
find. But look, I think in terms of fact-based media, nobody does it better than you. And it's been an honor and a pleasure to be able to speak with you today. And for folks who are just learning who you are, few though those may be, where can they see and hear more from you?
Letters from an American is on Substack and Facebook, and I've got a YouTube channel, and I'm on Instagram, sort of all the usual places.
All right, well, I'm going to link those in the post description of this video. I'm going to link the YouTube channel right here on the screen. So if you're watching this, please go ahead, click right now, subscribe to Heather's YouTube channel, and let's help grow this fact-based ecosystem. Heather, as always, thank you so much for taking the time.
Always a pleasure.
Morning, Mr. Blanche.
Good morning.
Oh, man, we're fucked. We're all in on Ossoff, okay? And we actually did support Ossoff before he was cool, okay? Every single inconsistent answer, these people need to fucking go.
In your mind, are Senators Ossoff and Warnock duly chosen and sworn?
I don't know.
In your mind, are Senators Ossoff and Warnock duly chosen and sworn?
I don't know.
In your mind.
Wyoming Senator Loomis? Senator Cynthia Loomis. Disgusting. The House passed the SAVE Act. Now it goes to the Senate. What?
But if you
They still have to nuke the filibuster to pass it, right? Do they even have the votes without the filibuster to pass it?
look at how this Epstein story sort of evolved over the past week, it's classic Washington hoax. Yes. You have Democrats on the Oversight Committee leaking redacted information to their favorite reporter at CNN, who then pops the story with that redacted information and does not reveal that the unredacted version is available. And the unredacted version proves that the so-called victim in this email is a woman who is unfortunately deceased, but prior to her death said on numerous occasions that President Trump never did anything wrong and was always incredibly friendly in her interactions with him. And so it's a purposeful leak to try to manufacture this news cycle to drag the president. And we've seen this play out so many times. It's a classic playbook of the Democrats using their friends in the fake news to spin up a narrative about the president. And so we just don't tolerate it. We don't give in. We just call it out for what it is. And
wait, is this old as fuck? July 15th, 2026. Was this recent?
we move on and we focus on the issues that we know the president.
They added it to the appropriations bill. The SAVE Act? There's no way that that can be like a budget thing? Is the parliamentarian expected to fight on this, or are we just fucking done with fucking democracy? I guess we just don't give a fuck anymore. I don't know, bro.
Was elected on. And I would just add one more thing on Epstein. I mean, the Department of Justice has turned over tens of thousands of pages to the House Oversight Committee and to the American people. I mean, they released everything that's legally releasable online or to the House Oversight Committee. They also tried to move grand juries to unseal documents in various states, and unfortunately those judges declined. And they've been fully cooperating with the House Oversight Committee. So this idea that
Can you put a
there's
time to
files
and
that
a
the
time?
DOJ is hiding or that this
Damn.
administration is not being transparent is just totally false. It's a fallacy. And I understand people have questions, and when you're on the outside, you're skeptical of government, and people should be. But there is literally nothing to hide. And President Trump has maintained that this entire time. And so, again, this is a classic playbook being run by the Democrats.
Classic. I have no additional card draw. Seriously. One card? Give me a thing? Nope. Okay. Don't care. Okay. You will rope over this video. Can I need to go start to pack my shit because my flight leaves in like 10 hours. Oh. Oh, nice.
Nationality. There are laws that, for instance, the law that just passed in the Knesset that gives Palestinian prisoners different
rights
than Israeli prisoners.
Are these people bots? Yes, they are. They are the reason why people see the Democratic Party as controlled opposition. Okay, because we are. The Democrats are controlled opposition because there are hundreds of Democrats in Congress that are first and foremost invested in defending Israel and defending Israel's interests. And there is no way in hell. There is no way in hell that they would actually do the bidding of their constituents. And they are servants
Maybe I'll come back tonight.
of the state of Israel. That's it.
Servants of the state of
And
Israel.
they're not just servants of the state of Israel; they're servants of the highest bidder. Right?
Which are
and
always
obviously
Jews,
Israel
obviously.
pays well.
Based.
That's it.
True.
I mean, is that a democratic system?
Would you want there's a hot debate in Israel right now about what things look like moving forward.
Yeah.
But I believe it's in our national interest.
And if you're wondering why we don't get to, if you're wondering why no change happens,
it's because, tell us why.
These people are bought and paid for.
True.
And if you're wondering why no change happens, I mean, look at Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens also, I believe, voted no. Okay. Haley Stevens is currently running for Senate against Abdul El Sayed in the state of Michigan.
Our king, by the way.
Okay. If you're wondering why these people get away,
speech time.
If you're wondering why these people get away with their lack of interest in abiding by the overwhelming majority of their base of support, well, The reason why they get away with it is because of what's taking place in the Senate race in Michigan in the primaries.
Oh.
Haley Stevens has gotten $50 million in outside expenditures. I believe
AIPAC,
30 to 40 million of that right now is coming from AIPAC and AIPAC shell corporations. Shell packs.
Shell packs, damn.
That's it.
Are these numbers even true? Has anybody looked this up? I'm just assuming because this is all like available online, right? These are true numbers, right? They don't just make this shit up somehow, right?
Advantage of the loose or lack of restrictions on how much outside money could be spent in these races, and they lie and they smear, and there's obviously a network internally. There's obviously a network of Democratic consultants and client media operatives that will go along with this slander campaign and will do everything in their power to make sure that people are duped, that people are not paying attention. And if people are paying attention, hopefully they will learn something awful about a candidate that will stand against corporate PACs like Abdul El-Sayed. And they'll vote against Abdul El-Sayed. That's exactly how this goes. That's exactly how this works. Breaking, a majority of Democrats in the House have just voted to cut $3.3 billion a year in U.S. military aid to Israel. Representative Thomas Massie, the leader of the amendment, was the only Republican in support. If one more person shows me Chuck Schumer farting in the Senate, I'm going to fucking end the broadcast. Okay? Please stop. I don't give a shit. Okay? I know he farted while he was delivering a speech. You guys are fucking literally children, dude. Holy shit. Shut the fuck up.
We're doing politics here, guys.
Oh my God. Oh my God. We'll get to it. Okay?
God damn it, guys.
I can't even have a serious conversation about, like...
They're throwing off his
the
mind.
way that moneyed interest operates in American politics and subverts democracy at the behest of a foreign nation state without motherfuckers being like, well, Chuck Schumer farted. Shut the fuck up. Sherman on the Massey Amendment. If you care about not only our Middle East policy, but you care about the Democratic Party's position with the American people, then you must vote no on this amendment. This is an attack on the Israeli people, says Representative Brad Sherman. Another one of my fucking dumbass ops.
If you care
True. Personal
1 million from AIPAC.
About not only our Middle East policy, but you care about the Democratic Party's position with the American people, then you must vote no on this amendment. Now, that does not mean that there will not be future reductions in our aid to Israel. That does not mean that we will not try to change Israeli policy. But this amendment goes as far as it possibly can to put us on the side not of those who would shoot down the missiles that are aimed at civilian neighborhoods in Israel, but on those who are cheering those missiles. And then we're told that the amount of money involved is the focus. This is $3.3 billion, but that is about an 80th of the aid that we have provided Ukraine and that we should have provided Ukraine. So this is not an attempt to divert a large portion of our money from
Well, I'll be back in a few days. Hopefully the country doesn't end tomorrow. It's Thursday. I might be streaming from the event. I'm bringing stuff, although we'll see how that works because apparently they have rooms and they want me to do from one, so we'll see. Be careful. I love you. Bye. Before you go, LOL, the actual numbers are hilarious. Total pack money, 2025, 20. But then you have to look at like aligned packs and like super packs, right? So I don't know what all that totals out to be. Oh, my connection's true. Connect. Oh, wait, I already did this because I did it past midnight. Let me go ahead and just knock this one out real quick with an easy 100%.
Daily. Lock in.
I'm locked in. Fuck. Close
Insane.
enough. Okay, have fun. Dude, I don't know what Trump's gonna say tomorrow. Good luck. Writing IRI. I love you guys.